Hey Jordan, I've been following your channel for ages, and today I finally mustered up the courage to share my own experience with you. My name is Sophia. I'm originally from Mexico, but I reside in Canada now, and what I'm about to recount still haunts me deeply, even after all this time. I have an older sister named Mia. She was 22 back then, and I was 16. She was spending her gap year with our aunt down in Mexico, and I couldn't join her because I had to stay for high school. So, we made it a habit to video call every single day to keep our bond strong. But one evening, a Friday night to be exact, everything took a terrifying turn. I was lounging on my bed, just casually chatting with her via video call, when all of a sudden she froze in place. Her eyes grew enormous, fixed on something behind her device that remained invisible to me. I questioned her, "What's going on?" She murmured that over the last several days, she had noticed a guy clutching an umbrella, simply standing motionless outside her window. But then she uttered something that sent a chill down my spine. She said, "He casts a shadow, so it can't possibly be a spirit." I chuckled at her fear, genuinely believing she was exaggerating things. Then she abruptly ended the call. Moments later, she forwarded me a short video clip. I viewed it and convinced myself it was insignificant. I attempted to dismiss it entirely, but in hindsight, I really shouldn't have. The following day, I headed out with my buddies, Lucas, Olivia, and Tyler. We were the kind of teenagers who thrived on goofing off and stirring up minor mischief. That evening, we sneaked to the local park around 11:30 p.m., puffing on vapes and just chilling until Olivia produced a Ouija board from her bag. I felt a rush of excitement. I had always been intrigued by the supernatural, but I had no idea this particular night would shatter that fascination permanently. I initiated another video call with my sister and displayed the board to her. Her expression immediately drained of color. She began yelling at me, insisting that I shouldn't mess with it under any circumstances. I disregarded her warnings completely. I disconnected the call. She persisted in ringing me, but I refused to pick up. Olivia initiated the session. She placed her fingertips on the planchette, that little heart-shaped pointer you slide across the board, and inquired, "Is there anyone present?" Nothing occurred at all. So, in my foolishness, I seized the planchette myself and posed. "Is the man my sister spotted in Mexico a ghost or a living person?" The instant those words left my lips, the Ouija board was wrenched from my grasp. It didn't merely slip or tumble, it was violently jerked away and hurled to the dirt. We all let out piercing screams and bolted back to our homes. My mom scolded me harshly for staying out so late, but my mind was in complete disarray. The next day, the situation escalated dramatically. Lights began flickering off unexpectedly while I was in the shower. I heard eerie voices whispering my name when the house was empty. I awoke with mysterious bruises covering my knees that I couldn't account for. That's when I confessed everything to my mom, spilling every single detail without holding back. She didn't probe with any questions whatsoever. She simply contacted a priest right away. He arrived at our home, performed prayers in every corner, sanctified the entire property, blessed me personally, and following that ritual, all the disturbances ceased abruptly. And to this very day, I still wear a rosary around my neck, that beaded cross necklace many Christians rely on for spiritual safeguarding. I never remove it, not after enduring what I did. Sophia paused for a moment, reflecting on how that experience had reshaped her entire worldview. She remembered the way the air felt heavier that Friday night, the pixels on the screen freezing as Mia's face contorted in terror. The umbrella man, as she had come to think of him, wasn't just a figment of imagination. The shadow he cast made him all too real, blending the lines between the living world and something far more sinister. In her mind, she replayed the video Mia sent, grainy footage showing a shadowy figure under the dim streetlight, umbrella tilted just so, unmoving like a statue carved from darkness itself. Why hadn't she taken it seriously? The laughter that escaped her lips back then now echoed as a regretful mistake, a dismissal that invited chaos into her life. The park outing with Lucas, Olivia, and Tyler had started innocently enough. They were her closest friends, the ones who shared secrets and late-night adventures. Lucas with his easygoing smile, Olivia's adventurous spirit that always pushed boundaries, and Tyler's quiet humor that lightened any mood. Vaping under the stars, the cool night air wrapping around them like a blanket, it felt rebellious yet safe. But when Olivia unveiled the Ouija board, its worn letters and mysterious symbols gleaming under the moonlight, Sophia's curiosity overrode any caution. She had read about such things online, watched videos on channels like Jordan's, but experiencing it firsthand was supposed to be thrilling, not terrifying. Showing it to Mia via video call was a spur-of-the-moment decision, one that backfired instantly. Mia's pale face, her urgent pleas echoing through the speaker. "Don't touch it, Sophia! You have no idea what you're inviting!" Should have been enough to stop her. But teenage stubbornness won out. Hanging up felt like asserting independence, silencing the calls that followed like ignoring a distant storm warning. As Olivia began, the planchette sat still, mocking their attempts. Sophia's grab for it was impulsive, her question about the umbrella man spilling out before she could think twice. The force that yanked the board away was unnatural, a pull from invisible hands that sent it flying several feet, landing with a thud that reverberated through the group. Their screams pierced the night as they scattered, hearts pounding, feet slamming against the pavement. Sophia burst through her front door, breathless, only to face her mom's wrath. "Where have you been? It's way past curfew!" But explanations were futile. Her mind raced with images of the board's flight, the unseen energy that had intervened. Sleep evaded her that night, replaced by a gnawing dread. The escalations the next day were relentless. In the shower, steam filling the bathroom, the lights blinked out, plunging her into darkness broken only by the water's rush. She fumbled for the switch, heart racing, but it flipped back on its own moments later. Alone in the house, voices murmured her name, soft, insistent, coming from empty rooms. "Sophia! Sophia!" Chills ran down her spine, hairs standing on end. Waking to bruises, purple marks blooming on her knees like fingerprints from the beyond, pushed her over the edge. Confessing to her mom was a flood of words, details tumbling out, the video call, the umbrella man, the Ouija session, the aftermath. Her mom's response was immediate. No skepticism, just action. The priest, a kind man with a calm demeanor, arrived with holy water and incense. He moved methodically through the house, reciting prayers in Latin, his voice steady and reassuring. Blessings over doorways, windows, each room purified. He placed his hands on Sophia's head, invoking protection, and as he finished, a weight lifted from the air. The disturbances vanished, leaving only memories. Now, years later, the rosary remains a constant companion, its beads a tactile reminder of vulnerability and faith. Sophia touches it often, especially on quiet nights, grateful for the peace but forever marked by the events. Sharing with Jordan felt cathartic, a way to warn others some doors, once opened, are hard to close. The umbrella man's shadow lingers in her dreams, a symbol of the thin veil between worlds. She wonders about Mia's safety, the gap year that bridged distances but invited horrors. Life moved on, school, friends, relocations, but the trauma etched itself deep, a story she carries like a scar. Expanding on the friends' dynamics, Lucas had always been the protector, checking on everyone after the park incident via texts. "You okay, Soph? That was insane." Olivia, ever the thrill seeker, later admitted her own fears, the board now hidden away in her closet. Tyler joked about it to cope, but his eyes betrayed unease. The group grew closer through the shared scare, vowing never to tempt fate again. Her mom's unwavering belief surprised Sophia. Perhaps she had her own untold stories. The priest's visit included advice. "Faith is your shield, wear it proudly." The rosary, gifted that day, became her talisman. In Canada now, far from those events, Sophia still glances at shadows, listens for whispers, but finds solace in the cross's weight against her skin. Reflecting on 2019, the year it all unfolded, she realizes how innocence shattered. The video from Mia, replayed in her mind, the figure's stillness, umbrella like a prop in a nightmare. Dismissing it was her first error. The Ouija amplified it. Bruises faded, but psychological marks endure. Sharing this, she hopes others heed warnings, respect the unknown. Jordan's videos prepared her somewhat, but reality hits harder. To anyone reading, believe when fear whispers. It might save you. Hey, Jordan. This one still creeps me out every time I think about it. My name is Ethan. Back in 2019, I was working in Seoul, South Korea. I'd moved to a quiet residential area in Mapo-gu because it was peaceful and only a quick 20-minute subway ride into the heart of the city. The place I rented was an older two-story house, nothing fancy, but it felt cozy enough at first. The real issue was the house right next door. It had this faded red door that looked like it hadn't been painted in decades, completely rusted around the edges, and the front yard was totally overgrown with weeds that came up to my knees. Every morning when I left for work, I'd glance over and wonder how anyone could even walk through that mess to get inside. I knew the house wasn't abandoned because I'd asked my landlord about it the day I moved in. She told me a man lived there, but he only stayed over once a week, maybe once a month at most. The rest of the time, the place sat empty, and she honestly had no idea why he kept it that way. It made me uneasy, but I figured it was none of my business and tried to forget about it. Then one evening, after a long, exhausting day at the office, I was walking home and glanced toward the neighbor's house like I always did. That's when I saw it. A dark silhouette standing perfectly still in one of the upstairs windows, just staring straight at me. I froze for a second, heart pounding, but then I forced myself to look away, pretended I hadn't noticed anything, and hurried inside my own door. Less than a minute later, there was a knock. I called out in Korean, asking who it was, and a man's voice answered that he was my neighbor. My stomach dropped. I really didn't want to open the door. I stood there in complete silence for a good 5 minutes, trying to decide what to do. The quiet stretched on, and eventually, I convinced myself he'd given up and left. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. The next morning, as I stepped out to head to work, my blood ran cold. Scrawled on the wall right next to my front door in bright red, what looked like lipstick, was my name, Ethan. I had no clue how he could possibly know it. The only person who could have told him was my landlord, so I called her right away and lost my temper, demanding answers. She sounded genuinely confused and swore she'd never spoken a word to the guy next door. I wanted to believe she was lying, but there wasn't much I could do about it, so I dropped it and went to work, trying to shake off the unease. A few days passed, and I noticed the weeds next door had all been cut neat and short, like someone had finally taken care of the yard. Then, one afternoon, I actually ran into the neighbor outside. He locked eyes with me and started yelling something in Korean, his tone sharp and furious. My Korean wasn't great back then, so I couldn't make out what he was saying. I just gave an awkward smile and a little wave, hoping to diffuse whatever was going on. But his face, I'll never forget it. Pure rage, like I'd done something unforgivable. I had no idea what I could have possibly done to set him off. Sweat poured down my back as I backed away and rushed inside. It was a weekend a little while later. I usually slept in until noon on my days off, so I was dead asleep when a deafening noise jolted me awake. At first, I couldn't place it, but then I realized it was the roar of a chainsaw right outside my front door. My heart started hammering. Then came heavy knocks. Instinct told me it was him. He was standing there revving the chainsaw over and over, the sound vibrating through the walls. I didn't dare open the door. I yelled that I was calling the police, but the noise was so loud he probably couldn't even hear me. I was shaking, terrified of what he might do if I made a wrong move. He stayed out there for what felt like forever before finally walking away. Not long after, the cops showed up. They talked to him, and he claimed he'd just come over to chat and had been using the chainsaw to trim a tree in his yard. They bought it, apparently, because nothing else happened that day. But that was the last straw for me. I contacted my landlord immediately and told her I was moving out as soon as possible. I'll never forget the final day when the moving truck was parked out front and I was hauling boxes. I looked up at his house one last time and saw him standing in the same upstairs window. He was staring right at me with a calm, creepy smile on his face. In his hands, he held something small and limp like a rabbit, blood dripping fresh onto the windowsill. I felt sick. I threw the rest of my stuff in the truck as fast as I could and got out of there. I never went back. To To this day, I have no idea who that man really was or what he wanted from me. All I know is he wasn't just odd or eccentric. He was dangerous, truly dangerous. Ethan took a deep breath as he finished recounting the memory, still feeling that familiar knot in his stomach. Seoul had been an adventure at first, new job, new culture, the excitement of living abroad. But that house in Mapo-gu turned it into a nightmare he couldn't escape fast enough. The red door haunted his thoughts for months afterward, a symbol of something unhinged lurking behind ordinary walls. He remembered the silhouette vividly, tall, motionless, features obscured by the dim light inside. It wasn't a quick glance. The figure held the pose as if waiting for Ethan to acknowledge it. Pretending not to see had felt like the safest option, but clearly it hadn't worked. The knock that followed was deliberate, patient, like the man knew Ethan was home and alone. Standing frozen inside his entryway, listening for footsteps that never came, Ethan had replayed every possible scenario. What if he opened the door? What if he didn't? The silence eventually convinced him the danger had passed, but finding his name scrawled in red the next morning shattered that illusion. The letters were uneven, hurried, the lipstick smeared at the edges. It felt personal, invasive, like a violation of the small bubble of safety he'd built in a foreign country. Calling the landlord had been fueled by pure frustration. Her denial sounded sincere over the phone, her voice rising in surprise. But doubt lingered. Who else could it have been? Ethan had only been there a short time. He hadn't told many people his exact address. The sudden mowing of the weeds added another layer of unease. It was as if the man was preparing, cleaning up his space for reasons Ethan didn't want to imagine. Then the confrontation, outside words spat with venom. Ethan couldn't translate, but the body language was universal. Fury. The man's eyes bored into him, fists clenched, face flushed. Ethan's polite wave felt ridiculous in retrospect, a weak attempt to placate someone clearly beyond reasoning. The chainsaw incident was the peak of terror. Waking to that mechanical growl, so close it rattled the windows, Ethan had pressed himself against the bedroom wall, phone in hand but too paralyzed to dial right away. Each rev of the engine felt like a threat, a promise of violence barely contained by a thin wooden door. When the police arrived, their casual acceptance of the neighbor's excuse only heightened Ethan's isolation. No one else seemed to sense the menace. Moving day brought a twisted farewell. The smile on the man's face as he held the bloodied animal wasn't triumphant or mocking. It was satisfied, almost affectionate, as if he'd won some private game. The rabbit, or whatever it was, dangled limply, crimson drops trailing down the glass. Ethan didn't linger to confirm. He just drove away, vowing never to return to that street. Years later, living safely back in the States, Ethan still checks windows at night, still hesitates when neighbors approach too suddenly. The experience taught him that danger doesn't always announce itself with screams or obvious signs. Sometimes it's a quiet silhouette, a name in lipstick, a chainsaw at the door. Sharing it with Jordan felt like releasing a burden he'd carried alone for too long. A warning to anyone listening: trust your instincts when something feels wrong, because ignoring them can cost more than you ever expect. Hey Jordan, this story isn't mine, it's my buddy Alex's, but every time he tells it, it still sends chills down my spine. Alex and I were juniors at this private college in New England that's absolutely obsessed with the color maroon. Everything on campus is maroon. The uniforms, the flags, the hoodies in the campus store, even the stadium seats. The school started out as an all-girls academy back in the day, and that old history comes with a ton of ghost stories. People say weird stuff happens once the sun goes down after 6. Former students swear they've heard a dog barking in the middle of the night with no dog around, and some even claim they've seen the woman who founded the school wandering the hallways in her old-fashioned dress. One afternoon, we were stuck on campus late working on a video project for class. The building we were in, the old art center, has always had the creepiest reputation, but I never really bought into the rumors. Seeing is believing, right? While we were editing footage, Alex said he needed to hit the bathroom to fix his hair and asked me to walk with him. I didn't feel like it. The restrooms are one floor down in this dim hallway, but I went anyway because I wanted to refill my water bottle at the fountain near the faculty lounge. I filled up and waited outside the men's room, scrolling on my phone and wondering what was taking him so long. Eventually, I walked closer to the entrance, and suddenly, Alex came flying out, grabbing my arm hard enough to hurt. His face was ghost white, eyes wide. We bolted back upstairs without saying a word at first. As soon as we got to our workspace, I demanded, "Dude, what happened?" He could barely get the words out at first. Then he told me, "I was standing at the sink, fixing my hair in the mirror. You know how you can see the stalls reflected behind you? There's that one stall at the end that's supposed to be faculty only, always locked. I noticed movement in the reflection, a woman's head slowly peeking over the top of the door. Her hair was pulled back in this tight, old-fashioned bun. I could see her feet in these worn slippers at the bottom, and she had on a long, dark dress that went all the way to the floor. I didn't know whether to freak out or brush it off as his imagination, but the look on Alex's face was dead serious. No way he was making it up. I tried to lighten the mood and joked, "Bro, you probably just saw the founder herself checking in on the school." But it didn't land as a joke. It felt way too real in the moment. We ended up telling a few of our classmates about it later that week. Some were totally into it and wanted every detail. Others just rolled their eyes and called it typical campus hype. But nobody could explain away how shaken Alex looked. No one could fake that kind of fear. A couple days after that, there was an activities fair on the 3rd floor of the main administration building. Alex and I were walking past this long wall covered in old portraits of past presidents and founders. Alex suddenly stopped dead in his tracks and pointed at one of the frames. My stomach dropped when I saw it. Hanging there was an oil painting of a woman in a long, dark dress, hair in a perfect bun, wearing the exact same style of slippers. Everything matched what Alex had described down to the tiniest detail. Below the portrait was a plaque with her name and the year she founded the school, over 100 years ago. That moment made everything hit different. Seeing her face staring back from the wall turned a creepy bathroom encounter into something undeniable. Whether it was actually a ghost, some kind of leftover energy, or just a trick of the light and an overactive imagination, I'll never know for sure. But Alex's expression when he recognized that painting is burned into my memory forever. He went pale all over again, like he was seeing her peek over that stall door one more time. Alex still avoids that building whenever he can, especially after dark. He transferred off-campus housing the next semester just to put some distance between him and the art center. I tease him about it sometimes, but honestly, I don't blame him. That school has so many stories layered on top of each other, generations of students adding their own encounters to the legend. The maroon colors that used to feel like school pride now carry this faint undercurrent of something watching, something old that never fully left. He says the worst part wasn't even the initial sighting. It was realizing later that the woman in the mirror wasn't looking at his reflection. In the story he told me months afterward, he admitted that when he first noticed her peeking, her eyes weren't on him at all. They were fixed on something behind him, like she was watching someone else in the empty bathroom. That detail still keeps him up some nights. Our group of friends split on whether it was real. Half of us became total believers in campus ghosts. The other half still call it coincidence and old pipes creaking. But every time we pass that portrait wall now, we all slow down just a little, glancing up at her painted eyes like we're waiting for her head to tilt or her gaze to shift. Alex graduated last year and moved across the country, but he still texts me around Halloween with the same message. "Tell the founder I said hi if you see her." I laugh it off, but I never go into that building alone after 6 anymore. Some stories you can shrug off. Others stick with you, especially when there's a painting on the wall proving the person you saw has been dead for over a century.
It was a crisp autumn Saturday evening in late October 2025, and my parents had headed out to visit my grandparents across town. At 16, I was thrilled to have the house to myself, no lectures about screen time or chores. I'd been dying to binge watch the Conjuring series without my mom hovering, warning me about nightmares or how it might mess with my head. I popped a massive bowl of microwave popcorn, dimmed the lights in our cozy suburban living room, and settled into the couch with a blanket. The movie was just ramping up the scares around the 25-minute mark when a sharp knock echoed from the front door. I paused the film, my heart already a bit jumpy from the on-screen tension, and tiptoed to the peephole. Outside stood a young woman in what looked like a makeshift Girl Scout uniform, a green sash slung over a plain hoodie, her hair pulled into uneven braids that didn't quite hide her roots. She couldn't have been younger than 18 or 19, but the outfit screamed trying too hard. Her smile was plastered on, unnaturally wide, like something from a bad commercial. In our neighborhood, cookie sales weren't uncommon. Kids from the local troupe often canvassed doors, but something felt off. This wasn't the usual giggly preteen with a wagon full of boxes. My instincts screamed to ignore it, chalk it up to movie-induced paranoia. After all, what harm could come from buying a box of Thin Mints? I cracked the door open, keeping the chain latched for good measure. "Hey there," she chirped, her voice a tad too enthusiastic. "I'm with the local scout troop, raising funds for community outreach. We've got fresh cookies. Want to grab some? It's for a good cause." Up close, the cracks showed. Her makeup was subtle but smudged, like she'd applied it in dim light, and her eyes darted nervously, not matching the grin. The sash looked homemade, the patches slightly off-center. Sure," I muttered, trying to sound casual. "What flavors you got?" I was named Alex, by the way, your average high school junior, more into video games than real-world drama. But at that age, a bit of attention from someone older felt oddly flattering. "Thin Mints are our best seller, $6 a box," she replied, holding up a sealed package that looked legit. Then with a wink, she added, "You're kinda cute for a guy answering the door in pajamas." My cheeks flushed. No girl had ever said that to me before. Flustered, I fumbled for my wallet on the nearby table. "Just one box, thanks." She leaned in slightly, her perfume wafting over, cloying and floral, like cheap body spray from a drugstore. "Actually, I've got a whole assortment in my van parked out front. Samoas, tagalongs, you name it. Come pick your favorite, it'll only take a sec." Alarm bells rang in my head, stranger danger 101 from every school assembly. But the movie's suspense had me second-guessing myself, and hey, free choice of cookies. I unlatched the chain and stepped out onto the porch, the cool night air hitting my face. We walked toward the curb where a nondescript white panel van idled, its engine humming softly under the street lamp. No windows in the back, just solid metal sides, which struck me as weird for a cookie seller. "Right in here," she said cheerfully, sliding the side door open with a metallic groan. The interior was pitch black, no lights on. Before I could peer inside or back away, rough hands exploded from the darkness. One clamped around my wrist like a vice, another yanked my collar, hauling me forward. I opened my mouth to yell, but a palm smashed over it, muffling my cries. My feet scraped the pavement as they dragged me in fully. The door slammed shut with a finality that echoed in my ears, and the van peeled out, tires screeching. Inside, the air reeked of stale sweat and motor oil. Two burly figures loomed over me, one pinning my arms to the grimy floor mat, the other rifling through my pockets. They snatched my phone first, smashing it under a boot heel, then my wallet with its measly $20 from allowance. Even my brand new sneakers, Air Jordans I'd begged for my birthday, were ripped off my feet. "Look at these kicks," one grunted with a chuckle, his breath hot and foul. "Kids got taste." Tears stung my eyes as I whimpered, "Please, let me go, I won't say anything." "Promise." The Girl Scout had shed her braids, revealing stringy hair and a hardened face that aged her to her mid-20s. She twisted in the passenger seat, lighting a cigarette with a flick of a lighter. "Dumbass kids," she sneered, exhaling smoke that filled the confined space, always thinking with the wrong head. Without warning, she leaned back and jabbed the glowing tip into my forearm. Agony seared through me like fire. I howled, thrashing futilely. That's when the real beating started. Fists rained down, not to knock me out, but to maximize the hurt. A punch to my gut doubled me over, wind knocked out. Another cracked against my jaw, splitting my lip and flooding my mouth with coppery blood. I curled into a fetal position, arms shielding my head, but they targeted my sides, ribs cracking under the assault, each breath a dagger. Stars exploded behind my eyelids from a blow to the temple. Laughter echoed around me, cruel and mocking, crybabies leaking everywhere, easy pickings tonight, why me? In the haze of pain, I caught snippets, something about fresh bait for the ring, hinting at darker motives, maybe trafficking or worse. But questions dissolved into survival mode. The ordeal blurred into an eternity of torment, the van's bumps amplifying every bruise. Hours later, maybe 2, maybe 3, the vehicle screeched to a halt in some desolate industrial lot. They flung the door open and booted me out, my body tumbling onto cold asphalt, skin scraping raw. "Keep your mouth shut, punk," one snarled from the shadows. "We know your address, tell the cops, and we'll finish the job." The van vanished into the night, taillights fading like ghosts. I lay there, broken and dazed, blood trickling from my nose and mouth. Disoriented, I staggered to my feet in an unfamiliar part of town, warehouses and empty streets. A passing jogger spotted me, her eyes widening in horror. "Kid, you okay? I'm calling an ambulance." She stayed with me, her voice a lifeline as sirens wailed closer. At the hospital, the diagnosis hit hard: 4 cracked ribs, a mild concussion, orbital fracture around my eye, and burns that would scar. My parents rushed in, mom sobbing, dad's face a mask of fury. The police took my statement amid the beeps of monitors. Descriptions of the trio: the van's make, a Ford Econoline, I thought, partial plate from a fleeting glance. They ran sketches based on my details, canvassed neighborhoods for similar scams, even checked local CCTV for white vans. But leads dried up: too common a vehicle, too vague the faces under hoods. Weeks blurred into therapy sessions. PTSD, the counselor called it, flashbacks to the smoke-choked van, phantom pains in my ribs. Simple things triggered me. A door knock sent me hiding, white vans on the road made my pulse skyrocket. I installed a security app on my new phone, double-checked locks obsessively. School friends noticed the bruises fading slower than my confidence. I became that kid who got jumped, whispers following me in hallways. The cops never caught them, despite tips from a similar incident 2 towns over. As far as I know, that crew's still prowling, disguised as harmless sellers, preying on trusting teens with flattery and false promises. I've learned the hard way: gut feelings aren't paranoia, they're survival. Now every stranger at the door is a potential threat, every van a reminder. But I'm rebuilding, stronger, wiser. If you're reading this, Alex's story, lock your doors tight. The monsters aren't in movies, they're knocking right now. It was a quiet Thursday night in early November 2025. Mom's night shift at the hospital started at 7 p.m., so I was used to the house feeling empty. At 16, I didn't mind the solitude much. Homework, music, scrolling TikTok until my eyes hurt. Our neighborhood was safe, well-lit streets, nosy neighbors, good locks. Lately, though, Steven had been staying over more often. He was Mom's boyfriend of 8 months, a nurse from her floor, tall, quiet, always polite. Mom said it was nice having another adult around when she worked late. He brought groceries sometimes, fixed the leaky faucet once. I never really warmed to him, but I didn't dislike him either. He just existed. Around 9:45 p.m., I was sprawled on the living room couch finishing biology notes when a knock came, 3 firm raps. I checked the peephole. Steven, still in his blue scrubs, hair messy like he'd had a long shift. His backpack hung from one shoulder. He looked tired, almost pale under the porch light. I kept the chain on. "Hey, Steven." "Mom's at work." He gave a small, apologetic smile. "I know, Maya. Sorry to bother you this late. I left my backpack here yesterday. My meds are in it. Blood pressure stuff. I really need them tonight." I remembered seeing the black backpack on the armchair that morning. He did look rough, sweaty forehead, shaky hands. Against my better judgment, I unlatched the chain and opened the door wider. "Okay, come in." "It's in the living room." He stepped inside, murmuring thanks, kiddo, and headed straight for the chair. I lingered near the hallway, phone in hand, thumb hovering over Mom's contact. Something felt off. His movements were too deliberate, like he was playing a part. I dialed Mom as I walked toward the kitchen, keeping my voice light. "Hey, Mom, Steven just stopped by. Said he forgot his backpack and needs his medication." There was a 2-second pause on the line, long enough for my stomach to drop. When she spoke, her voice was low, urgent, almost a whisper. "Maya, listen to me very carefully. We broke up this afternoon. He got really angry when I told him it was over. He's not stable right now. He took some of my things when he left, including the handgun from the nightstand drawer. Lock yourself in your room immediately. I'm calling the police." Ice flooded my veins. I spun around. Steven wasn't by the chair anymore. He stood in the kitchen doorway, backpack forgotten. In his right hand was Mom's compact 9, the one she kept for just in case after Dad left years ago. He must have known exactly where she hid it. "Hang up the phone, Maya," he said softly, almost gently. The gun stayed pointed at the floor for now. Mom's voice cracked through the speaker. Maya, what's happening?" "Say something." I ended the call with trembling fingers. The screen went dark. Steven stepped closer. I backed up until my lower back hit the kitchen counter. "You know what your mother said to me today?" His voice was calm, conversational, like we were discussing dinner. "She said I was unstable, that I needed help, that she was done." He tilted his head. "So I thought maybe I'll show her exactly how much I care." The gun rose slowly until the barrel hovered near my chest. "Get on your knees," I obeyed. The tile was cold through my leggings. Tears burned my eyes, but I blinked them back. Panic wouldn't help. I needed time. "Please, Steven, don't do this." My voice shook. "You don't want to hurt me." He crouched to my level, the muzzle inches from my forehead now. I could smell his hospital soap mixed with sweat. "You know, Maya, I always liked you more than her. You're sweet, quiet. You actually listen." A sad smile touched his lips. "It's a shame I have to end this tonight." My mind raced. Begging wouldn't work. He was too far gone. Flattery might. I swallowed hard, forcing my voice steady. "You're right," I whispered. "Mom, she never appreciated you. She's always working, always gone. She treated you like you didn't matter." I let real tears fall. But I saw it. I saw how good you were to us, how you fixed things, how you cared. She was selfish. His grip on the gun loosened just a fraction. His eyes searched mine, hungry for validation. "I hate living like this," I continued, voice cracking perfectly. "Alone all the time, scared. You're the only one who ever really paid attention to me." For a long moment, silence. Then his shoulders sagged slightly. "You really mean that?" I nodded slowly. "Yes, I do." He lowered the gun a few inches. I reached out agonizingly slow and touched his forearm. "I don't want to die tonight, Steven. I want to be with someone who actually sees me." He exhaled shakily, almost relieved. The gun dropped to his side. He pulled me into a one-armed hug, the barrel pressing cold against my ribs. "I knew it," he murmured into my hair. "I knew you were different." My heart hammered so hard I was sure he could feel it. "We could leave," I said softly. "Start over, but I need to grab some things first. My ID, clothes, charger. I can't run away with nothing." He pulled back, studying my face. Suspicion flickered, then faded. "All right. But I'm coming with you." We walked down the hallway together. His hand gripped my shoulder, possessive, not gentle. The gun never left his hand. In my bedroom, I opened drawers with shaking fingers, shoving random clothes into my backpack. Steven stood in the doorway, watching every move. "Don't take too long," he warned. "I won't." My voice was small, then I spotted the bathroom door. I need to use the bathroom real quick. It's a long drive, right? "I'm nervous I might get sick." His eyes narrowed. "Leave it open. Steven, please." I let shame color my cheeks. "I'm embarrassed. I just need a minute, 2 minutes, that's all." He stared for what felt like forever, then he sighed. "Fine. 2 minutes, don't lock it." I stepped inside, pushed the door almost closed, and quiet as I could, twisted the lock. It clicked softly. I sank into the bathtub, knees to chest, and redialed Mom. "Mom," I breathed, barely audible. "He has the gun. He wants to take me with him. I'm locked in the bathroom. He's right outside." "We're already on the way," she whispered back, voice thick. "Police are 2 minutes out. Stay quiet. We're coming, baby." "I love you, Maya," Steven's voice from the other side. Calm at first, then sharper. "Maya, you done?" I didn't answer. The doorknob rattled. "Open the door." Silence. "Maya," he pounded once, twice. The wood groaned. "You called them, didn't you? You little..." Sirens wailed in the distance, faint, then louder, closer. Stephen cursed. Footsteps retreated, shouting outside, furniture crashing, then silence. "Maya," Mom's voice again, closer now. "Sweetie, it's safe." "Open the door." I unlocked it and stumbled into her arms. She was crying, holding me so tightly I could barely breathe. Police swarmed the house. Stephen had tried the back door, been tackled in the yard. He was on the ground, handcuffed, screaming my name as they dragged him away. "I'll find you, Maya. When I get out, I'm coming for both of you." They charged him with attempted kidnapping, unlawful possession of a firearm, terroristic threats, breaking and entering. He's still in county jail, awaiting trial. That summer we moved, new town, new house, unlisted address. Mom got her concealed carry permit renewed. We installed a full security system. Cameras, motion lights, alarms that scream like banshees. I changed schools. I don't talk about that night much, but some things don't leave. I still freeze when someone knocks after dark. I sleep with my light on most nights. Mom sleeps on the pullout in my room when she's worried. Every creak of the house, every shadow makes me think of that gun barrel against my skin. He'll get parole someday. 5 years, 10, 15, and when he does, he knows my name. He knows what I look like. He knows I betrayed him. And that knowledge is heavier than any lock or alarm could ever be. My name is Evan. I'm 17. And my bedroom window looks straight across the street at the Petersons' house. They moved in about 2 months ago, Liam and his wife, Pierre. Liam was mid-30s, tall, always in workout gear, the kind of guy who waved at everyone but never stopped to talk. Pierre was younger, maybe late 20s, friendly in that quiet way. She'd smile and wave when she saw me taking out the trash. Nice couple, normal. It was a chilly Friday night in late October 2025. My parents had driven 2 hours across town for a cousin's wedding. They wouldn't be back until after midnight. I was fine with it. Our neighborhood felt safe, streetlights every 50 feet, dogs barking at nothing, the usual suburban quiet. I was in my room, headphones on, watching YouTube compilations when I heard it. A woman's voice rising, sharp and desperate. At first I thought it was TV from next door, but it kept going, louder, angrier. I pulled off my headphones and went to the window. The Petersons' kitchen light was on, blinds half open like always. Inside, Liam was yelling at Pierre. His face was red, finger jabbing inches from her nose. She was backing away, hands up, tears streaming. I should have closed my curtains and minded my own business, but I couldn't look away. Then he grabbed her by the throat. One hard slap, her head snapped back. She dropped to the floor with a thud I swear I felt through the glass. Liam wasn't done. He reached for the big chef's knife on the counter, the one they used for everything from carrots to steaks. He knelt beside her. She threw her hands up, screaming something I couldn't hear. He brought the knife down once, twice, 3 times more. Blood sprayed across the white cabinets. Her body jerked once, then went still. I stood frozen, heart slamming against my ribs. Liam wiped his face with his sleeve, smearing red across his cheek, and looked up, straight at me. Our eyes locked for maybe 3 seconds. He didn't look shocked. He looked calculating, like he was memorizing my face. I ducked below the windowsill, hands shaking so bad I dropped my phone. When I peeked again, their kitchen was dark. The whole house blacked out. I crawled to my bed, grabbed my phone, and dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? I just saw my neighbor kill his wife, I whispered. Through the window, he's got a knife. He's in the house across the street. Please hurry. The dispatcher stayed calm, asked for my address, my name. Halfway through, I heard it, gravel crunching outside. Footsteps coming around the side of my house toward the back door. He's here, I hissed. He's at my back door. Stay on the line, Evan. Officers are en route. Lock yourself in a room. The back door handle rattled. Then a low voice muffled through the wood. "I saw you, kid. I know you saw me too." My blood turned to ice. He knew my name? How? I whispered to the dispatcher. He said my name. He knows who I am. The dispatcher said something about staying quiet. I didn't hear the rest. The kicking started hard, rhythmic. The door frame shook, wood splintered. "Open the door, Evan," he called, almost casual. "Let's talk about this. What you saw was a misunderstanding, a prank. Piers, fine, open up and I'll show you." "You're lying," I choked out. The kicking got harder. The whole house seemed to shudder. Then glass shattered, the small window beside the back door. Heavy boots crunched over broken shards. He was inside. I scrambled into my closet, wedged behind my winter coats and old boxes. I bit down on my sleeve to keep from breathing too loud. Tears ran down my face. Footsteps moved slowly through the house, kitchen, hallway, bathroom, checking every room. They stopped right outside the closet door. I could hear him breathing, heavy, patient. Then sirens, distant at first, then closer, tires screeching. Doors slamming, voices shouting, "Police, come out with your hands up." The boots hesitated. A second of silence that felt like eternity. Then they ran back through the kitchen, out the broken door. I heard yelling outside, radios crackling, footsteps chasing. Minutes later, a soft knock on the closet door. "Evan, it's Officer Ramirez. You're safe. You can come out." I pushed the coats aside and stumbled into the light. 2 cops were in the hallway. One wrapped a blanket around my shoulders. My legs wouldn't stop shaking. They took me to the front porch. Flashlights swept the Petersons' house. I told them everything, the argument, the knife, the blood, the stare, the break-in. They showed me the shattered back door, the blood on the glass where he'd cut his hand climbing in. Then they went across the street. They made me wait on the curb. But I saw enough through the open door. Pierre's body on the kitchen floor, eyes open, blood pooling under her. The walls looked like a horror movie set. The detective who interviewed me later was kind but serious. "You're the only witness we have, Evan. Liam's got a history. Neighbors said he'd been paranoid for weeks, accusing her of cheating, checking her phone, following her. Tonight he snapped. They put out a bolo, be on the lookout, with a description. 6'2", athletic build, dark hoodie, possible hand injury. Composite sketch based on my details. Neighborhood canvas. Patrols increased. They even talked about temporary relocation if needed. My parents got home to flashing lights and me in the back of an ambulance, wrapped in a blanket. Mom cried the whole way home. Dad kept asking if I was hurt over and over. That was 3 weeks ago. Liam is still out there. Vanished that night, no credit cards, no phone pings, no sightings. The police say they're doing everything. FBI tip line, statewide alerts, even checking family in other states. We changed the locks. Dad installed a full security system, cameras front and back, motion lights, alarm that calls the police automatically. I'm not allowed home alone anymore. Mom sleeps in my room some nights because I wake up screaming. The worst part isn't the nightmares, it's the quiet moments. When I'm lying in bed, I hear it, tap, tap, tap. The house settling, wind on the window branches, but my heart stops every time. I think it's him, tapping to see if I'm awake. Tapping to let me know he's still watching. He knows my face, he knows my name, he knows where I live, and as long as I'm alive, I'm the only one who can put him away forever. Time is on his side. Every day he stays free is another day he could come back, and I keep wondering, is tonight the night he decides to finish what he started?
This happened to me back in my high school days, when I shared a room with my sister. I was completely obsessed with an anime called Black Butler, a story about a demon bound in a contract with a human. I loved it so much that I set the pentagram symbol from the show as my phone wallpaper. Everything was fine for a few days, but then one night, something terrifying happened. My sister was in college at the time, and we slept on a bunk bed, she on the top bunk, me on the bottom. Since I had early classes, I always set an alarm for 4:00 a.m. and kept my phone right beside me so I could turn it off easily. That night, we turned off the lights and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, my alarm suddenly started ringing. Still half asleep, I reached around with my eyes closed, trying to find my phone, but I couldn't feel it next to me. The ringing kept going, and in a drowsy voice I asked my sister, "Where's my phone?" She answered in an annoyed, sleepy tone, "I don't know." After it rang for about 5 minutes, I said again, "I can hear it coming from up there. Stop messing around and give it to me." Then she replied, "Okay, I found it. Here." I slightly opened my eyes, but it was pitch dark and I was still groggy, so my vision was blurry. I didn't really look around. An arm reached down from the top bunk and handed me the phone. But when I glanced at it, I saw long, thin fingers with sharp nails. I was so sleepy that I didn't fully register what I'd seen. I looked at the screen. It showed 3:00 a.m., even though I was certain I'd set the alarm for 4:00. Too tired to think, I just ignored it all and went back to sleep. The next morning at around 6:00, I asked my sister, "Why didn't you turn off the alarm? You had my phone, right?" That's when the real horror hit. She looked completely confused and said, "What are you talking about? I was fast asleep. I never woke up and talked to you that early." My heart stopped for a second, and cold sweat ran down my face. I whispered, "Then who was I talking to, and who handed me the phone?" Everything came rushing back. We stared at each other in pure terror. From that day on, I never used that wallpaper again. That night, both of us slept together on the bottom bunk. Even now, my sister and I still remember that horrifying experience. Sometimes I wonder, what if I hadn't been so sleepy that night? What if I had sat up and turned on the light? This happened about 9 months ago. I'm still trying to get over it. I used to be a really shy girl with no friends. I stayed away from social media because I thought it would distract me from studies. But on January 2nd, I decided to try Instagram for the first time, hoping I might finally make some friends. While scrolling, I came across an account that posted hilarious videos. I loved it, so I sent a message. The girl running the account was the same age as me. For privacy, I'll call her Renata. We became close very quickly. At first, we just shared funny reels. Then, we started opening up about our lives. I told her how lonely I felt and that she was basically my only friend. She sent me pictures of her family and even gave me her address, saying I could visit anytime. But about a month later, she suddenly stopped replying. I kept sending reels and asking if she was okay. Nothing. A week later, she finally messaged back with just, "I'm fine." I told her how worried I'd been, but she said everything was okay. Looking back, that was the first red flag. After that, whenever I sent something funny, she'd only react with an emoji. Anytime I tried to talk about deeper stuff, she'd just say, "Oh," or Then one day, she sent me a long, detailed message describing exactly how to kidnap and murder someone. I was terrified. I thought maybe it was a sick joke, but it didn't feel playful at all. The sane girl who used to send memes was now writing like a complete psychopath. Then she asked for my address. That's when I knew something was seriously wrong. I sent her a voice note saying that message made me extremely uncomfortable, and she should never send anything like that again. Honestly, I couldn't even finish reading the whole thing. Her reply was even worse. "Which part of that message made you uncomfortable?" I stopped responding and blocked her immediately. About a week later, I went out of town to visit my aunt. That's when I noticed something strange. The address Renata had given me was very close to where I was staying. Even though I was hurt and scared, part of me still cared. She had been my only friend, so I decided to go visit her. It would be our first time meeting in person. The neighborhood was confusing, but the neighbors helped me find the house right away after I showed them her photo. Now I understand why they were so quick to help. The house was big, just like in the pictures she'd sent. It was quiet, too quiet. I rang the doorbell. A woman opened the door. It was Renata's mother. I nervously said, "Hi, I'm here to see Renata." Her mother's face went pale, like she'd seen a ghost. A man. Her older brother Ryan rushed over, looking both angry and terrified. That's when I saw it, a framed photo of Renata on the wall, surrounded by flower garlands. My entire body went ice cold. They told me Renata was dead. She had been murdered by a psychopath. The police were still looking for him. And the worst part, the method used to kill her was exactly the same as the one described in the message sent to me. I told her family everything. They were devastated. Her brother called the police and tried to comfort me. I don't know what happened after that. I didn't ask. I never went near that house again. The whole thing left me terrified and completely alone. My family supported me, and therapy helped too. I'm doing better now, but I still think about it. I keep wondering, what if I had given that account my real address? Who was really behind it? And why were they messaging me from my friend's phone even after they had killed her? June 9th, 2013. Gifford Pinchot National Forest, Cougar, Washington, one of the oldest national forests in the United States. A 19-year-old woman named Maureen Kelly, born in 1993, went camping with friends at Canyon Creek Campground. Late that night, she walked alone into the deep woods, stripped completely naked, and vanished. She has never been found. This is a true story. During the trip, something suddenly changed in her. Out of nowhere, she announced, "I'm going on a spiritual quest." Then she did something no one expected. She took off all her clothes and tied a small pouch around her waist. Inside the pouch were only 3 items: a knife, matches, and a compass. No food, no water, no light. She promised her friends, "I'll be back before midnight," and walked straight into the forest. One of her friends, Amanda Ziegler, later said that Maureen had often talked about wanting a profound spiritual experience. But even she couldn't understand why Maureen chose that exact moment, or why she went in completely naked. The group eventually fell asleep. When morning came and Maureen still hadn't returned, they called for help. Authorities launched a massive search, over 100 people, helicopters sweeping the canopy, search teams combing the undergrowth. They found barefoot prints on a gravel road near Canyon Creek that matched Maureen's size. Canine units were brought in to track the scent. But then something inexplicable happened. The footprints stopped dead in the middle of the road. There was no sign of where she went next. The dogs lost the scent completely. It was as if she had simply disappeared into thin air. Investigators said hypothermia was the most likely cause. Night temperatures were low, and she had no clothes. But if she died from exposure, why was her body never found? People who knew her all described the case the same way: strange, deeply unsettling, and unexplainable. Some believe she was kidnapped, though the chances of encountering a violent stranger in such remote woods at night were extremely low. Others think she might have crawled under a fallen log or into a crevice to escape the cold and never came out. But the biggest question remains: why did she suddenly strip naked and walk alone into the forest? What was going through her mind? What did she believe she would find? 12 years later, there are still no answers. Maureen Kelly remains missing, and her disappearance is one of Washington State's most haunting, unsolved mysteries.
This happened almost 2 years ago.
That happened a couple of years back. I got pulled in for the overnight shift from 10 p.m. until 4 a.m. at the convenience store because a coworker bylaid last minute. The place sat on a main highway in a pretty calm countryside spot. On a typical late shift, you'd see maybe 10 to 20 folks drop by for a drink or a quick snack. But that evening, this young guy in his mid-20s showed up. He was letting out these bizarre, high-pitched shouts. I figured he might have some sort of developmental issue. Actually, my sibling deals with something similar, so I felt bad for him right away. He approached the register empty-handed, staring right at me, though his gaze was fixed upward toward the lights. It made me uneasy. I wasn't sure how to handle the situation. I attempted to chat with him, but he just replied with those intense sounds. I kept glancing outside to see if anyone was with him, but he seemed solo. No vehicles in the lot, so probably on foot. He lingered there forever, eyes on the ceiling, emitting those noises, until I decided to encourage him to leave by offering a free pack of snacks and saying he could take it and head out. I started searching for a contact to get him some assistance. Suddenly, he pivoted and exited the shop. I pitied the poor fellow, yet it left me feeling spooked. Roughly 60 minutes later, the store phone buzzed. I answered and recognized those same shouting echoes from the guy before. It threw me off completely. My mind jumped to it being a joke or something. I ended the call and started feeling on edge about everything around me, peering out the windows nonstop. When 4 a.m. hit, my relief arrived, letting me clock out and leave. It was no longer on my plate. I arrived home, dumped my belongings on the counter, eager for bed. But my cell rang almost immediately after stepping inside. A shiver hit me hard. Who calls at this hour? I assumed it was an emergency. Steeling myself, I picked up and heard the man once more. Nausea washed over me from those deafening cries. I fumbled to hang up quickly. Through the rest of the night, I sensed eyes on me despite the closed curtains, and I was convinced odd sounds echoed throughout the place. I stayed awake until daylight broke. Time went by, and I'd pushed the memory aside. But then, venturing into the lower level after ages, I saw documents strewn across the ground. And in the storage area down there, I spotted markings on the surfaces. The store name was scrawled in marker on the panel, plus the location of my workplace and my own residence details. The scariest bit, there were assorted blades from the kitchen and a big folding knife stashed in there too. What began as an apparent, harmless individual, evolving into what felt like a hoax, ended up revealing something far more terrifying. He'd been squatting in that space for who knows how many days, and I'm thankful that somehow he decided against whatever plan and vanished. Since there's been no sign of him afterward, all I'll add is that individual is seriously unstable.
Subscribe.
Lucas and I had been together for roughly 8 months. He was handsome, well-liked, and his TikTok account was exploding in popularity. He focused on motorcycle content, sharing slow-motion clips of him accelerating his bike, which earned him around 50,000 followers and a couple of minor sponsorships. Lucas thrived on the spotlight whenever folks spotted him at fuel stops or left flame emojis in his comments. But recently, it had begun inflating his ego. Then one day, a friend mentioned seeing him at the shopping center with Haley Patterson, this girl who'd been leaving flirty remarks on all his videos, and I lost it. When I questioned him, Lucas swore they were only pals, and accused me of being paranoid and envious. He even proposed we split if his online fame was overwhelming for me. So, I chose to hit him with evidence. I persuaded him to join a couple's truth or dare stream from my place. He jumped at the idea since it equaled more material. We prepared in my family room with proper illumination, set out treats, and started broadcasting around 8 p.m. on Friday. Viewers poured in. His audience mainly gushed about how adorable we appeared as a pair. We began lightly, like what's your top quality in one another, or mimic the other. The crowd enjoyed it. The comments went wild, and Lucas hammed it up for the lens. About 30 minutes later, I changed the tone. Truth or dare? I asked teasingly. He smirked at the viewers. Truth. I'm an open book. The chat erupted with ideas. I disregarded them. Did you hook up with Haley Patterson last Friday after claiming you were ill? Lucas's grin stiffened, and the comments detonated. What the heck, Amanda? He muttered, eyeing the audience tally. 3,000 folks were tuned in as his facade crumbled. It's truth or dare. You chose truth. I whipped out my phone and pressed play. The sound rang out clearly in his tone. Get back in bed, Haley. We have plenty of time before that idiot arrives. Haley had uploaded it to her restricted Instagram profile, the one with limited access. A buddy of mine captured screenshots and forwarded the recording before Haley removed it. Lucas leaped for my device, but I yanked it back. The comments spiraled out of control. This was spreading instantly. You planned this, he whispered harshly. You betrayed me, Luke, I replied, facing the camera. I wanted the world to see your true colors. His expression shifted entirely. The charisma and phony assurance he flaunted vanished. He appeared utterly furious. I could tell it struck him hard. We were streaming live. Thousands observed. His flawless persona was shattering before their eyes, yet he couldn't halt it. Amanda, end the stream. Hand over the phone. He was visibly trembling with anger. No, Amanda, I'm not joking. Yeah, and I was serious when you denied seeing Haley. He thrust his seat backward with such force it toppled over. You find this amusing. You believe exposing me live is some empowerment stunt. Lucas, relax. I began. Don't order me to relax. He paced, raking his fingers through his hair. I'll end you for this. You get that? I'll end you. He dashed to the kitchen surface and seized the large carving blade from beside the chopping block, then pivoted toward me. My gut sank. Luke, you've wrecked my existence, Lucas stated, advancing with the blade elevated. You've obliterated all I've built. I retreated from the setup, pulse racing. Lucas, lower the blade. Please, I'll end you, he bellowed. I vow I'll end you for this. I whirled and dashed for the exit, but he pursued closely. I heard his steps, his gasps, and his yells echoing. The broadcast continued, capturing it all. 3,000 viewers witnessed my fight for survival. I reached the entrance, but fumbled the lock. Lucas clutched my top and jerked me rearward. I shrieked. He slashed the blade at my cheek. I thrust my limb upward and sensed the slice. I wailed as warm blood streamed along my arm. "You've demolished me." He sobbed now while lifting the blade once more. "All my efforts are ruined. They despise me." I snatched a vase from the stand and hurled it at him. It struck his arm, and he staggered. The blade arced erratically and nicked my flank just under my ribs. Agony surged through me. Then the entryway flew open. My pals burst inside. Tyler slammed into Lucas from the side, and they tumbled. The blade slid across the ground. Maya leaped onto Lucas's rear as Jake restrained his limbs. Lucas kept ranting and struggling. "Release me. I'll end every one of you." She shattered everything. Jake's partner had her device recording. Lucas writhed, attempting to chomp Tyler's limb and boot at Maya. It required all three to subdue him until law enforcement showed up. When the officers arrived, Lucas persisted with threats. They restrained him amid his shouts about his audience and profession. As they hauled him to the vehicle, he glanced back at me. "You believe this concludes?" he yelled. "I'll hunt you upon release. You're finished, Amanda. Understand, you're finished." The broadcast remained active throughout. By dawn, it dominated feeds. Lucas faced charges of assault, menacing threats, and attempted homicide. He accepted a plea. He received 3 years in youth facility, but his attorney ensured I learned that when Lucas hits 18 in 6 months, he'll shift to adult incarceration. And upon release, in 2.5 years, no barrier prevents him from locating me. Overall, I required 40 stitches, 23 on my arm, 17 on my side. I erased all my profiles and switched my contact. My folks added alarms, but none eases my fear since I know Lucas intended each threat he uttered. Ethan and I had this little TikTok duo account where we posted dumb skits, food challenges, and the occasional prank. Nothing crazy, just enough to hit 24,000 followers and score a few free energy drink deals. But for the past 2 months, the views had flatlined. We were stuck. The comments were turning mean, and the algorithm had basically buried us alive. One Thursday night, Ethan blew up my phone. "Bro, I found the one. This trend is gonna send us to 1 million overnight." I asked what it was. He called it Number Overnight Squatter. The rules were simple, but insane. Break into an empty-looking house after midnight, hide until sunrise, film the whole thing, and post it raw. everyone who'd done it recently had exploded. I told him it sounded like actual jail time waiting to happen. He just laughed and said, "We're 16, not 60. Live a little." We picked the perfect target, a 2-story house 3 streets over that had been dark for weeks. Mail overflowing, grass dead, newspapers yellowing on the porch. We waited until 12:47 a.m., slipped on black hoodies like we were in a movie, and crawled through an unlocked basement window. The place smelled like old pizza and something sharp, almost metallic. Ethan was already recording on his phone, whispering hype lines for the intro. "Yo, we inside the ghost house. Let's see if we survive till morning." We crept upstairs. Kitchen counters were covered in takeout boxes, crawling with ants. The fridge had half-eaten burgers turning green. Ethan opened one, sniffed it, gagged for the camera, then sprayed an entire bottle of $1,000-looking cologne he found in the bathroom. "Smelling like money now, chat," he laughed. The live comments were going nuts, hearts flying, people calling us legends. Then someone in the chat wrote, "Yo, why is there a pile of bedsheets in the corner with giant red stains?" Ethan swung the flashlight. In the living room corner was a heap of white sheets, soaked dark in the middle, still wet and glistening. My stomach flipped. "That's not paint, man." Ethan zoomed in, trying to play it off as content, but his voice cracked. "Chat, chill. Probably fake blood from Halloween, or that's when we heard it." A key sliding into the front door lock. We killed the flashlight and dove for cover. I crammed myself into the hallway closet. Ethan slid under the master bed. My heart was hammering so loud I was scared the guy would hear it. Heavy boots climbed the stairs. A man in his late 40s walked in wearing paint-stained jeans and a plain gray hoodie. Normal looking, the kind of face you'd forget in a grocery line. That made it 10 times worse. He went straight to the sheet pile, flipped it back like it was laundry day, and there it was, a dead man, maybe 50, one clean bullet hole in the forehead, eyes still open and glossy. The blood hadn't even fully dried. I slapped my hand over my mouth so hard I tasted blood. The man sighed like he was annoyed about dishes, grabbed the corpse under the arms, and started dragging it toward the hallway, leaving a thick red smear on the hardwood. He stopped halfway out the door, sniffed, actually sniffed the air like a dog. "I smell teenage cologne," he said, almost amused. "Come on out, kid. I'll make it fast." He pulled a pistol from his waistband. I heard Ethan's muffled whimper under the bed. The man dropped to his knees, looked underneath, and smiled. "There you are." The gunshot punched my eardrums. One single loud crack. Ethan's body jerked once and went still. I watched his phone slide out from his limp hand, still recording, lens pointed at his open, empty eyes, while blood spread under his head like spilled paint. The man stood up, grabbed Ethan by the ankles, and dragged him next to the first body. He was humming, actually humming. Then he froze again, tilted his head. "Wait, you said we on the way in, didn't you?" He started searching. Behind the couch, inside cabinets, kicking open doors. I pressed myself deeper into the closet, coats over my face, praying he couldn't hear me breathing. His shadow fell across the closet door. The knob turned slowly. I didn't plan it. I just reacted. I slammed every ounce of my weight against the door. It smashed into his face with a wet crunch. He stumbled backward, cursing, gun swinging wild. I bolted past him, down the stairs, 3 at a time, shoes slipping on blood. 2 gunshots boomed behind me. Plaster exploded off the wall by my ear. I hit the front door at full speed, burst out into the cold night, and ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out 4 blocks away. I called 911, sobbing so hard the operator kept asking me to repeat myself. Police found both bodies exactly where I said. The first victim was the actual homeowner, reported missing 16 days earlier. Ethan was still clutching his phone. The recording caught everything, including the moment the bullet took his life. They caught the killer 3 days later, hiding at his sister's place with a packed suitcase. Turns out he was the dead guy's ex-business partner. They'd argued over money, and he'd come back that night to move the body. We literally broke in the same night he returned to clean up his murder. Ethan's funeral was closed casket. His mom hugged me once and whispered, "He always said you were the brave one." Then she walked away and never looked at me again. The final video hit 42 million views before TikTok took it down. Half the comments still say it's fake, that we staged it for clout, that the blood looks too real to be real. Some creator even slowed down the gunshot frame by frame to prove it was CGI. We just wanted to go viral. We did. And now every time I close my eyes, I still see Ethan's arm drop, hear that single crack, and smell that cologne mixing with blood. I deleted the app, smashed my phone, moved schools, but nothing deletes the fact that my best friend died for a trend, on camera, reaching for likes that keep coming even after he's gone. In senior year, there was this girl named Brielle who basically owned the entire school. Perfect skin, rich parents, designer backpack, and almost 6,000 TikTok followers because she posted "Get ready with me" videos and dance clips in the hallway. She acted like the building 3,000 square feet of popularity gave her the right to ruin lives. Her favorite punching bag was Harper. Quiet, straight-A, always had her nose in a book. wore the same 2 hoodies on rotation. Harper never bothered anyone, which made her the perfect target. One Thursday after volleyball practice, I was changing in the locker room when I heard Brielle's fake sweet voice bounce off the tiles. She was live on TikTok, phone held high like a trophy. Guys, you are not gonna believe the disaster I just found in the showers. Say hi to the creature. I turned the corner and saw Harper pressed against the wall, dripping wet, clutching a towel for dear life. Her face was scarlet, eyes already spilling tears. Brielle circled her like a shark, zooming in on every stretch mark, every goosebump, every tremble. "Look at this, besties," Brielle sang. "This is what happens when you care more about books than basic hygiene." The live chat scrolled so fast it blurred. Laughing emojis, vomit emojis, Ewa, ratio. Someone get her a razor. Harper tried to shrink into the tile. Brielle reached out and yanked at the towel. Harper screamed and yanked it back, but the corner slipped for half a second, and the chat absolutely detonated. Brielle cackled. That's when something in my chest snapped. I'd watched Brielle do this to other girls for 3 straight years and stayed quiet because I didn't want the spotlight on me. But seeing Harper shaking Harper sob while hundreds of strangers tore her apart live on the internet broke the last thread. I stepped between them. "Stop the live, Brielle, now." She swung the phone to my face. "Oh my God, chat, it's Captain Save-A-Nerd. Everybody spam crying emojis." I looked straight into the lens. "Your dad's been sleeping with his secretary for 2.5 years. That's why your mom packed a bag and moved to your aunt's condo in March. She left you the house because she couldn't stand looking at him or you anymore." The locker room went dead quiet, except for the ping, ping, ping of notifications. Brielle's smile cracked clean in half. "Shut up, Ellie. And that nose you keep bragging about. You got it done in Miami last summer. Your cousin leaked the before pics on her private story for exactly 6 hours before you threatened to ruin her life. I have the screenshots." Brielle's face went from pink to purple. The chat was pure chaos. Popcorn emojis, screenshots flying, people tagging her mom's Facebook. She screamed and slapped me so hard my ears rang. Then she lunged to the nearest open locker, grabbed a pair of heavy art class scissors, the long silver ones with the pointed tips, and held them up to the camera like a trophy. "Let's see how pretty you are with no hair, hero." She grabbed a fistful of my ponytail and raised the scissors. That's when Harper moved. I didn't even see her coming. 1 second, she was a trembling mess in the corner. The next, she was airborne. She slammed into Brielle's back like a linebacker. Brielle stumbled forward, scissors clattering across the tile. Harper dropped, snatched them up, and charged. The first stab went straight into Brielle's left eye. The scream that came out wasn't human. It was metal scraping metal. Blood sprayed across the white tile in perfect arcs. Brielle's hands flew to her face, but Harper was already stabbing again. Neck, collarbone, chest, anywhere soft. She was laughing. This high, broken, victorious laugh while she worked. I screamed for someone to get help, but everyone else was frozen, phones still up, recording every second. Brielle collapsed. Harper straddled her and kept going long after she stopped moving. Blood pooled so fast it reached my sneakers. Harper's arms were painted red to the elbows. Hair stuck to her face with it, and she was still laughing. Teachers and security finally burst in. It took 3 of them to drag Harper off. She fought like a wild animal, scissors still clutched in her fist, trying to crawl back to finish what she started. The entire thing, from Brielle's cruel live to Harper's final stab, was 13 minutes and 42 seconds. Someone downloaded it before TikTok nuked the account. It's still floating around gore sites, shock forums, even Reddit threads that argue whether the blood spray pattern is realistic. Brielle was pronounced dead at the hospital. Harper was ruled incompetent to stand trial. Complete psychotic break triggered by prolonged, targeted harassment. She's in a locked psychiatric ward now, heavily medicated. Every Valentine's Day and every birthday, I get a handmade card in the mail, childish flowers drawn in marker. Always the same message in neat block letters. Thank you for being my only real friend that day. Love, Harper. Sometimes the paper smells faintly like antiseptic. Sometimes there are tiny rust-colored fingerprints in the corner. I visited once. She looked calm, almost sleepy, until I accidentally said Brielle's name. Harper's eyes went glassy. Her lips curled into that same broken smile, and the laugh started again, low, wet giggles that made the nurses rush in. They banned phones in locker rooms, started mandatory anti-cyberbullying assemblies, installed cameras everywhere. Brielle's parents tried to sue the school, the app, half the senior class. Every case got thrown out. But nothing throws out the memory. I still wake up tasting metal in the air. I still see Harper's red arms rising and falling. I still hear that laugh, and every time another card arrives with those careful flowers, and that careful thank you, I wonder if Harper even remembers that I'm trapped in that locker room too, just on the other side of the blood. Hey, my name is Ethan, and I need to get this off my chest. It all started a few years ago, back when TikTok was still kind of a small thing, and nobody outside certain circles really cared about it. That's when the obsession began. Every single morning I'd wake up, grab my phone, and stare at a blank notification screen, hoping something, anything, would finally light it up. If you search for me today, you won't find a trace. Every account I ever had is gone, permanently suspended, erased, like I never existed. But there was a time when my name was everywhere, just not for anything good. The first taste of real attention came completely by accident. I caught an actual high fever, nothing dramatic, just enough to knock me flat. I was bored out of my mind, dripping sweat, and miserable. So I filmed a 10-second clip of myself looking wrecked and captioned it, "I feel like death." For the first time in forever, the comments poured in, hundreds of people asking if I was okay, telling me to rest, writing whole paragraphs about how strong I was for sharing my struggle. That flood of care felt like someone had handed me oxygen after months underwater. I soaked it up. Then I got better. And just like that, the silence returned, colder and heavier than before. My phone went dead again. It honestly felt like someone had unplugged my entire life support. So I did the only thing I could think of. I posted an update saying the fever was hanging on, that I still wasn't right. The sympathy came rushing back, stronger than the first time. The rush was instant, electric, addictive. That's when the rot quietly set in. I was alone most days. My parents and siblings were always at work or school, so it was just me, my room, and an endless scroll. Time stopped meaning anything. The only moments that felt real were when a new comment popped up. Eventually, even "I'm still sick" stopped cutting it. Views dropped. The algorithm doesn't reward boring. You either keep people hooked or you vanish. That reality sat on my chest like a cinder block. The thought of sliding back into being nobody made my stomach turn. So I escalated. I said the illness had moved into my nerves, that my legs were getting weaker every day. People bought it immediately. They called me courageous, a warrior, started Venmoing me money for medical bills. I'd never felt more seen in my entire life. I started practicing, dragging my feet when I walked so the limp looked natural on camera, filming myself leaning on furniture like I couldn't stand straight. The sympathy exploded. I ordered the cheapest wheelchair I could find online. It squeaked like crazy, but on video, it looked convincing enough. Grown adults were openly crying in my comments. Donations doubled. For the first time, the constant quiet in my room was gone. Every morning, I woke up in a panic that today would be the day they all stopped caring. I'd check my phone before my feet even hit the floor. The fear of silence again made me physically nauseous. So I kept pushing the story darker. I filmed myself trembling, did fake pain episodes at 3 a.m., made everything look as raw and desperate as possible. The follower count climbed, but the knot in my throat never loosened. I barely slept. I hid the wheelchair and all the props from my family. I'd sit in it for hours when nobody was home, so my legs would actually look stiff and pale on camera. At some point, I stopped being able to tell what was real and what was performance. Uploading became pure dread. My throat would close up while the video processed, terrified someone would finally call me out. But the comments always saved me and imprisoned me at the same time. You're so strong. Keep fighting. That word, strong, started tasting like poison. Then one follower slid into my DMs asking for proof, actual medical papers. My heart stopped. If they exposed me, everything would collapse. I spent all night hunting down blank doctor note templates, filled them out in shaky handwriting, spilled coffee on the corners to age them. I sent the scans with my stomach in my throat. They believed me, but the fear didn't leave. It just grew roots. When the donations started slowing again, something inside me cracked. I stared at the wheelchair, at the ring light, at the empty notification bar, and realized faking it wasn't enough anymore. I needed something undeniable, something that would force them to keep believing forever. The idea crept in softly. Give them something real, something they could never question. My family still had no clue what was really going on. They thought I had some mysterious progressive illness. I hid receipts, boxes, everything. I'd pretend to nap whenever someone checked on me. But the final shove didn't come from me. It came from the audience. They started demanding more proof, close-ups of scars that didn't exist, live streams of hospital visits that weren't happening. Comments turned into commands. If it's really that bad, show us. No cuts this time. We need to see it for real. I should have shut the phone off and walked away. Instead, I refreshed the page over and over until the pressure warped into duty. I told myself I'd only fake it one last time, something shocking enough to silence the doubters forever. I stashed a small, sharp tool under my pillow, swearing it was just a prop. But the longer it sat there, the more the line blurred. That night, I propped the phone on the carpet, hit record, and gave a shaky update. It's getting worse. I can't do this anymore. The live chat lit up instantly. Don't stop now. Show us. Prove it. It didn't feel like support anymore. It felt like a mob shoving me off a ledge for entertainment. I sat cross-legged on the floor, breathing so hard my vision blurred, staring at the tool in my hand. I rolled up my sleeve. My pulse was hammering in my ears. The blade hovered just above my skin. The chat kept scrolling. Do it. We're here for you. If you back out now, everyone will know you lied. Someone typed, frauds don't deserve sympathy. I actually pressed down. The door exploded open so hard it bounced off the wall. My older brother tackled me sideways before I could finish the motion, wrenching wrenching the tool away. My parents grabbed my arms and pinned me gently but firmly, like I was made of glass about to shatter. They weren't angry. They looked hollowed out, eyes wide, realizing how close they'd just come to losing me. I couldn't meet their faces. All I could see was the phone still glowing on the floor, live chat flying by, with strangers egging me on to destroy myself for their content. They didn't shout. They just held me, kept murmuring my name until the shaking stopped, then carried me out of that room like I was a little kid again. Straight to the car, straight to the ER. No audience, no likes. Just the crushing weight of almost throwing my life away for notifications. The doctors admitted me for psych evaluation that same night. My accounts were reported and wiped within hours, donations reversed. My name disappeared from trends faster than it had ever appeared. I'm in therapy now, proper inpatient stuff for a while, then outpatient. I'm learning how to exist without an audience measuring my worth in real time. I'm not proud of a single thing I did. I can't even blame the viewers entirely. I'm the one who kept raising the stakes. I crossed every line myself. Some nights, I still feel the ghost pressure of that blade on my arm and realize how paper-thin the gap was. If my family had come home 10 seconds later, I might have done permanent damage just to keep strangers entertained. That's the part that keeps me awake, knowing I almost let a crowd of people who didn't even know my real last name decide whether I was worth keeping whole. And that's the weight I carry now, every single day that I'm still here. Hey, I'm Kay, and what happened to me still doesn't feel real when I say it out loud. I make little videos for a living, nothing big, just makeup swatches, outfit ideas, whatever's trending that week. I live with my older sister Jenna in this tiny rented house, a little outside town. The only real annoyance is the basement. It stays damp no matter what we do. Smells like old wood and mold, and the single bulb down there flickers like it's personally offended by electricity. That afternoon, I was completely alone. Jenna had texted me earlier saying she was heading downtown to grab new work shoes and wouldn't be back till evening. I barely replied. I had 4 reviews to film before sunset, and I was already behind. Everything was totally ordinary until I was on my 3rd take of some random lip gloss haul. Out of nowhere came this sharp thud from underneath the floorboards, like someone knocked on wood with their knuckles. Not loud, but deliberate. I froze mid-sentence, waited. Nothing. Told myself it was the house settling, kept filming. 5 minutes later, it happened again. Harder, same rhythm. Definitely coming from the basement this time. I rolled my eyes so hard, I nearly pulled a muscle. Classic Jenna move. sneak home early, and scare me for content. I fired off a text. "If you're downstairs, quit it. I'm working." Instant reply. "I'm literally in the middle of the shoe store, look." She attached a photo, shelves of sneakers behind her, timestamp, and everything. My stomach did a tiny flip, but I shoved it down. Houses make noises, whatever. Still, the next knock came right on cue, like it was answering me. At that point, I grabbed my phone, hit record, and decided if my sister wanted to play ghost, I'd catch her red-handed and get a viral prank clip out of it. I checked the front door, locked, side window closed. No extra shoes by the mat. Nobody had come in. I told myself she must have slipped in the back somehow. I walked to the basement, door holding the phone up like a weapon, ready to yell, "Gotcha." The knocking stopped the exact second my fingers touched the handle. I cracked the door open. The stairs disappeared into black. I flipped on the camera light, started rolling, and whispered, "I know you're down there, clown." My voice sounded steadier than I felt. First step creaked loud enough to wake the dead. I waited at the top, letting the silence build for drama. Then I heard it. Not a knock anymore, more like someone shifting their weight on the concrete below. Soft scrape. I aimed the light down. Nothing, just darkness eating the beam. My phone buzzed. Another photo from Jenna. Same store, different angle, holding up 2 different shoes with the caption, "Help me choose lol." I typed back, "You're seriously not home. Kay, what is going on?" I stared down the stairs and felt my knees go loose. If she wasn't here, then something else was. I turned to head back up, and the door slammed shut behind me so hard the frame shook. I yanked the knob. It wouldn't budge. Not locked, held. Something on the other side was pushing back with steady pressure. I didn't scream. I just pulled harder, over and over, until my palms burned. The basement stayed dead quiet behind me, which somehow felt worse than any sound. I gave up on the door and swung the phone light down the stairs again. Empty. Old washer, cardboard boxes, concrete floor. Nothing moved, but I knew better now. I took one step down, then another. Each creak sounded like a gunshot in my ears. Halfway down, I heard dragging behind me, slow, like heavy cloth sliding over wood. I whipped the light up. Shapes, more than one, coming down the stairs after me. They weren't right. Edges kept blurring, stretching, folding in ways that hurt to look at. No clear faces, no normal arms or legs, just long, thin pieces bending the wrong directions. Silent. Fast. I stumbled backward down the last few steps, hit the floor hard, phone flying out of my hand. It spun across the concrete, throwing wild flashes of the ceiling. Before I could crawl to it, those things were already at the bottom. Something razor-thin grazed my forearm, instant fire. then again across my shoulder, then everywhere. I kicked, thrashed, tried to scream, but the air felt thick. One of them wrapped around my ankle and twisted until I heard the bone snap. Another yanked my left arm so hard the socket popped with a wet crunch. The pain was constant, everywhere, like being torn apart by 100 careful hands. My own screams echoed back at me off the walls. The phone's light flickered once, just long enough for me to see them clearly. No eyes, no mouths, just pale, stretched skin and too many joints. Then, a final blow to my ribs folded me in half and the world cut to black. I woke up under bright hospital lights. Couldn't move anything except my eyes. Jenna was holding my hand sobbing, Mom behind her shaking like a leaf. Machines beeped. Every tiny shift of the bed felt like knives. They wheeled me out later, and I caught my reflection in a metal cabinet. Legs twisted at impossible angles, one arm dangling useless, torso covered in deep, perfectly straight cuts, layered over chaotic scratches, like someone had drawn on me with scalpels for hours. I could only croak one thing to Jenna: never go back to that house. The doctors kept asking what kind of animal could do this inside a locked basement. Nothing they knew made wounds that clean and that insane at the same time. Weeks of surgeries, skin grafts, therapy. Police took statements I couldn't even give properly. Jenna went back once, in full daylight, with 4 friends standing guard outside. She grabbed what little we cared about, and we never returned. My phone survived. The video is still on it. Mostly darkness, my panicked breathing. A few seconds of those things in the flickering light before it all goes red and cuts out. I still flinch every time a floorboard creaks. Some nights, I wake up feeling cold fingers dragging across my skin that isn't there anymore. That house is empty now. For sale sign out front. Price slashed every month. I hope whoever buys it never opens the basement door. My name is Dylan, and I still check the locks 3 times before I sleep. I make dumb little videos, challenges, reactions, random clips of my day. Nothing huge, just enough that a couple thousand people usually watch. I never thought one username could ruin my life. Her name on the app was Emma Ray. Profile picture, sweet smile, peace sign, looked like any other fan. At first, she just commented on everything, long paragraphs, stitched every video, quoted things I'd said weeks earlier. Normal parasocial stuff, annoying but harmless. Or so I thought. Then I posted one photo with my girlfriend Mia. Nothing special, just us at dinner. That single picture flipped a switch. The next day, Emma's comments turned bitter. She posted rants about how real fans get replaced the second A creator finds someone in real life. She said Mia was using me, that she understood me on a level Mia never could. I laughed it off. Mia laughed it off. Biggest mistake we ever made. Emma started dressing like the outfits I'd once said I liked. She made edits of my face over romantic movie scenes. When people tagged me asking what was going on, I blocked her. She made 10 new accounts in a week. Different names, different photos, same writing style. She was everywhere. One night, Mia texted me that she kept feeling watched outside her apartment. Footsteps that stopped when she turned around. Shadows that moved too fast. I told her it was nothing, but my stomach already knew. Days later, Mia stepped out to take a call while I waited inside. The apartment felt too quiet. Every second, she was gone stretched forever. When she ran back in, her voice was shaking. There was a girl across the street filming me the whole time. Round face, messy ponytail. She didn't even blink when I stared right at her. I didn't need to ask who it was. I walked to the window, heart hammering. The street was empty. That emptiness felt worse than if she'd still been standing there. We tried to move on. Then, one evening, Mia didn't answer texts. I called, no reply. I drove to her place in full panic. Her front door was cracked open. Inside, the lights were off except one lamp that had fallen over. She was on the kitchen floor, bleeding from her head and arms, barely conscious. She managed to whisper that a woman had broken in, put a hand over her mouth, and kept repeating my name like a prayer while cutting her. Said she had to remove the problem. The attacker fled when she heard neighbors in the hall. I held Mia while the ambulance came. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. The police took statements, but we had no real name, no address, nothing solid. They told us to stay somewhere else for a while. I crashed at my best friend Cole's house. I spent the entire first night sitting up, listening to every sound outside. At 3:17 a.m., I heard the back gate creak, then soft footsteps on the grass. I crept to the window. Moonlight showed a figure crouched by the shed, phone pointed at the house, shoulders heaving like she'd been running. Same round face, same messy hair. Emma had followed the tiniest clues from my stories. A street sign here, a coffee shop logo there, and tracked me across 3 cities. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, a metal baseball bat Cole kept by the door, and waited in the dark hallway. The back door handle turned slowly. She was trying to be quiet. She slipped inside. I heard her whispering to herself, my name mixed with broken sentences, like she was talking to me in her head. She walked right past where I stood in the shadows. When she reached the hallway, I stepped out and swung. The bat connected with her shoulder. She screamed, spun, claws out. We crashed to the floor. She was stronger than she looked, nails raking my arms, teeth trying to bite, sobbing that I'd betrayed her, that Mia had brainwashed me, that we were meant to be together. Cole came running, tackled her off me, pinned her, until the cops arrived 20 minutes later. They found dozens of printed photos of me in her bag, maps with my locations circled, a knife still wet with Mia's blood. Turns out she'd flown in from another state the day after that dinner photo went up. Mia survived, physically at least. She still flinches when someone stands too close. I stopped posting anything that shows where I am, what I'm wearing, even the weather. Every new follower with too many heart emojis gets blocked instantly. Emma Ray is locked up now, awaiting trial for attempted murder and stalking. Some of her old followers still defend her online, say she's mentally ill and just loved him too much. They call Mia the villain. They call me cruel for pressing charges. I don't make videos the way I used to. When I do, I film in empty rooms with blank walls. I triple check every frame before it goes live. Some nights, I still wake up reaching for the bat that isn't there anymore. I still look out windows before I open curtains. And every time a notification pings, my heart stops for half a second. Just in case it's another Emma starting the cycle all over again. That's what living under someone else's obsession does. It never really leaves you. This incident took place last year, just a couple of days before Christmas. My wife, Julia, and I had no choice but to make a rushed visit to the local mall for some holiday decorations and ingredients for our big family dinner. And we brought along our young son, Danny. The place was filling up with shoppers by the minute, turning into a chaotic sea of people. I gripped Danny's hand tightly and warned him to stick close to me at all times. Yet, in the blink of an eye, when I glanced down again, he had vanished into the crowd. Panic surged through us as we dashed from shop to shop, yelling his name at the top of our lungs. A cold knot of fear twisted in my stomach. Julia burst into tears, her face drained of color. We were in the middle of explaining the situation to the mall's security team, begging for their assistance in locating Danny, when a chilling announcement echoed over the loudspeakers from their control room. Attention all shoppers. We regret to inform you that one of our security officers has been discovered deceased in the men's restroom. Please stay composed and remain within the premises. Out of nowhere, one of the guards pulled up surveillance video on a monitor, revealing footage of what appeared to be another security officer guiding Danny by the hand down a restricted corridor toward the rear of the building. That's him, that's our boy, I exclaimed. Get in touch with that guard right away. But as I studied the security guy's reaction, his complexion went ashen. He stammered that the individual in the video wasn't part of their staff at all. In fact, The uniform matched exactly the one worn by the officer who'd just been found dead in the bathroom. Julia collapsed to the ground in sobs, overwhelmed by the horror. Images of Danny's vulnerable, trusting expression haunted me. "The police are en route, sir. They'll arrive any second," the guard assured me. But I couldn't stand idle. I bolted toward the back areas. "Sir, hold on. He could be armed and dangerous," they shouted after me. None of that mattered. My only thought was rescuing Danny. I shoved open the employee's only door and entered a dim, stark concrete passageway. Overhead, lights dangled sporadically, many flickering or burned out, casting erratic shadows that danced with my every step. I sprinted by cluttered storerooms stacked with crates, and that's when I caught the sound of Danny's terrified cries. "Daddy, Daddy." I zeroed in on his voice and slammed through another door into a vast warehouse space. There he was. The imposter had hoisted Danny up off the floor, one arm clamped vice-like around his torso, the other brandishing a sharp knife aimed at his throat. Danny's tiny legs flailed feebly in the air, his cheeks flushed crimson from endless tears. "Back off right now," the man snarled menacingly. "Release him," I managed to choke out, my voice trembling. "He's just a little boy, only 6 years old. Whatever this is, please don't involve him." The man sneered. I couldn't care less. "This kid is my ticket out of here, keeps the authorities off my back without any hassle." Danny was sobbing uncontrollably, his body quaking in fear, his small arms reaching desperately toward me. I realized one misstep could end everything, so I had to play this cleverly. I lifted my hands in surrender and said steadily, "Okay, listen, you're trying to escape this place, aren't you? I'll assist you. Just put him down and take me as your hostage instead. I swear I'll go along with whatever you say." He hesitated, using the knife to scratch at his temple thoughtfully, eyeing Danny, then shifting his gaze back to me. "Is this some kind of ploy? Because if it is, I'll end this right here with a bullet." "No tricks," I insisted. "Switch us out. Let the boy go. The police are closing in. You need to act fast." Somehow, my plea worked. He lowered Danny to the ground. My son toddled over to me on unsteady legs, and I enveloped him in a tight embrace. He was still weeping, convinced the danger lingered. I soothed him gently, whispering that he should hurry back to his mother, and that I'd be okay soon. But at that very moment, the thunder of approaching footsteps filled the air. The man lunged at me, wrapping his arm around my throat and pressing the blade against my temple. Officers exploded into the room. Danny lingered nearby, wailing for me. One cop scooped him up protectively, while the others demanded the man surrender me. But he barked threats, vowing that any interference would cost me my life. I urged the police to prioritize getting Danny to safety, insisting I could handle myself. As we emerged back into the main mall area, a hushed crowd gawked at us with wide-eyed tension and dread. The officers attempted negotiations, but this guy, turns out, he was an escaped prisoner, brushed off every tactic they threw at him. Julia let out a piercing scream from amid the onlookers upon spotting me. It eased my mind a bit to see Danny safely reunited with her. Yet, I knew the swap had shattered her world. She'd regained our son only to risk losing her husband. It felt like one nightmare morphing into another. The fugitive ordered me toward the exit, warning against any stupid moves. One slip up, and I'll put a hole in his skull. I complied, inching forward deliberately. The cops trained their weapons on him, but with my life on the line, they held fire. We neared the elevator when my eyes caught a large metallic Christmas star suspended from the ceiling inside it. A plan sparked in my brain. He smacked the back of my head with the knife's handle and growled, "Move it. You're my insurance policy. Got it." I stepped in. But as the doors began to slide shut, I saw him smirking triumphantly at the police, basking in his perceived victory. That momentary arrogance was his undoing. Seizing the opportunity, I yanked the star down and drove its sharp tip straight into his right eye. He howled in agony, the knife clattering to the floor. The officers rushed in, tackling him to the ground in an instant. The whole ordeal unfolded so swiftly that a stunned silence blanketed the scene for what felt like ages. At last, I was back with my loved ones. Danny raced into my arms, clutching me fiercely while mumbling apologies through his sniffles. "I'm so sorry, Dad. I never should have wandered off." "Hush now," I replied softly. "You're okay, that's what counts most." "Did it scare you?" he asked, his voice small. "Absolutely terrified," I admitted, "but for you, I'd sacrifice everything without a second thought. Will you keep me safe forever? Forever and always. That's my promise." On that fateful day, I could have spun tales for Danny about being fearless or some invincible hero, but in my view, honesty is key with children. Let them see that moms and dads are just people, capable of errors like anyone else. It builds a foundation of true respect for the choices we make as parents. Last Christmas Eve was the worst decision I ever made. I was a sophomore in college up in Vermont, and at the very last minute, I decided to drive home to Ohio to surprise my family. A massive blizzard was already hammering the Northeast, but I figured if I left right after my last exam, I could beat the worst of it. I was dead wrong. About 30 minutes onto Highway 9, the snow turned into a complete whiteout. Visibility dropped to zero. My wipers couldn't keep up. And then my old Civic just died. No heat, no lights, no cell service, nothing. The temperature outside was plunging fast, and within minutes, the windows were frosting over from the inside. I sat there bundled in every layer I had, watching snow pile up on the hood, praying for even one bar on my phone. That's when I saw headlights behind me, cutting through the storm like knives. An ancient Ford pickup rolled up, absolutely covered in blinking, multicolored Christmas lights. There was a glowing plastic Santa on the dash, a wreath zip-tied to the grille, and strings of icicle lights dangling from the mirrors. It looked like a parade float that had lost its mind. The driver leaned across the seat and rolled down the passenger window. He was wearing a full Grinch costume, green fur, red jacket, the whole thing, and a Santa hat pulled low over the mask. His voice came out muffled but cheerful. "Need a lift, kid? Can't leave somebody freezing on Christmas." I was so cold and desperate, I didn't think twice. I grabbed my backpack, locked the car, and climbed in. The cab smelled like cheap pine air freshener, mixed with something sharp and metallic I couldn't place. Candy canes were duct taped all over the dash. The radio was playing a warped cassette of "You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch" on repeat. We pulled back onto the highway. For the first couple minutes, he didn't say much, just hummed along with the song. Then, out of nowhere, "You know what I can't stand about Christmas?" I laughed nervously. No, what?" "All that phony happiness, families acting like they love each other, kids screaming for garbage toys that'll be landfill by New Year's." He turned his head toward me. Even through the mesh mouth of the mask, I could feel the smile. I tried to play it off. "Guess that's why you went full Grinch, huh?" He chuckled, low and slow. "Exactly." The turnoff for the nearest town came and went. My stomach dropped. "Hey man, you just missed the exit." "Nah," he said, still staring straight ahead. "We're going home. You're my Christmas guest this year. The Grinch doesn't like eating alone anymore." My mouth went dry. "My parents are expecting me. Let them wait." He cut me off. "Where were they when you were freezing on the side of the road, huh?" He reached over and popped open the glove box. Inside sat a long hunting knife next to a striped candy cane. The blade was dark and sticky looking. He tapped it with a gloved finger. "Got to carve the roast just right," he said almost to himself. "Takes patience, knowing exactly where to cut." We were slowing down now, turning onto an unplowed service road that disappeared into thick pines. No houses, no lights, just endless trees and snow. I didn't wait for him to stop. I jerked the door handle, threw my shoulder into it, and tumbled out into the storm. I hit the pavement hard, shoulder, ribs. Everything exploded in pain. But I scrambled up and ran for the tree line. Behind me, the truck's brake lights flared red. Then the engine roared. He was backing up. I crashed into the woods. Branches whipped my face. Snow up to my knees. Lungs burning from the ice-cold air. I could hear him laughing over the engine as the truck left the road and started plowing straight through the trees after me. The Christmas lights blinked insanely between the trunks, red, green, blue, white, like some demonic parade. I cut left. The truck tried to follow, clipped a pine, kept coming. I could see the grill getting closer, hear the tires spinning for traction. 10 feet, 5 feet. My boot snagged a root buried under the snow, and I went down hard, face first, into a drift. I rolled over just as the bumper rushed at me. 3 feet away, the truck suddenly locked up. Sirens screamed out of nowhere. Red and blue lights strobed through the trees. A state trooper's SUV burst into view behind the pickup. The Grinch slammed it into reverse, fishtailed, and floored it back toward the road. As he passed me, he stuck his head out the window, the Santa hat flapping in the wind. "Merry Christmas, kid. Enjoy it while you still can." Then he was gone, swallowed by the blizzard. The troopers found me half buried and shaking. They located my abandoned car, saw the tire tracks leading into the woods, took my statement. They told me they'd been chasing reports all night of a beat-up pickup covered in Christmas lights, tailing people on the highway, running them off the road, then disappearing. They never found the truck, never found the Grinch. No plates, no footprints that led anywhere, nothing. Just tire tracks and my bruises. I made it home 2 days later after the roads cleared. My family thought I was exaggerating from trauma. I don't drive anywhere on Christmas Eve anymore. I flinch when I see trucks decorated with lights. And every time I spot someone in a Grinch suit, even if it's some poor college kid working a holiday event, I turn and walk the other way because I know he's still out there, cruising the highways every Christmas Eve, looking for one more lonely guest who won't make it home for dinner. I got my nursing license at 26 after growing up in and out of foster homes. When I landed a job at Meadowbrook Senior, living in upstate New York, it felt like the first place I actually belonged. Most of the residents reminded me of the grandparents I never had. Sweet, lonely, grateful for any kindness. I swore I'd be the person who never let them feel forgotten. Then there was Bob. Bob was 68, quiet, kept to himself. His chart carried the usual warning: history of occasional psychotic episodes. But in the 6 months I'd cared for him, he'd never been anything but polite. He'd just sit by the window in the common room, staring out at the snow like he was waiting for someone who never showed. Christmas Eve rolled around, and Marion, our activities director, threw the annual party. Families had mailed gifts weeks earlier, and we were all gathered in the big circle passing out packages, while Bing Crosby crooned "White Christmas" over the speakers. The room smelled like cinnamon cookies and pine. Everyone was smiling. Mrs. Patterson got a hand-knit scarf from her daughter. Mr. Rodriguez opened fuzzy slippers. Rena, who had dementia, got children's books and a giant Hershey bar and clapped like she was 5. One by one, every resident lit up. Then Marion handed Bob a small box wrapped in shiny red paper with a perfect gold bow. His hands shook when he took it. He turned it over a few times, like he already knew what was inside and wished he didn't. Slowly he peeled the tape, lifted the lid, and froze. Inside was a thick, black leather belt, expensive looking, the kind with a heavy brass buckle. For 3 full seconds the room was silent. Then Bob screamed a raw animal sound I'll never unhear and flung the box across the circle. The belt landed with a slap on the carpet. Before anyone could move, he lunged at Jenny, the youngest aide on shift. He shoved her to the floor, knees pinning her chest, hands clamping around her throat. He was roaring something none of us could understand. It took 3 orderlies and me to drag him off. Jenny had purple fingerprints blooming on her neck for days. They sedated him and locked him in his room. Party over. Lights off. Everyone shaken to the bone. I couldn't sleep that night. Something about the terror in Bob's eyes when he saw that belt wouldn't leave me alone. Around 2 a.m., I heard crying from the east wing, deep, broken sobs that didn't sound human. I followed the sound to the supply closet and found Bob curled in the corner, rocking, tears soaking the collar of his pajamas. "Margaret," he kept whispering. "Margaret, I'm sorry." I crouched a safe distance away. "Bob, it's Ruthie. Talk to me." He looked up, eyes red and hollow. "He won't let me forget Ruthie. He promised I'd never forget." "Who, Bob?" "My son, Carl." I sat on the cold tile. "Tell me." He wiped his face with trembling hands and started talking like the words had been locked inside him for years. "Margaret, his wife, died of a heart attack 3 years ago. She was the only softness in his life. Their son Carl had been trouble since middle school. Drugs, stealing, drunk by 15. Margaret always defended him. "He'll grow out of it, Bobby. He just needs love." After she was gone, there was no one left to make excuses. Carl bled Bob dry, emptied the savings account. When Bob tried to say no, Carl started coming over at night, drunk or high, dragging his father out of bed. He'd beat him with that exact same belt, the one in the Christmas box, screaming that Bob was a worthless father, that he should have died instead of Mom, that old men don't deserve to breathe her air. Bob called the cops once. Carl just laughed, told them his dad was senile, off his meds again. The officers left. Carl knew exactly how hard to hit, so the bruises faded before anyone noticed. Every Christmas since Margaret died, Carl mails the belt. Same wrapping, same bow. A reminder that Bob is still alive, still suffering, and still completely under his control. He got my doctor to write psychotic episodes in the file, Bob whispered. Got half the old staff here thinking I'm crazy. By the time I'm really gone, nobody will question a thing. I went straight to the nurse's station, found the belt Marion had locked in evidence, and called the police myself. They came, took photos, took statements, bagged the belt. Carl showed up the next morning in a three-piece suit and a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Calm, polished, concerned son checking on his confused father. He had medical records, affidavits from neighbors, even a note from Bob's physician about escalating delusions. Administration folded like a cheap lawn chair. I was written up for encouraging resident fantasies and breaching protocol. 2 weeks later, I was gone. I still drive past Meadowbrook sometimes. I see Bob in that same window, staring at the snow. I wonder if another red box showed up this Christmas. I wonder how many belts he's opened alone in his room while the staff calls him confused and looks the other way. Some monsters don't hide under beds or wear Grinch masks. Some wear Armani suits, bring Starbucks for the nurses, and know exactly which laws will protect them while they torture an old man one holiday at a time. I never did get another job in elder care. Couldn't stomach it after Bob. Every Christmas Eve, I think about him sitting in that corner, whispering his dead wife's name, trapped by the son she spent her whole life protecting. And I hope, wherever he is tonight, someone finally believes him. It began as a light-hearted chat with a colleague at work. We were chatting about bizarre hidden spots online, the sort of shadowy areas you're warned against exploring. He brought up this website that mimicked a matchmaking service, but was tucked away on the dark net, catering to folks with unusual preferences. Later that evening, back at my place, I fired up Tor and entered the URL he'd shared. I wasn't seeking romance. Curiosity just drove me to verify if such a thing was real. The page was simple: dark backdrop, light text, 0 promotions, no discussion areas, only user pages. The accounts seemed authentic, with entries that were intensely intimate and oddly genuine, not robotic at all. I browsed casually until one caught my eye sharply. The username was Vera Sheds. Her picture was fuzzy, as if captured on an ancient camera. Her description read, "Enthusiast of change, gatherer of hides, serpents guide me." I chuckled initially, yet her phrasing lingered in my thoughts. What surprised me most was her ordinariness. Sure, she hailed from that murky corner of the web with eccentric inclinations, but otherwise, she came across as relaxed. Snakes fascinated her deeply. When I inquired about her fixation, She explained she respected their ability to rejuvenate by discarding outdated exteriors for fresh purity. I remarked it seemed artistic. Her response, not art, essential. It didn't strike me as odd. She simply had strong passions. Our conversations spanned several days. She shared a snapshot to prove her authenticity. Her manner of speaking was captivating, almost entrancing. When she suggested meeting face to face, I paused. She was straightforward. I desire an in-person encounter. Despite my reservations, I agreed. Her next note was brief. I'll arrive this evening. Time passed sluggishly. I tidied my home without a clear reason, glancing repeatedly at windows, corridors, and my device. Near midnight, a single deliberate rap sounded. I cracked the entrance partially. There she stood, as tall as me, draped in a lengthy ebony overcoat despite mild weather. Her locks were sleek and shadowy, but her visage felt off. The epidermis on her face appeared stretched, glossy in spots, textured elsewhere, resembling poor recovery from injury or procedure. Her mouth barely shifted during speech. "Your complexion is appealing," were her opening words. I stiffened. Her grin was unnatural, overly broad. We settled in the lounge. She retained her garment. She surveyed the space intently, perhaps appraising it or me. Hands stayed pocketed. Her gaze tracked my every minor gesture. "Do you reside solo?" "Yes," she nodded approvingly, leaning nearer. An odd odor wafted chemical, akin to rubber or adhesive, not scent or perspiration. Her tone softened to a murmur. "I admire your throat, gentle contours." I chortled uneasily to lighten the mood. No reciprocation. She gazed until I averted eyes. Subsequent utterances carried weight, each term selected meticulously. "Ever ponder the beneath of your dermis?" "Not particularly." "You ought to. Folks overlook their loveliest aspect, the concealed stratum." Her demeanor shifted to eerie serenity. I attempted redirecting talk, but she ignored. She eyed my limbs like a meat cutter planning incisions, suggesting it was tardy and she depart. She merely grinned. "You welcomed me. Thus, I remain till completion." Silence enveloped us briefly. Television droned a silly program, illumination dancing on her features. Then I noticed dermal borders mismatched subtly. Near mandible, a subtle join nearly unseen without scrutiny, like ill-fitted makeup, adhered tautly. Nausea surged. I rose. Time to leave. Immobile, she cocked her head, aware of serpents molting outdated hides. They rupture it segment by segment. From her attire, she extracted not a blade, but a slim shaver, gleaming metallically. She arose deliberately, expression vacant, unemotional, retreating to the cooking area, mind racing for defenses. Pulse thundered blindingly. She pursued unhurriedly, trailing the tool over her limb. Epidermis flaked mildly, exposing rosy, moist underlayer. Grinning, painless, lovely, merely desire it. Her advance caused my stumble via furniture. The edge grazed my upper arm shallowly, eliciting a yell. She bent, dabbed the crimson fluid, eyeing it reverently. Your hue compliments me. Clutching the injury, I fled to the passage. She trailed leisurely, footwear tapping gently. Glances rearward showed her nearing, composed, beaming. Reaching the washroom, I barricaded inside, compressing the laceration. It stung, respiration audible externally. Gentle tap. Avoid concealment. No intent to injure. Simply to don you. Barrier shook. Murmurs in incomprehensible tongue ensued. Retreating tremulously, scanning for weapons. Scissors were nearest. Portal fractured, timber cracking. She forced a breach, countenance semi-revealed. Illumination highlighted discrepancies, varied shades, marks, consistencies. Mismatched entirely. Left side masculine, coarser ocular regions silkier, juvenile. Barrier exploded, I thrust the blades. They pierced her visage. Her outcry was furious, not agonized. Reeling, grasping the sight, a tear resembled a facade. Flap dangled, bearing crude tissue. She averted, compressing as if dreading exposure. No delay, I escaped. Entry remained ajar from arrival. Dashed outward, wounded, shoeless, paused in corridor. She framed in threshold, cradling features, quivering. Tone infantile. Avoid gazing, dare not gaze. She hunkered, shielding cranium, babbling. Descended steps, emerged onto vacant avenue. No vehicles, no souls, solely my gasps. Persisted fleeing to nearby shop. Attendant gawked, astonished. Instructed police contact. Upon arrival at residence, she lingered positioned, wailing hysterically, imploring officers avert sight, required sutures for arm. Physician noted blade pristine, surgical quality. Expertise evident, not debut. Despite detention, no admissions, 0 connections. Incarceration brief. Lingering ache in scar. Certainty, reunion imminent. I work night shift security at a warehouse just outside Detroit. Dead hours, empty parking lot, nothing but the hum of the gate motor and the taste of burnt coffee. Nobody comes around, just me, the silence, and my phone. One night, the guy I share the shift with, Rob, leans over and mutters, "You ever get bored enough to want something real bad?" He wouldn't look at me when he said it, just stared straight ahead like he was reading something off the darkness. Then he gave me a code, BRL-197. No link, no name, just those 6 characters. Deep web, he said. You'll know it when you see it. Boredom won. I went home at 6 a.m., showered, slept 3 hours, woke up, and opened Tor. Dead links, trash forums, the usual fake Red Room scams. I was about to shut everything down when I found it. No title, no thumbnail, just a single live feed labeled BR El Minis 197. The camera showed a rusted metal door set into a concrete wall. Something dark and wet had leaked out from underneath and dried in streaks. The stream never buffered. It was crisp, too crisp, like it was being recorded in 4000 and pushed straight to hell. Nothing moved. Just that door. I left the tab open and stared for maybe 20 minutes. Nothing happened, but I swear I felt watched. Like whoever was on the other side knew exactly where my eyes were. 2 nights later, I went back. Same stream, same angle. Only now there was a fresh handprint on the door. Wet, red, still dripping. I watched longer this time. The camera angle shifted, just a couple of inches lower, like someone had picked it up and readjusted it by hand. No sound, no chat, no jump scares. Just the quiet feeling that the hallway behind that door had gotten deeper. The next night, the door was cracked open. Inside was a narrow corridor lit by a single dying bulb. The walls were cracked, stained, and every few feet there was a metal hook bolted into the concrete. One of them held a torn woman's blouse, ripped straight down the back. Blood dried across the collar. Still no audio except a faint, repeating drag, like something heavy being pulled across the floor very, very slowly. Every night, the camera crept a little farther down the hallway. Never fast, just a few feet, like someone was walking with it in their hand, patient. Night 5, a plastic bucket appeared. Inside were women's things, scarves, sandals, cheap jewelry, hair clips, all stained. Then the hooks stopped being empty. The first time I saw a body hanging from one, barefoot, ankles tied, swaying just enough to prove the air was moving. I forgot to breathe. The skin was swollen, the face unrecognizable. A timestamp popped up in the corner, 4:12 m ist, India Standard Time. I searched the timestamp, and the details I could make out. Took me 2 hours to find the name, Khalib Kumar Gangrar, the butcher of Bareilly. 9 women strangled with their own clothes in sugarcane fields outside Bareilly, Uttar Pradesh, arrested in mid-Minas 2024. Case closed, except the stream was live. A week later, the shelf appeared on the left wall. Lipstick tubes lined up like bullets. I still remember the 4th one from the left, deep red, cap chewed like someone had bitten into it in rage. 3 nights after that, the newest body on the hook had that exact shade smeared across what was left of its mouth. Then one night, the feed showed a different room. Cement walls, no windows. A woman tied to a metal chair, wrists bound with a torn dupatta, mouth gagged with another scarf. She was alive, breathing fast, eyes darting to something behind the camera. Heavy boots started walking. Slow, measured steps. The woman started shaking. The hand that came into frame was scarred, knuckles cracked, fingernails black with old blood. It rested on her shoulder like it owned her. Then the other hand lifted a strip of cloth twisted into a noose and held it up to the lens as if showing off. Static. Feed cut. Next night, the chair was empty. The restraints were cut, fresh drag marks across the floor. A plastic bag on the table held a braided scalp, hair still tied with a red ribbon. The camera never stayed still anymore. Someone was carrying it. 3 nights later, I got an email. No subject, no sender I recognized. Just an attachment, a still from the stream. Except now the camera was pointed at a concrete wall with my full legal name written on it in dripping red paint. I deleted it, emptied the trash, shut the laptop. 10 minutes later, the file was back. Bigger. The next email had a 10-second video. The man, no mask, no hood, held up my Michigan driver's license to the lens, stared straight into the camera for the full 10 seconds, didn't blink once. I stopped going to work, bought a burner phone, packed one bag, drove west, paid cash for everything, changed burners every state, slept in the car. At a motel in New Mexico, I turned on the TV for noise. The HDMI input lit up by itself. The stream loaded. Same feed. The camera was moving now, walking down a hallway toward room 206. My room. I left everything, wallet, phone, keys, ran barefoot into the desert. Kept running until the sand tore my feet open. Months off-grid. No screens. No real names. Libraries for maps, handwritten directions. I thought it was over. Last week, public library in Arizona. Some kid beside me watching YouTube. The video glitched for half a second. One frozen frame. The metal chair, the shelf of trophies, and hanging off the edge, my old Michigan license plate. The one I reported stolen 6 months ago. They say the butcher of Bareilly is in prison. They're wrong. The stream never stopped. Someone else is carrying the camera now. Or maybe he was never caught at all. You don't find BR L-197. It finds you, and once it knows you're watching, it starts walking. I never should have bought that laptop on the dark web. It was 3 a.m., the usual sleepless spiral. I was deep in the markets, flipping through listings for cracked software, burner accounts, anything to kill time. Then I saw it, an old ThinkPad, black chassis, scuffed corners, listed for almost nothing. Perfect condition, minimal wear, previous owner no longer needs it. No reviews, no seller history, just a wallet address and a single photo. Something about the photo felt wrong. The screen was on, but the reflection in the dark display showed a room I didn't recognize. I sent the coins anyway. Stupid. 3 days later, it arrived in a plain box. No return address. The machine was heavier than it should have been. When I opened it, the hinges creaked like they hadn't moved in years. It booted straight to desktop. No login, no password. Just a handful of folders and one file in bold red. Do not open, I laughed. I've been rooting boxes since I was 14. A little reverse psychology file name wasn't going to stop me. I double-clicked. The screen went full static, harsh white noise blasting from the speakers. Then it cut to black. A single candle flickered on screen. A figure sat cross-legged in front of it, face hidden under a hood. He was chanting, low and guttural, in a language that made my ears itch. After 30 seconds, he looked up, empty sockets where eyes should have been. He stared straight through the camera, straight into me, and smiled with too many teeth. The video ended. The laptop shut itself down. I told myself it was just a well-made creepypasta. Nothing more. Next morning, my phone was exploding. Friends I hadn't spoken to in years, family group chats, even my ex. Everyone asking the same thing. Are you okay? Why did you send this? Attached to every message was a video of me in my living room, standing on a chair with a belt around my neck. The timestamp was 2:14 a.m., exactly when I'd been asleep. In the clip, I kicked the chair away. My body dropped. My face turned purple. Then the video looped. I never filmed that. I've never even owned a belt like that. I was still staring at my phone when the doorbell rang. Stella, my girlfriend, stormed in crying and furious. She threw her shoe at my head, screaming, "Explain this," and shoved her phone in my face. Another video, me on a beach with some woman I've never met, her legs wrapped around me, laughing like we'd known each other forever. I've never been to a beach in my life. By noon, my parents called. They'd received a news article about me getting arrested for DUI, complete with mugshot. Except the photo was taken in a precinct I've never been to, wearing clothes I don't own. I spent the whole day trying to convince everyone it was deepfakes hackers, some sick prank. Then I looked at the laptop again. All the original folders were gone. Only 2 remained. Do not open victims. I opened victims. A spreadsheet, hundreds of rows. Usernames from dark web forums I used to lurk on. People who suddenly stopped posting years ago. Photos, real names, home addresses, passwords, everything. My name was row 178. Status: IN progress. My folder contained screenshots of my desktop taken while I slept, photos of my apartment from angles inside rooms I never stand in, and a live feed of me sitting right there, staring at the screen from behind. I slammed the lid, carried the laptop outside, threw it in the dumpster, and drove over it 6 times. Sparks, cracked plastic, done. I felt safe for exactly 4 hours. When I got home, the laptop was sitting on my desk again, screen on, waiting. A new file had appeared. ANTHONYEXE. I didn't touch it. That night, I found a thread buried in an occult forum. The cursed laptop. Same story, same red file name, same fake suicide videos. The last guy who owned it wrote a single line before his account went dead. Confront it. Salt circle, candles. Make it show itself. I bought salt, black candles, everything the post said, drew the circle in my living room at midnight, lit the candles, opened the laptop one last time, and read the ritual out loud. Nothing happened for a full minute. Then every light in the apartment died. The candles bent sideways like someone blew on them, but there was no wind. The laptop screen flared white. The hooded figure was there again, but now he was standing right on the other side of the salt line, inches from me. His face kept shifting, sometimes rotting, sometimes just a blank stretch of skin with a mouth. Cold breath on my neck. A voice that wasn't sound, more like pressure inside my skull. You opened the door, Anthony. You invited me in. I screamed the banishment lines from the forum. The figure hissed, clawed at the air in front of the circle, unable to cross. The laptop screen cracked on its own. Sparks flew. The temperature dropped so fast my breath fogged. I kept shouting until my throat bled. The figure shrieked, a sound like dial-up mixed with tearing metal, then collapsed into static. The screen went black, the laptop powered off and never turned on again. The candles straightened. The lights came back. It was gone. I smashed what was left of the machine, scattered the pieces in 3 different states, changed every account, every password, got a new phone, new bank cards, everything. 3 months of peace. Stella took me back after a lot of explaining. We went on vacation to forget. Last week, on the hotel TV, a notification popped up by itself, a single folder transferred over AirPlay from a device named ANTHONYPC. Inside was one file. Do not open, I didn't touch it. I threw the TV out the balcony instead. Some doors, once opened, never really close. I was the on-call doctor for the abandoned North Wing. 3rd floor, old psych ward, officially decommissioned since 2011. Everyone else had gone home hours ago, only me, a dying fluorescent tube, and the smell of bleach that never quite covers what's underneath. 2:17 a.m., the power cut. Not the whole hospital, just this wing. Lights dead, vending machine silent, heater off. My laptop screen went black and never came back. Phone, no signal, no Wi-Fi, nothing. The emergency exit signs didn't even glow. I stepped into the hallway to check the breaker. That's when I heard them. Footsteps, multiple sets, moving together, no flashlights, no voices. They weren't looking for the breaker. They were looking for me. I slipped back into my office and locked the door. Heart slamming so hard I could taste metal. Through the frosted glass, I saw 3 silhouettes pass, tall, dressed in black, moving like they'd walked this corridor 100 times. They started trying doors. One by one, methodical, kick, hinge cracks. Next room, kick, next. My turn came. The handle rattled once, polite. Then a boot hit the center of the door so hard the frame flexed. I shoved the desk against it, slid underneath, and tried to disappear. Boots stepped inside. Slow, patient. One of them crouched. I saw his eyes through the gap under the desk. Calm, almost bored. He smiled like he'd already won. I exploded out, rammed the desk into him, and ran. The chase was pure animal panic. Hallways I'd walked 1,000 times suddenly looped wrong. Every door I tried was locked from the outside. Behind me, footsteps that never hurried, never fell behind. They knew the layout better than I did. I rounded a corner, and one was already waiting, blocking the way. I crashed into him, fought like hell, took a fist to the ribs that dropped me to my knees. Another grabbed my hair, yanked my head back, and I felt the cold kiss of a needle against my neck. I elbowed, twisted, bit anything to stay conscious. The plunger went down anyway. Ice flooded my veins. My legs turned to water. They dragged me back toward my office. I clawed at the walls, leaving bloody fingerprints. Vision tunneled. The last thing I remember is them forcing the window open, cold air hitting my face, and me thinking, 2nd floor, snow on the ground. Maybe I survived the fall. I woke up in a proper hospital bed, tubes in my arm. A colleague sitting beside me, looking like he hadn't slept in days. He told me security found me half buried in a snowdrift, hypothermic, rambling about men in black. They pumped me full of antidotes for whatever cocktail was in that syringe. Tox screen came back with compounds they still can't identify. Police took my statement, promised extra patrols. Everyone called me the luckiest man alive. They have no idea. You see, I knew those 3 men. I'd hired them. For years, I ran a very private service out of that abandoned wing. Terminal patients who wanted to disappear. Runaways nobody would miss. sometimes healthy ones with no family. I'd stage the feeds, control the cameras, sell the tickets on the deep web. Real suffering, real endings, real money. Millions. Those attackers weren't random. They were white hat hackers who finally traced the streams back to me. They came to shut the operation down and drag me out in cuffs. I was 2 days from vanishing with the cash when they showed up. They failed. I jumped. They didn't follow. They couldn't risk being seen carrying an unconscious doctor out the front door. Now I'm the poor victim, the survivor. The police are hunting ghosts. The hospital gave me paid leave and a GoFundMe. My colleagues bring me soup. And tonight, when they all go home and the new wing quiets down, I'll open the burner laptop I keep taped under this bed. The stream is already live. New room, new chair, new client who paid in crypto and signed the waiver. The show goes on. You thought you were reading a survival story. Cute. Sweet dreams, watcher. I always need fresh talent. I was the on-call doctor for the abandoned North Wing of St. Jude's Memorial. 3rd floor, old psychiatric block, officially condemned since 2011. The rest of the hospital had gone to sleep hours ago. It was just me, one flickering fluorescent tube, the smell of old bleach and older blood, and the endless ticking of a wall clock that had never been right since they shut the place down. 2:17 a.m. Everything died at once. Not the whole building, just this wing. Lights snapped off like someone threw a master switch. The vending machine went dark. The heater stopped rattling. My laptop screen went black and refused to wake. Phone, 0 bars, 0 Wi-Fi. Emergency lights didn't even glow. The corridor outside became a tunnel of pure black. I stepped out to find the breaker box. That's when I heard them. 3 sets of boots, moving in perfect sync. No flashlights, no radios, no hurried panic like maintenance guys. Just calm, practiced steps that knew exactly where they were going. They were hunting. I slipped back into my office, locked the door, and dragged the desk in front of it, heart hammering so loud I was sure they could hear it through the walls. Through the frosted glass, I saw 3 silhouettes glide past, tall, black tactical gear, faces hidden under balaclavas. They weren't hospital security. They weren't cops. They moved like ghosts who had walked these halls 1,000 times before. They started checking rooms. Kick. Wood splinters. Clear. Next room. Kick. Clear. Methodical. No wasted motion. My door handle turned once, slow and polite. Then a boot hit the center panel so hard the frame cracked, and the desk jumped an inch. I dropped to the floor, crawled under the desk, and tried to become nothing. Boots stepped inside. Heavy, deliberate. One set stopped right in front of me. The man crouched. I saw his eyes through the gap calm, almost bored, like he did this every night. He smiled the way a butcher smiles at a cow that finally stopped running. I exploded out from under the desk, rammed it into his chest, and bolted. The chase was pure animal terror. Hallways I'd walked for years suddenly twisted wrong. Every exit door I tried was bolted from the outside. Behind me, the footsteps never hurried, never fell behind. They knew every turn, every dead end. They were hurting me. I rounded a corner and slammed straight into the second man. He didn't even flinch. A fist like concrete buried itself in my ribs. Air left my lungs in a silent scream. Another grabbed my hair, yanked my head back, and I felt the cold kiss of a syringe against my jugular. I bit, elbowed, clawed, anything to stay awake. The plunger went down. Ice flooded my veins. My legs turned to wet concrete. They dragged me back toward my office. I left bloody handprints on the walls. Vision tunneled to pinpricks. The last thing I remember is them forcing the window open, snow blowing in, and me thinking, second floor, deep drift below. Maybe I live through the fall. I woke up in a proper ICU bed 3 days later. Tubes in every hole, machines beeping. A colleague sitting beside me looking like he hadn't slept since the 90s. Security found me half buried in snow, hypothermic, babbling about men in black. Talk's screen came back with a cocktail of sedatives no lab could fully identify. Police took a statement. Hospital put me on paid leave and started a fundraiser. Everyone called me the luckiest doctor alive. They have no idea how wrong they are. You see, I knew those 3 men. I paid them. For 6 years, I ran a private service out of that condemned wing. Terminal patients who wanted to vanish. Runaways nobody would miss. Sometimes perfectly healthy people with no family and fat crypto wallets. I staged the rooms, controlled the cameras, sold access on the deepest markets. Real suffering, real endings, real money, millions wired to wallets that can never be traced. Those attackers weren't random psychos. They were white hat hackers who finally traced the streams back to me. They came to shut the operation down and drag me out alive for the feds. I was 48 hours from disappearing forever with every cent when they breached the wing. They failed. I jumped. They couldn't risk being filmed carrying an unconscious doctor through the lobby. By the time they ran downstairs, I was already a frozen lump in the snow, playing possum until real security arrived. Now I'm the poor, traumatized victim. The police are chasing ghosts. The hospital gave me a hero's welcome and a corner office in the new building. My colleagues bring casseroles and sympathy cards. Tonight, when this ward quiets down and the last nurse does rounds, I'll pull the burner laptop from under the mattress. New room, new restraints, new client who paid 7 figures in Monero and signed the digital waiver. The stream is already live. The chat is filling up. Bids are climbing. You thought you were reading a survival story. You thought you were rooting for the good guy. Adorable. Sleep well, watcher. There's always room for one more on camera. I won. Good night. This happened when I was 12, back in 2012. We lived in a small, nowhere town in eastern Oklahoma, where the houses sat far apart, separated by thick patches of pine and scrub oak. You couldn't see the next driveway from ours unless the leaves were down. It was a Tuesday in late September. My parents had finally decided I was old enough to stay home alone for the couple hours between getting off the school bus and them coming back from work. Usually I went to my mama's house after school, but this year they said I could handle it. Bus dropped me off around 3:05. Dad usually rolled in about 4:45. Mom a little after 5, unless she had meetings. That day was different. Mom had parent-teacher conferences and wouldn't be home till almost 8. Dad texted during lunch that something came up at the plant and he'd be late, maybe 7:30 or 8 himself. I didn't think much of it. Sun was still high, sky clear, and I had the new Minecraft update to mess with. I kicked off my shoes, ran upstairs, and hopped on Xbox Live. Only my buddy Seth was on. We built stupid stuff and talked trash like always. 2 hours flew by. I remember it was 5:12 exactly because I glanced at the corner of the TV when I heard the first sound. A car door. Loud, heavy, not the soft click of Mom's Camry or the diesel rattle of Dad's work truck. This was a solid, deliberate thunk from the driveway. Our house sits kind of high, so from my bedroom window, I can see straight down onto the gravel. I leaned over with the headset still on and looked. Red pickup. Old, faded, maybe early 2000s Chevy. Nobody we knew drove anything like that. The truck was parked sideways across the middle of the driveway, like the guy was blocking his own exit. The driver was already out and walking toward the front porch. Big guy. Dark ball cap pulled low. Oversized camo jacket, even though it was still 78 degrees outside. Jeans and work boots. Seth was in my ear asking what skin I was gonna use for the new update. I just whispered, "Dude, somebody's here." By the time I got to the window that faces the porch, he was already knocking. 2 hard knocks. Waited. 2 more. Then he turned and started walking back toward the truck. I let out a breath. Probably just somebody lost or selling something. Then he walked past his truck. He went straight to the side garage door, grabbed the handle, and rattled it hard. Locked, thank God. We forgot sometimes, but Mom had been paranoid about it lately. Seth's voice cracked in my headset. What the hell is he doing? The guy didn't even pause. He kept going, disappeared around the corner of the house, toward the back patio. I dropped the controller, yanked the headset off, and ran downstairs barefoot. I slid behind the half wall that separates the stairs from the living room so I could hear but not be seen. My heart was hammering so loud I was scared he'd hear it through the windows. I heard the back door handle jiggle. Once, twice, then a heavier sound, like he leaned his weight into it. A second later, something dropped onto the concrete patio. Not loud, but solid, like a brick or a rock. I peeked around the corner just enough to see through the blinds. He was crouched down, flipping the welcome mat, pushing the big ceramic planters to the side one by one, looking for a key. We did have one. Mom kept a spare taped under the lip of the little flower box that hung off the railing, out of sight unless you knew exactly where to feel. He never found it. After maybe 30 seconds, he stood up, brushed his hands on his jeans, and walked back the way he came. I ran upstairs so fast I almost fell, threw the headset on. Seth, he just tried to break in. He was looking under the planters for a key. I got to the front window just as he opened the driver door of the red truck. He didn't get in right away. He stood there staring at the house for what felt like forever. Then I noticed what was in the bed of his truck: a shovel and a long crowbar. He finally climbed in, backed out slow, and left. I watched the dust cloud disappear down the road. I called Dad shaking, told him everything. He said stay upstairs, doors locked, don't open for anyone. He'd be home in 20 minutes and was calling the sheriff on the way. Deputy showed up with Dad. I told him every detail I could remember: the truck, the camo jacket, the tools in the back. He wrote it all down, said he'd run the description, told us to change the hiding spot for the spare key, and think about getting cameras. Said stuff like this happens sometimes. Guys looking for empty houses to rob, probably scared off when nobody answered. That guy never came back. I thought that was the end of it. I was wrong. But that's another story. Last summer, right after I turned 17, my mom flew to Germany to visit my grandparents for 3 weeks. First time she'd left me completely alone in the house since I got my license. My older brother was already moved out to college, so it was just me, the dog, and a freezer full of corn dogs. 2 days after Mom left, my buddy Caleb came over. We were both off work and decided to be degenerates. He brought a stack of burnt PS2 games he'd scored from this sketchy guy behind the vape shop in town. 20 discs for $30, handwritten labels in Sharpie. One of them was labeled Silent Hill 2 Full Game in red marker. We were hyped. Originals cost way too much. We threw it in my brother's old fat PS2 that still had the flip-top mod. The disc spun. The screen went black for way too long. Then the DVD player menu popped up instead of the game. Just one folder called VIDS. We laughed, figured it was a bonus or something. Clicked the first file, grainy night footage. 2 college-age girls stumbling out of a bar, laughing, clearly drunk. Camera follows them from across the street for like 8 minutes as they walk home. No sound except wind and distant traffic. They go inside an apartment building, and the clip ends. Second file. Same apartment door, different night. Close-up of a gloved hand using a tension wrench and pick. You hear the pins click. Door opens. Camera creeps inside, straight to a bedroom. One of the girls from the first video is passed out on top of the covers. The breathing behind the camera gets heavy, excited. A knife slides into frame, rests on her cheek, traces down to her throat. Hand pulls the blanket off her legs. Then it just cuts to black. Caleb and I sat there frozen. Third, fourth, fifth files, same pattern. Different women followed home, different locks picked, different bedrooms filmed while they slept. Sometimes the knife just hovered. Sometimes clothes got cut. Never any faces of the guy holding the camera. We were about to turn it off when the 10th file started. Same shaky night vision walk, but this time I recognized the street, our street. Same angle from the ditch across the road. The woman walking was wearing the exact navy dress and white cardigan my mom had worn to the airport 2 days earlier. Same suitcase with the broken wheel she always drags. The timestamp in the corner was the night she left. I felt my stomach drop through the floor. There were still 30 unused gigabytes on the disk. That meant there was room for whatever he filmed inside our house. I told Caleb we were leaving right now. We grabbed overnight bags, the dog, and the DVD and went to his place 10 miles away. His parents were cool with it. I couldn't sleep. Kept checking the windows like someone was already outside. Next morning, we went back to grab more clothes. Front door was still locked. No broken windows. Nothing obviously wrong. I almost convinced myself I'd overreacted. Then I walked into my bedroom, above my bed, written in my mom's dark red lipstick, in huge capital letters. Both ladies in this house refused me entry. It hurts me so much I bleed. There were streaks running down the wall, like whoever wrote it had smeared it with their fingers. I called the cops from Caleb's phone. 2 deputies showed up, took one look, and basically laughed it off. Looks like lipstick, not blood. Probably one of your buddies messing with you. They left after 10 minutes. I wasn't taking chances. That night, I set up my old laptop on my dresser, webcam pointed at the bed, and used remote desktop so I could watch the feed from Caleb's house. Figured if anyone came back, I'd have proof. 2 nights later, 2:14 a.m., I'm watching the live feed on my phone under the covers at Caleb's. The bedroom is dark, except for the streetlight coming through the blinds. A shadow moves across the wall. Then a little notification pops up on the laptop screen. USB storage device inserted. Someone is in the room right now, using my laptop. I mash the shutdown button on the remote session. Too late. They open the media player. A new video starts playing on the disk drive. It's me, yesterday, carrying my duffel bag and the dog's food bowl up Caleb's driveway, filmed from the woods behind his house. The video minimizes. The webcam feed tilts slightly. Someone adjusted the laptop to face the wall better. Fresh lipstick, same color, right under the first message. You kept what belongs to me, now I take something of yours, you, will bleed the same. I'm shaking so bad, I almost dropped the phone. Caleb and his little brother are asleep upstairs. Their parents are at some work dinner till morning. Then I hear it. Downstairs. The soft click of the front door handle turning. I wake Caleb. We lock ourselves in the upstairs guest room, push the dresser against the door. Caleb calls 911 on his cell. Dispatcher says units are 10 minutes out. We sit there in the dark, listening to slow footsteps on the stairs. The same deliberate pace you hear in the videos. I still have the DVD in my backpack. Part of me wants to snap it in half and flush it. The other part knows it's the only proof anything happened at all. Cops got here 20 minutes ago. They're making us come in for statements. The DVD accidentally shattered when the officer put it in his pocket. He says it just cracked on its own. I don't know what happens next. I just know he still has the copies, and he knows exactly where I am. Last year, summer of 2024, I was 21 and had just moved into a little duplex on the edge of Knoxville with my girlfriend, Riley. It was our first place together. Cheap rent, quiet street, mostly older couples, and a few rentals full of UT students who were gone for the summer. We barely knew anyone. I had Fridays off from the shop, so on July 12, I was home alone, Riley pulling a double at the hospital. I was parked at the coffee table with my laptop, half-assing some online certification course, when someone started pounding on the door. Not knocking, pounding, like they were trying to wake the dead. I figured Amazon finally showed up with the new router we ordered. Opened the door without even looking through the peephole. Guy standing there, maybe mid-40s, patchy beard, sunburned neck, wearing an old orange Home Depot polo, 2 sizes too big, and dirty jeans. No name tag, no lanyard. He's holding a plain brown box about the size of a shoebox. Package for Logan Reed. That's me. He shoves it into my hands, turns, and walks off. No truck, no van. Just heads down the sidewalk and around the corner like he lives here. The box has no labels, no tape from any carrier. Just my name scrawled in thick black Sharpie. I take it to the kitchen, slice it open with a steak knife. Inside, wrapped in a single sheet of printer paper, is one fresh Polaroid. It's me, standing in the doorway, taken 2 seconds before I opened it. I dropped the knife, ran outside barefoot, looked both ways. Nothing. Just cicadas screaming in the trees and heat coming off the asphalt. Called Riley. She told me to lock everything and call the cops. I did. Officer showed up, glanced at the photo, shrugged. Kids with instant cameras do this crap all the time now. TikTok challenge or something. Took the picture for evidence and left. I tried to laugh it off. Put the empty box on the porch for trash pickup and triple-checked every lock. That night we slept with the lights on. 2:47 a.m., something thuds on the porch. Hard. I jump up, heart in my throat. Another thud. Then slow footsteps across the boards. I creep to the living room window and peel the blind back half an inch. Same guy. Different box. Bigger this time. Walking away down the street again. I call 911 before he even turns the corner. Cops come faster this time. He's gone, but the box is sitting right in front of the door. Officer opens it on the porch with gloves. 15, maybe 20 Polaroids spill out. All of our house, different times of day. Some from the street, some from the backyard. We share with the empty duplex next door. A couple zoomed in on the kitchen window. The last one is pointed straight through the living room blinds at me, sitting on the couch from earlier that afternoon, the same moment I was waiting for the first cop. The officer's whole attitude changes. He tells us to pack a bag and leave tonight. We stay at Riley's parents' for 4 days. While we're gone, they pull every ring clip in a 5-block radius. Nothing useful. But another neighbor 2 streets over had reported the same guy a week earlier. Fake pest control shirt, asking about rodent activity, taking pictures of backyards, then disappearing. They finally catch him 9 days later in a traffic stop. 46-year-old Raymond Holt lived in a storage unit park off Chapman Highway. Used to be maintenance for half the rental houses in our part of town before he got fired for losing keys. Still had a full ring of old master keys that apparently still worked on a bunch of the original locks, including ours. In his van, they found 42 cardboard boxes, each one labeled with a different address. Ours was near the top. Inside our box, the original Polaroid he handed me, plus about 60 more. The newest ones were taken inside our bedroom while we slept. Riley curled up on her side, mouth open. Me sprawled on my back, close enough that you can see the little scar on my shoulder. No damage to the doors or windows. He just let himself in, stood over us, and took the pictures. We moved out before the lease was even up. Landlord changed every lock in the building, but it didn't matter. Sometimes I still get packages with no return address, plain brown boxes. I don't open them anymore. I leave them on the porch exactly where they land, and I wait for the footsteps to walk away.
Looking at Hooters isn't as chaotic as folks imagine. Yeah, you deal with the odd rowdy patron or off-color remark, but usually it's all about serving up wings, chatting casually, and faking a chuckle at lame puns to boost those tips. I'd been slinging plates there for nearly 2 years, totally in the groove, until that fateful evening. It was a slow Tuesday. The place was only half full, and I was wiping down a booth by the bar when I spotted a lady with this bizarre bowl haircut that screamed DIY disaster. She had on a thick wool sweater, despite the mild weather outside. The second our gazes locked, she grinned at me, and next thing I knew, she was striding over, hugging her handbag tight. "Hello, sweetie," she cooed, her tone overly sweet yet unsettling. "It's wonderful to meet you at last, Emily. I follow your Instagram like it's my daily devotion." I paused, caught off guard. I'm no big-time influencer, and having someone confess to tracking me so boldly was a first. All right, what can I do for you?" She beamed even brighter. "You're even prettier up close. A table for one, if you please. But I want you as my server, nobody else, just you. Okay, follow me." She trailed behind as I led her to a quiet corner booth, softly singing some vintage melody to herself. When I passed her the menu, she deliberately grazed my fingers with hers. "Such elegant hands you have. Do you play the guitar?" "Nope, just haul trays and spill stuff occasionally." She let out a shrill, overly enthusiastic laugh. "Oh, you're hilarious. You've got real charisma." I gave a weak smile and asked for her drink order. She went with iced tea. When I returned with it, she bombarded me with invasive queries like rapid fire. "Do you live around here. Seeing anyone special? What car do you own? Attend any services? Eventually, she leaned in and said, I believe we could be amazing pals, Emily, perhaps something deeper. I blinked in surprise. I'm flattered, but I actually have a girlfriend. Her face transformed in an instant like a light switch. Her mouth tightened, her eyes shadowed. Women like that spoil all the good things. Pardon? She abruptly seized my arm. Her touch was icy. Don't squander your potential on someone unworthy. Ma'am, please release me. Call me Marlene. I'm not some stranger. Relax. Things escalated quickly into a loud dispute, with Marlene yelling at me. Mike, my shift supervisor, saw from afar and hurried over. Is everything okay here? She's perfectly fine, Marlene replied, flashing that creepy fractured grin again. Just some girl chat. Mike glanced my way. You all right, Emily? I quickly recounted how Marlene had been acting out. Mike backed me up right away and told her to exit the premises. The glare she shot when Mike mentioned involving security to escort her was pure venom and fury. But as she departed, she smiled at me one last time and scorched Mike with a stare. The incident wrapped up there. I tried to brush it off. My girlfriend, Alex, picked me up post-shift. I was replaying her phrases, the way she pronounced my name, the firmness of her hold. Alex noticed my stress and probed if I was fine. I shared the Marlene saga during the ride home. She labeled her a nutcase and urged me to alert authorities if she reappeared. Sleep evaded me that night. Come morning, my phone buzzed. It was Jenna, a fellow server. Her tone quivered. Emily, have you heard? Heard what? Mike's gone. They discovered his body in the back lot behind the spot, stabbed viciously. Police figure it went down right after closing. My gut sank. Mike had clashed with her over me, and she struck me as the vindictive type. But evidence? Zilch. All day the link haunted me. Marlene's expression replayed endlessly. That final glare at him. By evening, arriving home, a tiny parcel awaited on my porch. No sender info, my name in elegant script. I assumed Alex had surprised me. I carried it in and unpacked it at the counter. I recalled immediately, pulse racing. Beneath crimson-stained napkins lay a creased letter. The script was unsteady yet intentional. It stated rejecting me was a mistake. I rang Alex at once. She instructed me to secure the house and contacted law enforcement. I complied. They collected the item, documented it, but noted without linking it to her. Options were limited. Sleep's been rare lately. Every house noise startles me. I haven't returned to the job. Maybe relocate to a fresh town, begin anew. Alex thinks I'm overreacting, but I sense it won't help because last evening, passing the den window, a glimpse in the pane caught my eye. On the pavement outside, Marlene lurked, eyeing my place. I know she'll cling on stubbornly. Working the late shift at Hooters isn't glamorous. Most nights were routine. Fryer sizzling, orders coming in, and the hum of conversation and clattering dishes. Nothing ever disturbed me until that night. It was around 11:50 p.m. I was wiping down the grill, trying to finish my side prep when headlights bounced off the windows. A delivery truck pulled up silently outside the back door. Not the usual branded delivery van. No one inside spoke as the driver jumped out carrying 3 unmarked cardboard boxes. They were labeled in black Sharpie, premium cuts. The driver handed a clipboard to Derek, the branch manager. He looked normal enough on paper, mid-30s, slick-back hair, a permanent smirk, but something about his eyes always made me uneasy. That night, he barely glanced at the receipt, shoved it into his pocket, and muttered, "Leave 'em be. Just freezer stock, Rachel." I nodded, but something in the pit of my stomach didn't sit right. The boxes were heavy, the tape was peeling, and they smelled weird. Derek wheeled them inside like they were nothing, and slammed the door shut behind him. The shift ended. I clocked out, grabbed my keys, and headed for my car. But as I reached the alley outside the back, I realized I'd left my phone on the prep table. Not a big deal. I figured I'd just grab it and leave. I went back in, and this time I noticed the freezer humming louder than usual. I froze. The door, which Derek had slammed shut, was now slightly ajar. I had no reason to open it. He specifically asked me to leave the boxes alone. But something gnawed at me. Curiosity, gut instinct. I pulled the door fully open. Cold air hit my face, fogging the air around me since I wasn't wearing glasses. I stepped inside, eyes adjusting to the dim freezer light. I saw one of the boxes opened. I swear my heart stopped. Vacuum-sealed bags of raw meat lay spilling out, stacked unevenly. At first, I thought maybe a box had torn in transport, but something was wrong. The cuts were uneven and jagged. The color was off. Not fresh red, but a sickly brown pink that made my stomach churn. In addition to the unsettling color, there was a tattoo. It was faint, almost invisible beneath the packaging, but unmistakable. A small star tattoo on the ankle. My blood ran cold. That tattoo, I knew it. One of our missing Hooters waitresses, Megan, had that exact tattoo. I stumbled back, fumbling for my phone, and shaking, I dialed 911. Hello, there's human meat in the freezer at Hooters. You need to send someone. Please hurry. The dispatcher asked questions I barely heard. I was hyper-aware of every sound. The hum of the freezer, the empty street, and my own breathing. I was about to give them the address when a voice stopped me. You don't understand, Rachel. I spun around. Derek was standing there, knife glinting in the alley light. His smirk was gone. His eyes were hard and dark. You're seeing things that aren't there. I saw it, I said, my voice shaking. The tattoo, it's hers. There's human. Derek stepped closer, raising the knife slightly. You misheard or you misunderstood. Nothing here is what you think it is. I backed up instinctively, bumping into the dumpster. My adrenaline spiked. I pressed the phone against my ear and whispered into it, he's here. He's got a knife. The dispatcher told me to stay calm as the cops were on their way. Derek lunged, just a quick swipe, more of a threat than an attack. I dodged and ran toward the street, shouting, help, somebody help me. I hid behind this heap of trash bags, waiting for the cops. When they finally arrived, they found Derek inside. He was putting those meat boxes in a large bag, probably planning to run away. They caught him quickly. He didn't resist. But even as they cuffed him, I saw the panic in his eyes turn to something colder, more calculated. They searched the freezer and found more boxes. They ripped them open carefully, gloved hands moving like surgeons. Every box contained vacuum-sealed human remains. I couldn't look directly at most of them, but the tattoos were unmistakable. Megan, another missing cook, and even a manager from a different branch. Derek tried to explain it away. He said he handled premium cuts for specialty events and there was a misunderstanding, but the officers weren't buying it. Evidence, DNA, fingerprints, it all pointed to him. I watched him being led out, still trying to charm, still trying to argue, and I realized something that would stay with me forever. He didn't see these people as people, just inventory. Premium cuts. That was what he called them. I never returned to that Hooters. I couldn't. They offered me counseling and relocation. I turned them down. I don't know where I would go if I felt safe again. I quit restaurant work entirely. Sometimes late at night, I still wake up with the cold fear pressing on me. The memory of the tattoo, the way he smirked when he held the knife. It's like a shadow I can't shake. I walk past Hooters on the highway occasionally. The building's lights hum in that familiar orange glow, and I get that same feeling in my gut, like someone's watching me, like those boxes are still there, waiting for the next shift, the next person who thinks they're safe. Because I'm not just scared of men like Derek, I'm also terrified of those who ordered his premium cuts. Hello, my name is Jaden Blacksky. A few years back, when I was about 11, something happened to my little foster brother Eli that still makes my skin crawl every time we talk about it. We all grew up on a tiny Cree reserve in northern Manitoba, York Landing. Houses are spread out, and behind them is nothing but thick bush and trails for miles. One warm, rainy summer night in 2021, me 11, my sister Leona 10, our older foster brother Mason 10, and little Eli, he was only 8 or 9, decided to play manhunt after dark. It was already past 10 p.m., pouring rain, but we didn't care. We all picked Eli to be it because he was the smallest and easiest to gang up on. He covered his eyes and counted to 30 while the rest of us scattered into the wet forest behind the houses. Leona and I ran together toward the big gravel pit the band uses for road work. The rain had turned the sand into thick mud. We crouched down in some bushes near the tree line and waited, trying not to giggle too loud. Eli's side of the story is the scary part. He started hunting, took the main trail that leads down to the gravel pit, then cut left onto the neighbor's path that loops back toward the houses. In the rain and darkness, he thought he spotted 2 kids walking ahead of him, exactly our height, our builds, wearing the same kind of hoodies Leona and I had on. He grinned, thinking he'd found us easy, and started creeping after the figures. The 2 figures never ran. They just walked slow, side by side, like they wanted him to follow. Then one of them turned its head and looked right at him. Eli said the second it noticed him, both figures stopped dead. He dropped flat into the mud, heart pounding. A few moments later he swore he heard Leona and me calling his name, soft, sing-song, coming from deeper in the bush. Eli, come find us. That's when he backed up, terrified, and bolted toward the house from our side. After 10 minutes we hadn't heard anyone scream found, so Leona and I gave up hiding and jogged back to the house. Mason was already there. Eli wasn't. We waited maybe 2 minutes, then all started yelling his name and fanning out. We found him a couple minutes later walking out of the neighbor's yard, soaked, crying his eyes out. We hugged him and he could barely talk at first. He told us everything I just said, how the 2 figures looked exactly like me and Leona, how they turned at the same time, how they tried to call him deeper into the trails when he hid. We ran inside and told the adults. They laughed it off, said he probably saw shadows or got spooked by his own reflection in the rain. But we know what Eli felt, and sometimes, late at night, I still think about what would have happened if that little 8-year-old boy had kept following us down that dark trail instead of running the other way. Whatever was wearing our faces that night, it didn't want to play manhunt. My name is Cole Rivers. Back in fall 2019, when I was 19 and studying in Portland, my buddy Tyler talked me into a quick weekend camping trip down south along the Oregon coast. We found this random pull-off deep in the woods, super secluded, no cell service, no other cars. Perfect, we thought. While I was setting up my tent, I noticed a handmade sign nailed to a cedar tree. Private property, no trespassing. Someone had scratched out the rest of the original warning and spray-painted underneath in dripping red letters. Die. I laughed, showed Tyler, and said, "That's some hardcore Halloween decoration." Tyler didn't laugh. His face went stiff. He told me we should probably leave, but I called him a baby and said nobody's actually out here. So we stayed. We built a fire, roasted hot dogs, messed around until late, then crawled into our tents and passed out. I don't know what time it was, maybe 2 or 3 a.m., when I woke up to the sound of slow footsteps circling us. Crunch, pause, like someone testing every stick before they stepped on it. I shook Tyler awake. He heard it too. We lay there dead silent, staring at the tent wall. Then the zipper started moving, real slow, tooth by tooth. The flap opened just enough for a head to push in. The guy's face was black with months of filth. Eyes blood red, teeth rotted almost to points. He smiled the slowest, sickest smile I've ever seen, like he'd been waiting years for this exact moment. In a low rasp he whispered, "Didn't you boys read the sign?" His right hand slid inside the tent, holding something long, yellow-white and sharp. A bone looked like a deer femur someone had spent weeks grinding down into a jagged spear. Tyler screamed so loud it hurt my ears. I reacted without thinking, shoved the guy's face as hard as I could. He stumbled back, I exploded out of the tent, and he swung that bone spear at my head. I barely ducked, felt it whistle over my hair. "Start the car," I yelled. Tyler was already sprinting. The maniac came at me again. I kicked him square in the chest, turned, and ran faster than I've ever run in my life. Dove headfirst into the passenger seat as Tyler floored it. Gravel and mud sprayed everywhere. We left the tent, sleeping bags, everything. Didn't stop driving till we hit the highway and saw other headlights. 3 days later, we went back with a cop buddy of Tyler's to grab our stuff. The tent was still there, except now the entire thing was soaked in fresh red spray paint that spelled die over and over. Inside, on our sleeping bags, were 2 gutted animal carcasses, raccoons maybe. They'd been opened up, ribs cracked outward, organs arranged in neat little piles. The smell made us gag from 20 feet away. We grabbed what we could, torched the rest, and swore we'd never go back. To this day, I still don't know if that guy was just some psycho hermit or something that had been guarding those woods a lot longer than any human should. My name is Noah Gray. This happened in summer 2020, right in the middle of lockdown. My parents decided to get the whole family out of the city for a week, so we booked this huge old resort up north near Thompson, Manitoba. It looked like a giant 3-story gray house that had been turned into cabins. We were literally the only family that showed up. Everything else was closed because of COVID. We got one massive room on the 2nd floor. 3 bunk beds, 1 king bed, enough space for all 10 of us, me 9 at the time. My parents, my 2 teenage cousins Rylan and Sky, my auntie Lisa, her husband Darren, and their little kids Mia and Levi. First day was normal, swimming, campfire, whatever. Second night changed everything. Around 2 a.m. the knocking started, slow, heavy knocks on the door. Knock, knock, knock. My dad and Uncle Darren woke up first, then the rest of us. The door was locked and chained, so at first we just froze and listened. Uncle Darren got on the floor and looked under the door. There was about a 2-inch gap. Knocking kept going, but no feet, no shadow, nothing blocking the hallway light. We were whispering, scared out of our minds. I fell back asleep somehow because I was little. Next night, same thing, but worse. Knocking again, louder. Then it stopped. A second later, the doorknob rattled hard, like someone was shaking it in anger. When it couldn't get in, whatever was out there started stomping. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps walking back and forth right outside our door. The whole floor shook. Dad looked under the door again. Still no shadow, no legs. The stomping faded down the hallway. When it was finally quiet, Dad grabbed a flashlight, undid the chain, and stepped out to check. Uncle Darren stayed inside, watching the gap under the door. I'll never forget Uncle Darren's face. He went white as paper and whispered, "I can see your dad's legs. I can see his shadow clear as day, but whatever was walking before had nothing." Dad came back 30 seconds later, slammed the door, locked it, and wouldn't talk until morning. Next day we packed up fast. While we were loading the cars, Mom and Auntie asked the only worker there, an old guy at the front desk, if some drunk guest had been wandering around at night. He looked at us weird and said, "Ma'am, you're the only people that have been here in 3 weeks. Everyone else canceled. There's nobody on this property but you." We left that same hour and never went back. Sometimes I still wonder, was it a person who somehow hid their legs and shadow every time we looked? Or was something else trying to get into that room? Something that only wanted in when it knew a bunch of kids were sleeping inside. Imagine this, you're 17. It's February in Orange County, California. You open your locker and find a red envelope with a photo someone secretly took of you laughing in the quad. On the back, in black Sharpie, I've watched you long enough. You're mine now. Jay, that's how I met Jake Carter. Senior quarterback, quiet, ocean blue eyes, the kind of guy every girl at Huntington Beach High wanted. And for some insane reason, he wanted me. That photo was the start of the most electric 4 months of my life. My first love, the one every song is written about. He knew everything about me before I told him. My favorite coffee order, the way I chewed my pencil in AP Lit, the exact spot on my neck that made me melt when he kissed it. He'd leave handwritten notes in my car, wait outside every class, text me at 3 a.m. just to say he couldn't sleep without hearing my voice. My friends called it stalker behavior. I called it soulmate shit. Then graduation came. I got into UCLA. He got a football scholarship to Oregon. Distance turned our fire into smoke. Calls got shorter. Text stopped. One day his number was disconnected. No goodbye, nothing. He erased me. 6 years later, I'm 23, living in a shitty one-bedroom in Long Beach, scrolling Instagram at 2 a.m. when a DM slides in from a blank profile. Just one coffee, Madison. I still count the days. My heart actually stopped. It was Jake. I told myself I was just getting closure. My roommate Kaylee literally grabbed my phone and begged me not to go. People don't ghost for 6 years and come back normal, Maddie. I laughed. Some chances only come once. I wore the same vanilla perfume I wore at 17. Curled my hair the way he used to wrap it around his fingers. When my Uber pulled up to that little 24-hour diner off PCH, there he was, leaning against his matte black Jeep like no time had passed. Same Letterman jacket, same crooked smile that ruined me at 17. He opened his arms. I walked straight into them. For 30 seconds I was home. We sat in the back booth. He remembered everything. The song from our first slow dance at prom. How I hated olives. The way I said literally too much. By the time the waitress brought our second round of coffees, I was laughing so hard my sides hurt. I was ready to cancel my entire life and run away with him again. Then he went to the bathroom. A black bandana slipped from his pocket and hit the floor. I picked it up to hand it back. It was heavy. I unfolded it under the table. Inside was a brand new surgical scalpel and a tiny plastic bag with a dried, pressed rose petal covered in dark brown flakes. I knew that petal. It was from the rose he gave me the night he said, "I love you" for the first time. Senior year, 2018. The blood on it wasn't from 2018. Jake slid back into the booth. That same smile. But his eyes were different now. Empty. Miss me mads. My hands were ice. I shoved the bandana into my purse before he noticed. He reached across the table and traced the exact same spot on my neck he used to kiss. "You still taste like vanilla," he whispered. I laughed. It sounded like a dying animal. He picked up the steak knife beside his plate, laid his left hand flat on the table, and started stabbing between his fingers, faster, faster, faster. The blade blurred, couples around us froze. "Jake, stop." He went faster. A thin line of blood ran down his middle finger. He didn't blink. You know what I realized in Oregon? His voice was soft, loving. "No one laughs like you." I checked. I stood up so fast the table shook. I have to go." His hand shot out and locked around my wrist. Same grip he used when he pulled me into the backseat of his Jeep at 17. Only now it felt like a handcuff. "We're not done, Madison. We never were." I ripped free and ran. Outside, the valet saw my face and asked if I needed help. Then Jake stepped out behind me, slow, calm. He walked right up, cupped my face with both hands like he used to before every kiss, and whispered against my lips, "I kept every girl who tried to replace you. None of them screamed your name when I carved it into their skin. You will." Then he kissed my forehead, gentle as ever, and walked away into the dark. I still have the scalpel. The crime lab said the blood on the rose petal belonged to 3 different women. All missing. All last seen with a guy matching Jake's description. His Instagram is gone. His Jeep was found burned out in the Angel's Forest. No body. I sleep with every light on now. Because sometimes at 3:17 a.m., exactly 6 years since our last night together, my phone lights up with a single text from a blocked number. Still counting the days, Mads. My first love is still out there, and he's getting better at waiting. Imagine you're 26, single for the first time since high school, and you're standing at your company holiday party in downtown Seattle. Everyone's drunk, the DJ's killing it, and you're finally starting to feel okay again after the worst breakup of your life. Then you see her across the room. She's leaning against the wall in a black dress that makes her look like she stepped out of a 90s music video. Long auburn hair, green eyes, the kind of beautiful that makes people move out of her way without realizing they're doing it. But nobody's talking to her. Groups literally part when she walks past. You feel bad. You've been that person. You grab 2 glasses of champagne and walk over. Thought you could use a rescue, you say, offering her a drink. She turns and her smile hits you like a punch to the chest. Funny, she whispers, I was about to say the same thing to you. Her name is Emily Harper. You've never seen her at the office before, but she says she's with the Portland branch, in town for the weekend. Conversation is effortless. She laughs at your dumb jokes. She remembers details you only mentioned once. Within an hour, you're telling her things you haven't told your therapist. You find out she grew up 2 towns over from you in Washington. Same shitty mall, same movie theater where you had your first kiss at 15. She even knows the exact song that was playing that night because it was her first kiss too with you. You were each other's first love at 15. You just never knew her real name back then. Summer Camp 2014. She was Emma from Tacoma. You made out behind the mess hall every night for 2 weeks, promised to stay in touch, and then life happened. Phones got lost. Parents moved. You both thought the other ghosted. Now, 11 years later, the universe just handed you a second chance on a silver platter. By midnight, you're making out in the elevator like teenagers. By 12:30, she's in your passenger seat, barefoot, singing off-key to the playlist you made at 16. You invite her back to your apartment in Capitol Hill. She says yes before you finish the sentence. The second the door closes, she's on you, hungry, desperate, like she's been starving for a decade. Clothes hit the floor. It's the best sex of your life. You fall asleep tangled together, whispering, I can't believe it's really you. You wake up at 3:12 a.m. to an empty bed. She's standing at your kitchen counter in your t-shirt, holding the biggest knife from your block, turning it slowly under the light. Babe, you croak. She doesn't turn around. You told your sister I was just a friend from work, she says, voice flat. You remember the quick call you took earlier when your sister rang to check if you got home safe. You'd laughed and said, yeah, just hanging with a coworker, no big deal. Emily finally faces you. Her eyes are wide, glassy, too green. I waited 11 years, Connor. 11. And the first time someone asks who I am, I'm just a coworker. She steps closer. The knife glints. I was in Cedar Hills for 8 of those years. Did you know that? They said I got too attached to people, that I couldn't let go. But they let me out last month, said I was cured. Your blood turns to ice. She tilts her head, smiles like she's reading your thoughts. Guess they were wrong. You back toward the bedroom. Emily, put the knife down. We can talk. There's nothing to talk about. She lunges, faster than should be possible, and slams you against the wall. The knife presses under your chin hard enough to draw a bead of blood. You were my first love, Connor. First loves are forever. That's what you wrote in my camp yearbook, remember? Forever and one day. You do remember. You were 15 and dramatic. She drags the blade lightly down your chest, carving a shallow red line that burns like fire. I'm going to make sure no one ever mistakes me for just a coworker again. You fight. You grab her wrist, smash her forearm against the counter. The knife clatters. She screams, not in pain, in rage, and claws your face so deep you feel skin tear. You shove her hard. She crashes into the fridge, photos and magnets raining down. For 1 second you think about running, then you see the look in her eyes. Pure animal possession. She grabs a cast iron skillet from the stove and swings it like a baseball bat. You duck. It dents the drywall where your head was. You tackle her. Both of you hit the floor hard. She's biting, scratching, laughing through bloodied teeth. You can't leave me twice. You manage to pin her arms. You're screaming for help. She headbutts you so hard you see stars. Blood pours from your nose onto her face, and she licks it off her lips like it's candy. That's when the neighbors finally break the door down with the cops right behind them. They pull her off you. It takes 4 officers and 2 tasers. Even cuffed, she's smiling at you, whispering over and over, "Forever and one day, Connor. Forever and one day." Turns out Emily Harper was released from Washington's most secure forensic psych ward 38 days ago. She'd been locked up since she was 19 for hunting down the boy who took her virginity at 17 and carving her initials into his chest while he slept. He lived, barely. Police found a shrine in the trunk of her car. Your camp photo from 2014, your current work badge photo, printed Instagram stories, a lock of your hair she must have taken while you slept, and a list, 27 names. Yours was crossed out in red, with the words "found him" written next to it. I moved to a new city, changed my last name, deleted every social account, but every December, on the anniversary of that party, I get a new email from a random address. The subject line is always the same. "Forever and one day starts now." I never open them, because I know what the attachment will be. A new photo of me sleeping, taken from inside whatever apartment I'm hiding in this time. My first love found me after 11 years, and she's never leaving again. I used to chase the rush of married men, the secret texts, the hotel key cards, the way they looked at me like I was the last sip of water in the desert. I told myself it was harmless. I never wanted their wives' lives, just their attention and their credit cards. Then I swiped right on Ethan Brooks, 32, private equity partner in San Francisco, profile pic in a Tom Ford suit on a yacht. First message: "I'm only in Miami for 48 hours. Make them unforgettable." I was 27, living in South Beach, bored out of my mind. I said yes before I even asked if he was married. He was. Diamond band tan line on his ring finger when we met at the Seti bar. I didn't care. We spent 2 days straight together. He paid for everything. Sweet, champagne, the red La Perla set I wore just for him. He called me baby in this low voice that made my knees weak. He said his marriage was dead, that his wife hadn't touched him in 2 years, that I was the first person who made him feel alive since college. I ate it up. Every lie tasted like honey. On the second night he flew me to Atlanta on his company jet just because I said I'd never been. We checked into the St. Regis under my fake name, Chloe Monroe, room 2412. He ordered oysters and a $900 bottle of Dom. We didn't leave the bed for 14 hours. That's when the phone call came. He was in the shower. His phone kept buzzing on the nightstand. Unknown Georgia number. I shouldn't have answered. "Hello, sweetheart," a woman's voice purred. Soft southern accent, sweet as iced tea. "Put Ethan on." I froze. She laughed. "Oh, honey, don't bother lying. I can see his location. And yours. Room 2412, right. Enjoy the view of Peachtree Street while it lasts." The line went dead. Ethan came out dripping wet, towel around his waist. I told him. His face went gray. "That was Lauren," he whispered. "My wife." He started throwing clothes in his bag, telling me to order an Uber to the airport right now, that she was unstable, that she'd been following him for months. I laughed, thought he was being dramatic. Rich people problems. I was wrong. 40 minutes later, I'm alone in the suite waiting for my car when the door clicks open. I think it's housekeeping. It's her, Lauren Brooks. blonde, willowy, wearing a cream trench coat and red bottom heels like she just stepped off a runway. She's holding a bottle of champagne in one hand and a stainless steel meat tenderizer in the other. "Hi, Chloe," she smiles, closing the door with her heel. "Or is it Ava tonight? You change names like underwear." I back toward the balcony, 24 floors up, no way out. She pops the champagne cork. Foam spills over her manicured fingers. Ethan always orders the same bottle when he cheats. "Did he tell you I was crazy? That I stopped touching him? That's cute." She steps closer. The tenderizer swings casually at her side. "He stopped touching me the night he came home smelling like some sorority girl's coconut perfume. I was 6 months pregnant, lost the baby 2 weeks later. Stress, the doctors said. My stomach drops, she tilts her head. "You're prettier than the last one. Younger, he's upgrading." I try to run past her. She swings the tenderizer like a pro golfer. It connects with my ribs so hard I hear something crack. I hit the carpet gasping. She straddles me, pins my arms with her knees, and pours champagne straight into my mouth until I'm choking. "You know what I do with girls who touch what's mine." She leans down, lips brushing my ear. I give them my face. She drags me by my hair to the bathroom. The marble is cold against my skin. She's humming their wedding song. The deep fryer in the suite's kitchenette is already on. Ethan must have ordered late-night truffle fries. The oil is bubbling at 375 degrees. She forces my head toward it. I scream. I beg. I tell her I'll disappear forever. She laughs. That's what the last girl said. She still sends me Christmas cards from the burn unit. The heat is unbearable. My cheeks blister. My eyelashes curl. I can smell my own hair singing. I'm seconds from going face first into boiling oil when I remember the balcony. With everything I have left, I kick backward. My heel connects with her knee. She stumbles just long enough. I scramble up, sprint through the suite, throw open the glass door, and scream down 24 floors into downtown Atlanta traffic. 2 hotel security guys hear me. They bust in with master keys. Lauren is gone, but she left the meat tenderizer on the bed next to a Polaroid of me sleeping from the night before. On the back, written in red lipstick, "New face loading." Ethan's company card paid for everything, so the cops found me fast. Lauren Brooks vanished. Her Mercedes was found abandoned at Hartsfield Jackson with a plane ticket to Grand Cayman. One way. They never caught her. I live in Ohio now, under my real name. No social media, no dating apps. I can't be around hot oil. The smell of anything frying sends me into full-blown panic attacks. I still have the scar shaped like the state of Georgia across my left cheek. Every first of the month, I get a delivery. A single red La Perla box. Inside is always the same thing. A lock of blonde hair and a new Polaroid of some terrified girl wearing my old lingerie. On the back, always the same message in that perfect red lipstick. "Your face looked better on you anyway." I destroyed the last man I ever let call me baby, and his wife is still wearing my skin in her dreams.
The fluorescent buzz overhead was the only heartbeat in that 5 guys after midnight, a sickly hum syncing with the migraine pounding behind my eyes. Shift change in this godforsaken strip mall off I-75, where the air hung heavy with peanut oil and unfulfilled dreams. I'd clocked in at 10 p.m., fresh off a double at the warehouse, back screaming from pallets of who knows what Louise, my mop-headed line cook buddy, with the perpetual 5 o'clock shadow, was elbow deep in the sink, scrubbing grease like it owed him money. Last rush was a ghost town, man, he grumbled, suds foaming white, storms chasing him home. Outside, rain lashed the windows in sheets, thunder growling low like a junkyard dog. We were midway through close-up ritual, wiping counters to a shine, stacking trays like Jenga pros, when the bell above the door jangled. Not the wind. That thing was bolted tight. Footsteps followed, heavy and uneven, dragging across the welcome mat. Louise straightened, sponge dripping, his face draining color faster than bleach on tile. Who the hell? I muttered, stepping out from the grill station, spatula still in hand, like a sad excuse for a weapon. The figure loomed in the entryway, backlit by a street lamp's jaundiced glow, water pooling at his boots. 6 foot something of nightmare wrapped in a clown suit, oversized polka dot rags, patched with what smelled like mildew, and worse, a rainbow wig plastered crooked under the hood. He limped forward, one leg hitched like a puppet with cut strings, crowbar dangling from a gloved fist, scraping sparks on the floor. Makeup caked his face in a grotesque rictus. White grease paint cracked like parched earth. Black diamonds around eyes that burned fever bright. Red smear of a mouth stretched into a leer, revealing teeth filed to points. Heard the call of the wild onion, he rasped. Voice a gravel gargle laced with carnival echo. Fries so good, they scream for seconds. Louise fumbled for his cell under the counter, but Clown raised the bar slow, deliberate. Ringmaster. No encore calls tonight. We're scripting our own circus. My throat went sandpaper dry. Stores closed, freak. Back out, or we dial 911. He chuckled, a wet wheeze that bubbled phlegm, tilting his head at an angle no neck should allow. Cops. Darling, I've danced the electric boogie so many times. They named a jig after me. He mimed the chair, tongue lolling blue-black, veins pulsing like worms under the skin. Up close, the suit wasn't costume. Stains bloomed dark on the fabric, crusted edges flaking copper flecks. Real work, this. He vaulted the counter with a grunt, bar-whistling air, scattering menus like confetti from hell. Louise backed into the shake machine, trembling. Meet me at midnight, Clown crooned, rummaging drawers for tongs and knives, clinking them like wind chimes. Who's first for the flip? Rare, medium, or well screamed? We retreated to the kitchen, his shadow stretching long under the exhaust fans. Hide and honk, he announced, twirling the bar like a baton. Rules. Scream pretty, or I paint the tiles Pollock style. Louise bolted for the freezer, but I knew better. That door stuck like Guild Clown herded us with lazy swings, eyes rolling in mock delight. Blondie's got fire, ever grilled a dream, sunshine. Watch it jar while the world's too busy scrolling. He lunged at Louise, bar cracking ribs with a meaty thud. My pal hit the deck, gasping, blood flecking his apron. Spleen special, coming up. Clown hooted, stomping down. Crunch, wet snap. Louise's eyes met mine. Go. Before glazing over, I dove behind the prep island, palms slapping the panic button hidden there. Silent alarms screamed to the stars. But would it arrive in time? Crouched low, breath fogging the air, I watched through a rack gap as Clown dragged Louise's limp form to the griddle, flicking it on high. Sizzle rose, acrid and primal, mingling with that god-awful laugh. You fry like family, handsome, extra crispy for the finale. Another crack, arm or leg, didn't matter. And silence fell, broken only by the drip of something viscous hitting the drain. Then my name, drawn out, sing-song. Jamie. Where's my golden girl? Got a balloon animal for you. Pop goes the weasel. I clamped a hand over my mouth, nails digging crescents into my palm. Boxes loomed, peanut oil towers teetering. His boots scuffed closer, sniffing the air like a hound. Smell that fear flavor. Tastes like cotton candy regrets. A box toppled, avalanche slow, and there he was, face inches from the slats, breath fogging my hiding spot, those diamond eyes drilling soul deep. Peekaboo, I see you. One honk for mercy, two for the show. The bar's tip poked through, cold steel kissing my knee. I squeezed eyes shut, whispering prayers to a god who'd long ghosted. Sirens wailed distant, then close, tires biting wet asphalt. Clown paused, head cocking like a glitchy doll. Curtain call, kiddos, but we'll reprise. Poof, gone, slinking out the back like smoke. Cops burst in minutes later, vests bulky, guns drawn. They pried me out, shaking, as paramedics zipped Louise into a bag. Face pulped, torso a roadmap of brakes. Cameras, I choked. Dead, of course. Looked like that house of 1,000 corpses creep, I babbled, pulling up pics on my phone. They nodded grim. Serial clowns M.O., shifting skins. Bozo one night, Pogo the next. Heard whispers of a ringleader, but trails go cold as the grave. I quit that dawn, rain still drumming dirge. Nights now, I bolt doors triple, sleep with a bat by the bed. Dreams replay the sizzle, Louise's last gasp. Cops hit walls. No prints, no DNA, just grease smears and a faint balloon scent. But I know he's out there, makeup fresh, bar polished, hunting the next stage. Fast food's a trap for the weary, and I'm wide awake. If you flip burgers late, listen for the jangle. Some shows never end, they just reload. In the dead of night, when the city's pulse slows to a whisper and shadows swallow the sidewalks whole, I pushed open the back door of that Five Guys like it was the gateway to salvation. Hunger had clawed its way into my bones. 2 days without a crumb, my ribs poking like accusations under my threadbare shirt. Broke as a promise from a politician, jobless after the factory shuttered. One eviction notice from the streets. The alley reeked of dumpster rot and regret. But inside, grease-kissed air, thick and inviting, wrapping around me like a forbidden embrace. The grills were cold now, chairs upturned like tombstones, but the freezer hummed a siren song. I told myself it was just a peek. One burger, maybe a fistful of fries to quiet the beast in my gut. Morals, they starve faster than a man like me. My sneakers squeaked on the linoleum as I crept past the counters, heart hammering louder than the distant thunder rumbling over the sprawl of downtown Detroit. The walk-in freezer door gave with a reluctant sigh, and there it was, stacks of patties wrapped in wax paper, golden fries in crinkly bags, even a half-gallon of chocolate shake sweating beads of condensation. Jackpot. I tore into a double cheeseburger first, cold, sure, but the beef hit like liquid fire, juices bursting salty and real on my tongue. I devoured it in gulps, grease smearing my chin, then chugged the shake straight from the carton. It was thick, too sweet, spilling down my neck in rivulets that soaked my collar. Tears bricked my eyes, not from the cold, but from the sheer mercy of fullness. For a heartbeat, the world righted itself. I was alive. Then, a scrape of metal on concrete, faint but deliberate, echoing from the stockroom at the far end. Not the wind this time. Human. A low, ragged breath, followed by a muffled sob that twisted my gut worse than hunger ever did. I froze, burger wrapper crinkling in my fist. Run, idiot. But curiosity's a cruel puppeteer, and mine yanked hard. I edged toward the door, half cracked like an invitation to hell. Peering through, the room swam in dim amber from a single hanging bulb, swinging lazy like a noose. And there, bound to a rickety metal stool, with zip ties biting into his wrists, sat a guy in his 40s, sweat-soaked button down, slacks rumpled, face a mask of terror. His eyes, bloodshot and bleeding, locked on mine for a split second before darting away. Duct tape sealed his mouth, but the whimpers seeped through, wet and desperate. Before I could bolt, laughter bubbled up from the gloom. Two women emerging like specters from a fever dream. They were dressed as deranged candy strippers, pink and white uniforms splattered with what looked like stage blood, but the metallic tang in the air said otherwise. The shorter one, buzz-cut blonde with a syringe dangling from her pocket, like jewelry, circled him slow, her heels clicking a taunt. "Poor thing," she cooed, voice syrupy as spoiled milk. All checked in, no checkout. The other, raven-haired with a wild tangle of curls framing a porcelain face, hefted a gleaming bone saw, real, not prop, twirling it with the grace of a figure skater. She leaned in close, the blade whispering inches from his cheek, and he bucked against the ties, chair legs scraping sparks. "Smile for the stream, Doc." Buzzcut giggled, propping her phone on a crate, red light blinking live. Hashtags already scrolling in my mind. Night shift, nightmares, patient zero. Curls tilted her head, saw humming to life with a guttural whine that vibrated my teeth. "We've got a VIP audience tonight. Make it hurt, pretty." The man's eyes bulged, tears carving tracks through the grime on his face. He was no random mark, gold watch glinting under the light, wedding band scarred from desk work, corporate drone snatched after hours. My breath hitched, chest tight as a vice. This wasn't some prank reel. It was ritual, raw and rehearsed. I backed up, slow as molasses, pulse thundering in my ears. The door betrayed me with a traitorous creak, and the world snapped still. Curls' head whipped around, her lips curling into a grin that stretched ear to ear, eyes gleaming feral under the bulb. "Well, hello, night owl, hungry for the show?" Buzzcut lowered her phone, syringe catching the light like a fang. "Audience participation. We love drop-ins." The man thrashed, a guttural plea muffled behind the tape. I didn't think, just ran. Through the kitchen, past the fryers that now smelled like fear sweat, out the back door into the alley's maw feet, pounding wet pavement, lungs screaming. I didn't stop until the neon haze of a gas station, blurred 4 blocks away, collapsed against a chain-link fence. I retched up half the burger, the shake curdling sour in my throat. Dawn broke gray and unforgiving. I stumbled into the precinct, reeking of fries and panic, words tumbling out in a frenzy. The back door ajar, the stockroom hell, the saws whine, the live feed. Cops nodded, stone-faced, but their eyes screamed junkie. They rolled out anyway, sirens silent, flashlights probing the dark. Hours later, a sergeant clapped my shoulder. "Kid, place is pristine. No prints, no blood, no nothing. Even the freezer's stocked like it's morning rush." He slid me a trespassing warning, the kind that sticks if you're already on the edge. Hallucination. Starvation mirage. Bull. I felt their eyes on me in that split-second stare, tasted the copper promise of violence. A week dragged by in motels that smelled like stale smoke and despair. Sleep a fractured joke. Shadows and mirrors twisted into curls and buzz. Whispers in vents mimicked that saw's growl. Then, last night, a slip under my door. Crisp cardstock, scrawled in crimson ink, that flaked like dried blood. "Missed you in the credits snack. Round 2's on us. Eternal guest." My hands shook as I burned it in the sink, flame dancing wild. Checked out at dawn, crashed on a buddy's lumpy futon in the burbs. Old army pal owes me from Nam stories he never tells. He thinks it's just hard times. I can't poison his peace with this rot, but it's burrowed deep now. That night, Five Guys wasn't random. It's a stage lit for the dark web's depraved choir. Who were they? Thrill killers with a medical fetish, streaming for crypto creeps. The man's screams echo in my skull, joining the hunger's ghost. I scour the net nightly, deep dives into onion layers, chasing number patient 0 ghosts. Nothing. Yet. Paranoia's a blade, but this, it's certainty they're out there, editing footage, my blurry silhouette in the frame. Next time, no warning note, just the saw's kiss. I bolt upright at every creak, burger dreams turning to bloodbaths. If you're reading this, steer clear of late-night grease traps. Some cravings don't die, they multiply, and mine, it's just warming up. Rain hammered the Five Guys lot, like judgment from on high, wipers slapping futile against the torrent as I pulled in for the graveyard shift tomorrow here. 28 single moms scraping by on tips and spite, trading sleep for overtime, 'cause daycare don't pay itself. Inside, the place glowed sterile under buzzing halos. Red booths empty as my bank app. Gina, my register hawk with the killer eyeliner, yawned from behind the counter. Lori bailed again, flu or whatever. Boss texted you cover. I nodded, shaking off the wet like a mud. Figures. Storms biblical. No souls tonight. We tag-teamed close up. Her humming pop trash while I scrubbed the line. The fryer hissing steam ghosts. By 11, the downpour owned the night. Lightning strobing the windows like faulty reels. Gina locked the front, chain rattling, then froze at the side door, key half turned, eyes wide on the glass. Damn, that's Lori. My rag slipped into the sink. Through the pane, slick with rain, stood our missing co-worker, uniform sodden, hair a drowned rat's pelt, face pale as fryer oil. She grinned, too toothy, lips not syncing with the hollows of her eyes. Door creaked open on its own, wind or will, and she dripped in, leaving no puddle, just vapor trails that curled like fingers, back from the brink. She monotoned D, voice flat as roadkill. Cars spun out, needed the hours. Relief hit first. Girl's tough, probably walked it off. But up close, off. Jerky steps like glitching footage. Smile pinned like a death mask. Water should have puddled, it didn't. You good, Lore? I ventured, gut twisting. She cocked her head, neck popping audible. Problems. Solved. All gone. Lights flickered, shadows lunging long across the tiles. Gina edged back. Damn, book it. This ain't right. Lori's gaze snapped to her, eyes flaring ember red. You covered. I uncover. Snap. Overhead bulb burst. Glass raining sharp confetti. Dark swallowed us, save lightning's pulse painting her translucent. Skin see-through. Veins blue rivers under frost. I'm here, she hissed, closer now. Breath icy mist that frosted my lashes. Gina bolted for the back, scream swallowed by thunder. I stumbled, legs lead, as Lori drifted, floated, really. Uniform rippling like smoke. Accident on 94. Slid into the guardrail, metal kissed skull. Her hand rose, fingers elongating, nails blackening to claws. Screamed your name, damn nobody heard. Head wrenched sideways, crack like gunfire. And the wail, God, that wail, shredded the air, teeth rattling, soul scraping. It pinned me, replaying her crash. Tires shrieking, glass exploding, blood hot on dash. You clocked in, I clocked out. Thunder boomed, shattering the spell. I lunged for the exit, her claws grazing my arm. Cold fire, welts rising instant. Lock jammed, then yielded, spilling me into the gale. Rain lashed biblical, soaking to marrow, but her voice chased. Overtime's eternal friend. Slipping across the lot, sneakers hydroplaning. I glimpsed her wreck, accordioned against a pole, hood accordioned like tin foil, steam hissing accusation. Should have run blind, didn't. Lightning clawed the sky, illuminating the cab. Lori slumped wheelward, scalp split wide, gray matter matted in her ponytail, one socket empty, the other staring slack. Then, twitch. Head lolled up, bones grinding gravel, that grin splitting anew, blood bubbling lips. Told you I'd finish. Fingers scraped glass, etching pleas. Help me. I retched, world spinning, and fled into the night, her laughter weaving the wind. Cops came at Gina's 911, body bag for the car, chalk outline for sanity. I drove plain, poor kid. They shrugged. I ghosted at the job, nights haunted by flickers. Her face in rear views, whispers in vents. Peace. Nah. Shifts end, grudges don't. If rain calls you late, listen close. Some returns ain't voluntary. I was 9. We lived in an old single-story house on the edge of town. My bedroom window faced the backyard, nothing behind it except a patchy lawn and a rusted swing. Set my dad never got around to fixing. One summer night in 2004, the power went out around 2 a.m. No fan, no nightlight, just thick, sticky darkness. I couldn't sleep, so I sat up and pushed the curtain aside to let in whatever moonlight there was. That's when I saw him. A man standing perfectly still at the far end of the yard, right where the grass turned to weeds. He was tall, wearing a pale suit that looked almost white in the moonlight. His face, I couldn't make out features, just a wide, unmoving smile. Not happy, not friendly, just stretched across his face like someone had pulled the corners and stapled them behind his ears. I froze. My throat closed up. I wanted to scream for Mom, but nothing came out. I just stared, and he stared back, never moving, never blinking. After what felt like forever, I forced myself to duck under the window and crawl across the floor to the hallway. I banged on my parents' door until Dad opened it, grumbling. I told him there was a man in the yard, smiling at me. He grabbed a flashlight, checked every inch of the backyard, the side gate, even the shed. Nothing. No footprints, no broken grass, nothing. I refused to sleep in my room that night. The next morning, Mom found the window screen on the ground, outside not cut, not torn, just neatly unhooked and laid flat on the grass, like someone had taken it down to be polite. We moved 2 months later. I still can't look at old swing sets at night, and sometimes when I wake up suddenly, I swear I feel that smile waiting just outside the glass. This happened when I was 14, at my old middle school, built in the 1960s. Everyone knew the rumors. A girl in the 80s had hanged herself in the music room after some boys ripped her earrings out as a prank, and the wounds got infected. The school denied it, of course. One Thursday after marching band practice, only a few of us were left in the building. My friend Marcus and I were walking down the empty second-floor hallway toward the band room to grab my forgotten trumpet. The lights were already off in most of the rooms, just the red exit signs glowing. As we passed room 214, the old music room, I glanced through the small window in the door. A girl stood in the middle of the room, facing away from us. She wore the old uniform, navy skirt, white blouse, hair in a long braid. Then she turned around slowly. Her earlobes were torn open, dark blood running down her neck and soaking into the collar. She raised one hand and pointed straight at me with a finger that ended in a jagged, broken nail. I grabbed Marcus and ran. We didn't stop until we were outside in the parking lot. He was shaking almost as bad as I was. That's when he told me that 2 days earlier, he'd been the last one to leave practice. He'd gone back into the music room to get his drumsticks and saw the exact same girl standing by the piano. She had turned, smiled, and whispered something he couldn't make out, before vanishing when he blinked. We never told any teacher. We just avoided that hallway for the rest of the year. The next summer, they gutted the entire second floor for renovations and found an old, dried-up earring behind the radiator in room 214, crusted with something dark. They threw it away without telling anyone whose it was. I still drive past that school sometimes. The new hallway looks bright and clean, but I never roll my window down when I go by. There you go, 3 brand new original, and just as long and chilling as the ones you sent. Back in 1998, my family of 6 lived in a cramped 2-bedroom apartment. My 3 sisters slept in one room, my parents in the living room on a pull-out couch, and I had the tiny box room at the end of the hall. The only light came from a street lamp outside my window that flickered every few seconds. One night when I was 11, I was reading comics under the covers with a flashlight. Because I couldn't sleep around 1:30 a.m., I heard my door creak open. I figured it was my little sister coming to crawl in with me like she sometimes did when she had nightmares. The mattress dipped at the foot of my bed. Someone sat down, heavy enough that the springs groaned. I whispered, "Move over, you're crushing my legs." No answer. I pulled the blanket down, expecting to see her messy hair and sleepy eyes. Instead, there was just a shape, completely black, like a hole cut out of the air. No face, no hands, nothing reflecting the flashlight beam. It sat perfectly straight, head pointed toward my closet like it was waiting for something. I screamed then, loud enough that my dad came running in, flipping on the light. The bed was empty. The weight was gone. Dad checked the whole apartment. Every door and window was locked from the inside. My little sister was sound asleep in the right bed, snoring softly. I slept on the couch for a week. On the 7th night, I woke up because the cushion next to me sank again. Same weight, same spot. I didn't dare open my eyes. I just lay there until morning, feeling it breathe slow and steady against my shoulder. When the sun finally came up, the dent in the cushion was still there. It took 3 days for it to pop back out. I was flat broke. Dorm looked like actual garbage. So when I saw this antique brass mirror at Lucky Finds Thrift for $15, instant W, old man at the counter, gives me the no returns, sweetie, with the tightest smile known to man. Red flag. Yeah. Did I care? Nah. I was glazing myself for the steal. Me and my roommate Lucy spent all afternoon hanging it. Once it's up, the room instantly mogs every other dorm on campus. Lighting hits different. Vibes immaculate. First night I wake up freezing like Ohio winter in my soul. Room dead silent except this faint scraping. Fingernails dragging across glass. I should have stayed in bed, should have pulled the covers and pretended I was Delulu. But nah, I'm locked in. Gotta check the mirror. 3 feet away, scraping stops. Look in the glass. Reflection ain't me. Eyes black holes. Skin corpse gray. Smile carved ear to ear. Turn around, she's right there. Torn nightgown soaked in blood. Fingers chopped off at the knuckles. Just bloody stumps dripping black goo that eats the light. Jenna, come play with me. We'll make them pay. I scream, book it to Lucy's room. Sleep on her couch, shaking like I'm tweaking hard. Next morning, we storm back to the thrift, slam the receipt. Old man goes pale as the ghost. Tells us the mirror came from a police auction. Lady named Rebecca got chased through her house by her tweaker husband. She tried grabbing the knife, fingers sliced clean off, cornered in the bedroom, stabbed 47 times right in front of that mirror. Bro, deadass, this is the biggest L I've ever taken in my life. I still wake up tweaking, checking every corner of my apartment, like I'm stuck in an Ohio backrooms. Level, name's Leo, film major. Broke as hell. Always hunting thrift stores for that vintage drip that'll get me clout. One random Tuesday, I walk into this dusty spot called Retro Relics. Place smells like mold, regret, and broken dreams. In the back corner, buried under crusty old Playboys, I spot this old 8mm camera. Price tag, $20. Already has a reel inside with masking tape screaming in Sharpie, "Do not watch." Bro, that's instant riz for any horror creator. Forbidden tape. Bet. I'm locked in. Old Ed at the register barely looks up, just mutters, "No refunds," and slides it across. I get home, set up my little darkroom setup. Been developing film since freshman year. Easy clap. Lights off, chemicals mixed. Heart already pounding 150 beats per minute. I project it on my blank bedroom wall. First 5 minutes are actually kinda cute. Halloween night, early 90s grain. Dad filming his 2 kids. Little dude dressed as Dracula. Sister rocking the witch fit, moms handing out candy. Everyone's smiling, pure nostalgia vibes. Then the last trick-or-treater bounces. Mom locks the door. 1 deadbolt. 2. 3. Dad goes, "You guys ready?" Kids start jumping like they just hit the biggest W. "Yes, Daddy, we got the rope like you showed us." Camera follows them down basement stairs. Image gets grainy as hell, but I still see it clear. Some random woman zip-tied to a metal chair. Duct tape on her mouth, eyes bugging out, tears streaming down her face. Dad's voice, calm like he's filming a birthday party. "Remember what we practiced. Mommy holds her still. You 2 take turns." I'm sitting there cooked like actually cooked. My soul left my body. Aura dropped to -1 million. Mom walks in smiling like she's about to cut birthday cake. Puts her hands on the lady's shoulders. Kids walk up, holding something sharp that catches the light. Woman starts screaming through the gag, camera shaking because Dad's literally excited. Then a chainsaw fires up, screen cuts to black. I'm frozen, brain rot level 1000. I just watched a family film a real snuff, like it's a home video. Phone rings, unknown number. "Yo, Retro Relics. That camera?" "Yeah, wasn't supposed to be on the floor. Original owner came back, gave him your address from the receipt. He's on his way." Line dead. Doorbell rings immediately. People, average dude, 40s, balding. But when he looks up, same exact eyes as the little boy in the footage, just older and dead inside. "Leo, I know you watched it. Open up, let's keep family secrets in the family." Starts picking the lock with metal scraping sounds. I dial 911. Bro kicks at the door, Philly knife out, smiling like it's Christmas morning. Tells me his dad's on hospice but perked right up when he heard someone found their home movies. Long story short, I barely escaped. Tackled him, smashed his skull on my coffee table, ran with the real cops, found him unconscious in a pool of blood, still smiling like a skibidi demon. That reel reopened 6 cold cases from the 90s. Dude never spoke again, just kept mewing at detectives with that demonic grin. I haven't touched a camera since. Every 8mm at a thrift now. Instant minus 100,000 aura. Straight Ohio behavior. Never again. My fiance's betrayal detonated my life at 25. Wedding invites torn like funeral confetti across the floor as he confessed to a hotel keycard accident. Our suburban nest erupted in smashed faces and screams the neighbors ignored. By midnight, I fled. Duffels stuffed with clothes, half-packed albums, toiletries scattered like debris. My sedan shot toward Phoenix, the desert promising rebirth, far from his stain. Coyotes mocked from the flats as the dashboard blinked 1:15 a.m., every headlight behind me a phantom stalker, radio ballads twisting into dirges mirroring the chaos inside me. Fatigue dragged at my bones until a worn truck stop appeared under a half-hearted moon. My tank gasped empty. Gravel hissed faint warnings as I pulled in. The pumps buzzed like uneasy sentries. Shadows pooled thick in the corners. While fueling, I texted my location to a trusted friend. My only tether angry rock pulsed from the speakers, drowning the storm in my chest. Then doom arrived in a rusted Silverado, its scars reflecting my own. 4 men spilled out, driver mid-40s with a dead-eye stare freezing me in place. The trio behind him wore grins sharpened into threats. Their whispers floated in Mandarin. Taihen Ye Li, don't miss this chance. Terror ignited. I lunged for the ignition, but a hand clamped it down. Stay the hell back. I screamed, too late. Chaos erupted. Boots crushed toes, fists dropped like hail. A palm smothered my cries. Such a feisty little firecracker, one mocked. I raked my nails across his face, blood rising like proof of guilt. But they overpowered me. Zip ties bit my wrists as they hauled me into the truck. Every rut on the dirt road jolted a new plea from my throat. Why me? Just let me disappear. A decrepit lodge materialized, its flickering sign begging for mercy of its own. Sweet 4's lock clicked like a verdict. Inside, filth reigned, cans, chip bags, the stench of booze and rot. They tied me to a chair, wrists overhead, ankles strapped wide. Make me forgettable, just let me go, I pleaded. More Mandarin murmurs slithered around me, warning, mocking, sealing my dread. Torment blurred into timeless cycles. Neon light through curtains became my only anchor, as pain washed in relentless waves. Then a burp broke the trance. Fridge is empty. Ice run. The scrawniest of them was left to guard me, twitching with nerves. As the others left, gravel crunch fading, silence tightened like a noose. I forced a whisper. I need the bathroom, or I'll make a mess right here. His hesitation cracked. He sawed at the ties. The moment he turned to the sink, I bolted, door exploding open, wrists tearing, feet slapping cold pavement as I sprinted naked into the night. A pickup's headlights carved salvation. A weathered rancher stepped out, thermos in hand. Ma'am, did the world end on you? They took me. Call the police. I gasped. His radio crackled to life. Soon, a precinct's flickering lights wrapped me in safety. Nurses slipping scrubs over trembling skin as kids collected evidence. My father's voice on the phone cracked through oceans of fear. By morning, cops dragged the 4 men into custody. Their drunk confusion collapsed under forensic truth. They were sentenced to decades. Austin became my refuge. Healing stitched itself slowly through its hum, but night still ambushed me. Zip-tie memories tightening in dreams. I avoid isolated stops. Keys stay clenched, pepper spray always ready. My new partner can't grasp the razor edge I now walk, but I live with it, forged by survival. In therapy and journals, I transcribe the echoes, not to silence them, but to ensure they're never lost again. The engagement ring glared at me from the bathroom sink, its diamond flashing like a cruel joke. Once a promise, now a reminder of betrayal exposed through anonymous DMs that blew apart our quiet Kansas life. Our thin walls echoed with screams, his pleas buried beneath my sobs, as I hurled the ring into the street, watching it skitter away like something foul. At 3:45 a.m., fueled by rage and heartbreak, I stuffed my small car with the torn remains of our life. Clothes, books, memories that now felt like shrapnel, and sped into the night, leaving suburbia's suffocating cage behind as the engine groaned like my own tightening throat. The highway blurred into endless lines as betrayal replayed in vicious flashes. His voice, his touch, now poisoned. Hours later, thirst clawed at my throat as a lonely service plaza appeared under harsh halogen lights. I pulled in, heart jittering from imagined headlights behind me. While fueling, I doom-scrolled through social media, thumb hovering over the block button, a digital execution I couldn't yet bring myself to perform. To drown the silence, loud revenge pop vibrated through the car, each lyric echoing the storm inside me. Then an F-150 roared in with territorial menace, its scarred grille glinting like a threat shadows spilled from the truck. 4 men, eyes sharp with predatory intent. The driver, wiry and coiled, stared at me with a poisonous smirk that froze the blood in my veins. His crew followed, hulking silhouettes whispering like the wind carried warnings. My forced smile cracked. Fear surged. Instinct screamed. I twisted the gas cap shut, grabbed my keys, and sprinted to the door, yelling, "Back off!" My cries shattered the emptiness, but their advance was a tidal wave. Hands clamped my mouth, legs, arms, one sneering, "Keep struggling, honey." I clawed one across the face, drawing blood, but it only fueled their grip as they shoved me into the cab, their weight crushing me like a coffin lid. We tore down dirt roads, their crude Portuguese jabs sharpening my terror. The truck halted at a decaying roadside inn, its vacancy sign peeling like dead skin. They dragged me into room 12, a fist smashed into my temple when I screamed. Bound to the bed with cords biting into my skin, duct tape restraining every limb. I begged, "I'll disappear forever. Just let me go." Their muttered phrases, "Ella é fraca, mas bonita," mixed with the filth of the room, rotting pizza boxes, cigarette-stained carpet, the TV flickering useless miracles. Hours blurred into torment until thirst shattered their rhythm. One complained, "Cooler's empty, booze run." They drew lots. The youngest, twitchy and acne-scarred, was left behind like a nervous guard dog. When they left, silence thickened. I whispered, "Water. I'm dehydrated. I'll pass out. You'll have to deal with that." His shaky resolve cracked. He cut my restraints with hesitant slashes. As he turned to the sink, I bolted, bursting into cold rain, feet pounding pavement, lungs blazing as I sprinted naked across the lot. A semi hissed to a halt beside me, air brakes sighing like fate itself. The driver, an older vet, stared wide-eyed. "Kid, what happened to you?" "Abducted from a gas plaza. Please call for help." His radio crackled to life as he pulled me into safety. At the outpost clinic, nurses wrapped me in scrubs while evidence kits cataloged every wound. My sister's voice on the phone finally broke the dam of panic. By noon, police had the 4 men in cuffs. Their slurred, drunk confusion excuses collapsed under the weight of truth. They were locked into the ledger of kidnapping and assault. Facing decades behind bars, I moved to Portland, its fog soft against the fractures inside me. Flashbacks still ambush the quiet. I never drive alone. Pepper spray always clipped to my hip. My new partner doesn't understand the edge I carry, the shadows I track. But I know what I am now. Forged from fear, tempered in survival. My journals hold every echo. My voice refuses silence. The breakup hit like a freight train barreling through the fragile scaffolding of my life at 24. My boyfriend's betrayal exposed in a merciless flurry of incriminating texts I stumbled upon by accident, each message a dagger twisting deeper into the trust we'd built over years of shared dreams and quiet nights. Our cozy apartment in the heart of Oklahoma's dusty plains transformed overnight into a chaotic war zone, walls reverberating with the sharp echoes of hurled accusations, plates shattering against the floor like brittle promises, and picture frames splintering under the weight of my raw, unfiltered fury, heart pounding with a volatile cocktail of rage and heartbreak, veins thrumming with the electric surge of betrayal. I snatched my keys from the cluttered kitchen counter at the stroke of midnight, the metal cold and unforgiving in my trembling palm. Tires screeched in protest as I floored the accelerator, peeling away from that suffocating hellhole of memories toward the distant, glittering promise of Dallas's urban sprawl, a beacon of anonymity where I could perhaps stitch together the frayed edges of my shattered self. Rain began to lash the windshield with relentless fury, each drop a stinging accusation, mirroring the tears that blurred my vision, wipers slapping futilely against the onslaught, like futile attempts to erase the pain adrenaline coursed through me, a double-edged sword masking the bone-deep exhaustion that clawed at my edges. But by 2:30 a.m., my hands trembled uncontrollably on the steering wheel, knuckles white as ghosts, the endless interstate unfolding before me like a black ribbon of unresolved regret, snaking through thunderous skies, pregnant with unspoken storms. Every fleeting shadow cast by passing semis loomed menacingly in my periphery, morphing into the accusatory silhouette of his ghost, whispering litanies of my perceived failures, too clingy, too demanding, too everything, that I'd sworn to outrun in this desperate bid for reinvention. A jagged neon gash suddenly scarred the enveloping darkness ahead. A derelict gas station perched like a forgotten sentinel on the highway's shoulder, its pumps standing guard under the stuttering, erratic glow of flickering sodium lights that buzzed like trapped insects. My dashboard's fuel gauge sputtered urgent warnings, the needle dipping perilously close to empty. There was no choice but to stop, no margin for pride or paranoia in this desolate stretch, heart racing from the phantom chases of my mind, imagined headlights tailing me, his voice echoing in the rear view. I veered sharply off the exit ramp, gravel crunching ominously beneath my tires, like the grinding of bones under immense pressure. The lot stretched out as a vast, echoing void, empty pumps mocking my profound isolation with their silent indifference, the wind howling mournfully through the skeletal branches of surrounding pines, like a chorus of banshees urging immediate retreat into the safety of motion. I jammed the nozzle into the tank with forceful determination, the fuel glugging greedily into the void, a mechanical rhythm that did little to steady my fraying nerves, and yanked out my phone from the cup holder, fingers flying across the screen, in a desperate bid to tether myself to normalcy. I texted a lifeline to the one constant in my unraveling world, almost to Dallas. Miss you already, Mom. Love you more than words. But the isolation clawed deeper still, an insidious beast gnawing at the edges of my resolve. To combat it, I cranked up a playlist of heartbreak anthems from the car's tinny speakers, the volume turned to ear-splitting levels, to drown out the insidious doubts, whispering that this escape was just another illusion. That's precisely when the beast announced its arrival. A hulking pickup truck thundering into the lot with the ferocity of an invading force, its high-beam headlights slashing through the curtain of rain like sharpened knives intent on carving out vulnerability. The engine growling a deep, guttural predator's challenge that vibrated through the ground and into my bones. It claimed the opposite bump with the predatory precision of a hunter staking territory, doors creaking open on rusty hinges to disgorge shadowy figures that uncoiled from within like tendrils of smoke escaping a smoldering fire. I froze mid-scroll on my phone, my pulse jackhammering against my ribs in erratic tattoo as the driver emerged first, a veritable mountain of a man, his faded flannel shirt clinging damply to rain-slicked muscles honed by hard labor, the brim of his worn baseball cap pulled low over eyes that locked onto me with a feral, unblinking hunger that sent icy rivulets of dread cascading down my spine. This was no casual glance, no polite acknowledgement of shared midnight solitude. It was a stare that methodically stripped away my defenses, layer by layer, promising unspeakable violations in its unwavering intensity. My reflexive smile faltered on my lips, crumbling into a brittle, ineffective shield against the rising tide of unease that swiftly bloomed into full-blown terror as two more figures materialized from the truck's cluttered bed, their hulking forms flanking the driver like ominous sentinels, grins splitting their weathered faces like treacherous cracks, propagating through thin ice under mounting pressure. The very air around us crackled with unspoken electricity. Wrong, all wrong, every instinct screaming invasion, their low whispers carrying faintly on the howling wind, laced with a menace that twisted my gut into knots of nauseating anticipation. There was no time left for rational thought or measured retreat. I slammed the nozzle back into its cradle with frantic urgency, the gas cap twisting shut under my slick, fumbling fingers that betrayed the storm within, keys jangling like discordant alarms, bells in the depths of my pocket as I lunged toward the sanctuary of my car door. But they moved with the swift, coordinated inevitability of lightning striking dry tinder, inescapable, elemental. A calloused hand clamped down on my wrist like a manacle forged in hell as I grasped the handle. I unleashed a scream that ripped from the primal depths of my soul, raw and piercing, kicking wildly at shins that yielded not an inch, unyielding as forged iron under assault. Get off me! Somebody help, please, God, help! Chaos erupted in a whirlwind of visceral violence, my nails raking desperately across exposed flesh, drawing rivulets of blood that mingled with the relentless rain in dark, accusing streaks. But what had been 3 shadows swelled to 4 in a horrifying swarm, overwhelming my frantic flails with the sheer, brute numerical superiority. One burly assailant pinned my arms behind my back with crushing force, his breath hot and fouled with the stench of cheap whiskey assaulting my ear as he growled low and menacing. Quiet down, darling. Make this easy on yourself. While another hoisted my thrashing legs off the ground, my skirt hiking up involuntarily in the futile struggle, exposing vulnerabilities I fought to conceal. Bruises bloomed instantaneously across my skin, like dark flowers unfurling in fire-lit veins, a burning testament to their dominance, as they bundled me bodily toward the yawning, black maw of the truck's open rear door. I was thrown unceremoniously across their laps in the cramped confines of the back seat, the torn vinyl upholstery biting into my skin through the thin barrier of my damp clothes, every jolt eliciting fresh waves of tears that soaked my collar. I bucked and twisted like a wild, cornered animal, sobs choking the screams that tore from my throat in ragged bursts. But their collective weight anchored me immovably, thighs like unyielding anvils pressing down, hands roaming with the entitled greed of conquerors claiming spoils. Keep fighting all you want, sweetheart. It only turns us on more. One of them leered through tobacco-stained teeth, his laughter bubbling up venomous and infectious among the group, a toxic chorus that amplified my horror. Desperation birthed a savage resolve within me. I scratched deep into the nearest arm, epidermis parting under my nails in ragged furrows, vowing silently to the indifferent night, "Leave your DNA here, let it damn you in the light of day." The truck's engine roared brutally to life, headlights carving treacherous tunnels through the enveloping storm. My abandoned SUV receding in the rain-streaked rearview mirror, like a discarded husk of my former life, left vulnerable and alone. Bumps and ruts jarred my bones mercilessly on the twisting back roads they veered onto, minutes stretching into agonizing eternities, punctuated by their mutterings. A guttural symphony of crude anticipation that hung heavy in the cab like a shroud. The motel materialized abruptly from the gloom, a sagging, decrepit beast hunkered off the grid like a predator in wait, its vacancy sign flickering erratically, like the dying pulse of some forgotten heart. The rain hammered down in sheets as they dragged me across the sharp gravel lot that shredded the soles of my bare feet, shoes lost in the scuffle, my cries swallowed whole by the thunder's indifferent rumble. Room 7 loomed, door splintered at the edges from past abuses. They shoved me inside to the sallow, jaundiced light of a single bare bulb, revealing a tableau of abject squalor. Beer cans piled in precarious avalanches on every available surface. Fast food wrappers feral and scattered underfoot, like debris from a raid. The air thick and cloying with the rot of prolonged unholy siege. The eldest among them, a scar-lipped tyrant with eyes like chipped flint, backhanded me viciously across the face to the sagging mattress. Coppery blood bloomed hot on my tongue, stars exploding in a kaleidoscope behind my eyelids, as pain radiated. "Scream all you want, that just equals more pain coming your way," he snarled, his fists clenching with the promise of further brutality, veins bulging like rivers of wrath. They bound me then with ruthless efficiency, a thick leather belt cinching my wrists behind my back until circulation throbbed in protest, paracord biting deep into my ankles with knots of amateur savagery that chafed skin raw. Panic swirled in a disorienting vortex around me. "Please, God, I'll vanish into thin air. I swear on my life and everything holy. No one will ever know, I promise." My pleas dissolved into heaving sobs as fragments of Spanish hissed venomously among them. "Mira esa lucha en sus ojos. La vamos a romper como a una muñeca." Each syllable a fragment fueling the bonfire of my dread. The room's pervasive fetor amplified my crushing isolation. Days, perhaps weeks, of unchecked debauchery etched indelibly into the very stains on the walls and sheets. The TV droning endless infomercials in the corner, like an ironic, mocking escape hatch, forever out of reach. Hell itself descended in measured rotations of unspeakable violation. Pain unfolding as a discordant symphony that eroded the foundations of my very self. Dissociation becoming my only frail raft. Adrift on seas of agony, floating detached above the fray, cataloging in numb detail the chipped paint secrets of the headboard, the relentless tattoo of rain against the thin window pane, like fingers drumming impatience. Time fractured into shards until a guttural growl pierced the haze. Beer's all gone. Time to refill the arsenal, boys. Debate crackled sharply in the fetid air. The runt of the litter, 25-ish with eyes darting like those of cornered feral rats, drew the unlucky straw for guard duty. Heavy boots thudded in unison toward the exit, the door slamming with grim finality that reverberated through my bones, leaving us cocooned in a pressurized hush, thick with unspoken threats. He paced the narrow confines like a caged beast, his Zippo lighter flicking open and shut in rhythmic betrayal of his fraying nerves, his avoidance of my gaze a glaring tell of his own unease. A spark of calculated opportunity ignited in the recesses of my mind. Bathroom, right now, or I'll soil your entire hellhole and make this unbearable for you too. Reluctance warred visibly across his features, a crack in the facade. Finally, he knelt with grudging compliance, the blade of his pocket knife sawing through the bonds with clumsy haste, his fingers brushing my skin and sending waves of visceral revulsion crashing over me. Ankles freed first, then wrists loosed in turn. He turned momentarily to double-check the window locks with paranoid fervor. In that split-second hesitation, I exploded into motion, vaulting from the bed like a coiled spring unleashed, yanking the door wide with every ounce of remaining strength. The storm's cold slap a euphoric kiss of freedom against my fevered skin. His desperate grab snagged at my arm. "You bitch, get back here." But I twisted free with a savage wrench, slick with a lethal mixture of sweat and rain, bolting headlong into the maelstrom of the night. The sprint was lightning-edged down the mud-slick access road, naked vulnerability a defiant howl hurled against the merciless elements, every puddle splashing accusations of exposure. Then, salvation pierced the downpour. Headlights from a lone sedan crawling along the adjacent highway. Like a hesitant lifeline, I flung myself before it in a desperate crucifixion of arms, outstretched, my scream shattering the night into 1,000 jagged pieces. Brakes wailed in protest as the car skidded to a halt, mere inches from my quivering knees. The window cranked down, laboriously by a silver-foxed elder, his glasses fogged with condensation and shock. "Lady, are you trying to get yourself suicidal killed out here?" "Kidnapped. From the gas station. They took me. Help me, please." His expression shifted from bewildered irritation to grim, resolute action in an instant. The passenger door popped open with a click, and I collapsed inside the relative sanctuary, his radio crackling to life as he summoned sirens with urgent precision while punching the accelerator toward the nearest speck of civilization. The police station's harsh fluorescent glare assaulted my senses like judgmental spotlights. Oversized scrubs swaddled my fragile, battered form in itchy anonymity, statements spilling from my lips in incoherent torrents of fragmented horror. "We need to get you to the hospital for the full evidence collection," the officers urged with professional detachment, the cold ritual of the rape kit looming like an unwelcome specter on the horizon. But in that moment of raw vulnerability, my deepest craving was not procedure, but the soothing timbre of Mom's voice over the wire, a balm to cauterize the wounds no swab could touch. The raid on the motel was swift and surgical. 5 brothers hauled out in handcuffs that bit as deep as their sins, their alibis of wasted blackout drunk crumbling to dust under the irrefutable testimony of the scratch's crimson map, life sentences stacked like indictments of the soul, aggravated assault, kidnapping, and the indelible bartering of innocence. My westward flight carried me to the fog-shrouded arms of Seattle, where therapy sessions unspooled the tangled nightmares of lapse, crushing down, breaths mingling in unwilling intimacy. No more solo stops at night pumps, phone forever holstered away in crowded throngs, my scans of surroundings eternal and unyielding. My partner often deems it excessive paranoia, a shadow too long. I counter that it's forged steel, tempered in the crucible. That fateful storm didn't birth weakness in me, but a wildfire of resilience. Self-defense dojo's now my sacred altar, my voice an amplifier for the silenced screams of others who walk similar shadowed paths. Run from the darkness, never again. Now I chase the shadows myself, unyielding and unafraid.
You ever worked the graveyard shift at a 24-hour gas station off an empty Midwest highway and felt the night watching you back? That was me and Jake, summer of 2023, in a nowhere town outside Tulsa, where the only thing open past midnight was sin and bad decisions. The first time the black Charger rolled through, it was 12:27 a.m. slow, too slow, like the driver was reading every sticker on our windows. Tinted windows so dark I couldn't even catch a silhouette. It circled the pumps once and vanished down the county road. Jake laughed it off, probably some kids looking for beer money. I didn't laugh. Something about it sat wrong in my gut. It came back at 12:59. Same crawl, same blackout windows. Then again at 1:43. By the third lap I was timing it on the security monitor, heart hammering every time those headlights cut across the lot. Jake finally noticed me frozen at the counter. Dude, chill, it's just a car. But it wasn't just a car. 2:08 a.m. the front doors exploded open so hard the bell ripped off its chain. Two guys in ski masks and black hoodies stormed in. One had a sawed-off shotgun, the other a crowbar that glinted under the fluorescence like it was smiling. Open the safe, or we paint this place with you, shotgun barked. My hands shook so bad I dropped the keys twice. Jake came out from the back wiping grease off his fingers, saw what was happening, and went ghost white. Hey, easy man, take whatever you want, just don't hurt him. That was Jake, always trying to protect me even though I was older by 2 years. They zip-tied our wrists, marched us to the office, and started kicking the filing cabinets looking for the drop safe we didn't have. Every "there's no more money" we gave them earned another boot to the ribs. I tasted blood. Jake took most of the hits shielding me. When they realized we really were broke, just $412 in the drawer from a dead night, the guy with the crowbar lost it. He grabbed Jake by the throat and slammed him against the walk-in beer cooler, the big steel one in the back. Last chance, heroes. Jake looked at me. I'll never forget his eyes, calm, like he'd already made peace with what came next. Then he did the bravest thing I've ever seen. He spun, shoved me inside the cooler, and yanked the door shut behind me. The hydraulic arm locked with a sound I still hear in my sleep. Jake, no, I screamed, pounding on the inch-thick steel. Through the tiny diamond window I watched everything. They beat him with the crowbar first, once across the back, once to the knees. He dropped but kept crawling, dragging himself back to the door, pressing his body against it so they couldn't pull it open. Blood poured from his scalp, soaking his quick march shirt. "Stay in there, Cole," he yelled, voice cracking. "Don't you dare open this door." The guy with the shotgun kicked him in the face. I heard Jake's nose break, still wouldn't move. Then the other one, the crowbar guy, raised it high and brought it down on the back of Jake's skull. The sound, God, the sound, like splitting a watermelon. Jake went limp, but somehow his arms stayed wrapped around that handle, dead weight holding it closed. They pried him off. I begged through the window, sobbing so hard I couldn't breathe. They threw Jake on his back right in front of me. His eyes were already glazing, but they found mine through the glass. The shotgun guy took a hunting knife from his belt, long, serrated, evil, and drove it into Jake's stomach. Once, twice, a third time for fun. Each thrust jerked Jake's body like he was trying to get away even after he couldn't. Blood pooled so fast it reached the cooler door. Jake's hand slid across the floor, fingers smearing red, until his palm pressed flat against the glass opposite mine. 6 inches of steel and a lifetime apart. His lips moved. No sound came through, but I read it clear as day. You're safe. His hand slipped down, leaving a long crimson streak. His chest stopped moving. The light in his eyes just turned off. The robbers panicked when they realized he was gone, grabbed the cash, and ran. I don't know how long I stayed in that cooler screaming his name. Long enough for the blood under the door to stop spreading. Cops found them 6 hours later, passed out in a Motel 6 with Jake's blood still on their shoes, and $412 in 20s rubber banded together. That was what my best friend's life cost, $412. It's been 2 years. I can't walk past a beer cooler without gagging. Some nights I wake up freezing, feeling that steel door against my forehead, hearing Jake's last breath fogging the glass. And every time I close my eyes, I still see his hand sliding down, leaving that red streak I can never wipe away. They sentenced those animals to life, but sometimes, late at night when the station's quiet and the cooler hums just right, I swear I hear the handle rattle from the inside, and a faint voice, hoarse and wet, whispering through the seal, "Cole, you still safe in there, brother?" You ever worked the night shift at a 24-hour taco jack off an old Georgia back road where the pine trees swallow every sound? That was me, summer 2024, in a nowhere town 20 miles south of Macon. Storm hit like God flipped a bucket. Rained so hard the neon sign was just a pink blur. 11:47 p.m. drive-through headset crackled alive. "Welcome to Taco Jack. What can I get started for you?" Static. Then a man's voice, low and gurgling like he was talking underwater. "Number 4, no onion, large sweet tea." "All right, pull around to the window." I glanced at the camera. Nothing, just the empty lane, rain hammering the speaker box. No headlights, no car, no silhouette. "Sir, you still there?" 30 seconds of dead air. Then the same voice, slower, wetter. "Number 4, no onion." I called my manager, Kaylee. She squinted at the monitor, shrugged, said it's probably the storm messing with the wiring. Told me to go check. I grabbed the big golf umbrella and stepped outside. Rain slapped me sideways. The drive-through lane was empty except for fresh tire tracks cutting straight past the menu board, past the pickup window, straight through the puddles, and into the woods behind the store like the car never even planned on stopping. I followed them, couldn't help it. The tracks ended 50 yards in where a silver Ford Taurus had wrapped itself around a loblolly pine, front end accordioned, steam hissing from the hood. Driver still belted in, head lolling against the shattered window, suit and tie guy maybe 45. Left side of his skull caved in like a dropped pumpkin, blood everywhere, mixing with rain, running pink down the door. I gagged, fumbled for my phone to call 911. That's when the headlights snapped on, high beams straight in my face, blinding white, and a voice right behind my ear, cold breath on my neck. "You forgot my sweet tea." I spun around, nothing but trees and rain. When I looked back, the dead guy was sitting bolt upright, eyes wide open, staring straight through the cracked windshield. Blood still dripping from the hole in his head, mouth moving like he was trying to talk again. I ran, slipped in the mud, lost a shoe, didn't stop till I slammed the back door and dead-bolted it, told Kaylee everything. Cops showed up 20 minutes later. I led them back through the woods with flashlights shaking in my hands. Car was exactly where I left it, headlights off. Driver slumped again, eyes closed, just like the first time I saw him. Paramedic checked his pulse, shook his head. Been gone at least 5 hours, kid. Rigor's already setting in. 5 hours. That crash happened before we even opened for the night, but I took his order, I whispered. He talked to me twice. Deputy just gave me that look. Said it was probably the car's computer glitching in the rain, voice activation looping an old order. Happens sometimes. They zipped him into a black bag. Last thing I saw was his ruined face disappearing behind plastic. Coroner later said his name was Daniel Carter, traveling salesman from Alabama. Hydroplaned off the road around 7:15 p.m. Nobody heard the crash over the thunder. He'd been sitting out there bleeding while the storm raged, and we served maybe 6 customers all night. I quit the next morning, told them I got accepted to Georgia Southern, needed to focus on school. Whatever lie got me out fastest. It's been 16 months. I still can't drink sweet tea. Some nights when the rain's pounding the windows just right, the old headset static crackles in my dreams, and that drowned voice orders again. Number 4, no onion, large sweet tea. And sometimes, real quiet right before I wake up screaming, I swear I hear the bell ding, like a car just pulled up to the speaker that isn't there anymore. Rehook, they tore that Taco Jack down last month to build a Dollar General, but every time a storm rolls through, truckers on CB radio swear they still hear a voice on the old drive-through frequency, asking for a number 4, no onion, and complaining the tea's not sweet enough. You ever worked closing shift at a 24-hour Sunmart off Eminis 35 just outside Wichita Falls, Texas? That was me, winter 2024. Friday night, rain hammering the roof so hard it sounded like bullets. Me and my coworker Jess were the only 2 souls dumb enough to be there at 11:42 p.m., wiping tables and praying the clock would move faster. That's when he walked in, soaked to the bone, black hoodie dripping on the mat, but what froze my blood was the thing in his hands, a handmade rag doll, maybe 14 inches tall, wearing a tiny Sunmart polo shirt the exact shade of ours. Yon hair the same dirty blonde as mine, tied back in the same messy ponytail I always wore to work. He just stood there under the buzzing lights, pale eyes locked on me, unblinking. I forced the customer service smile. Evening, sir. What can I get you? He didn't order. He smiled like he'd been waiting his whole life for this moment and whispered, "You're even prettier up close, Riley." My name tag said Riley, but the way he said it, like he'd practiced it in the dark 1,000 times. Jess looked up from mopping. "Dude, you buying something or just creeping?" He ignored her, took one squelching step closer, and held the doll up so I could see its face. Button eyes the exact hazel as mine, 3 tiny freckles stitched across the cloth nose. Around its neck, a little paper tag in red marker. Riley. "I made her myself," he said, voice cracking with pride. "Took 4 months to get every detail right. The way you bite your lip when you're nervous, I even got that." My stomach dropped through the floor. Jess whispered Riley called Derek, but he heard her. His smile vanished. "Derek can't help you tonight, sweetheart." He reached into his hoodie pocket and pulled out a hunting knife, 8-inch blade catching every fluorescent light in the place. Then he pressed the tip right into the doll's stomach. "I've been watching you from the apartment across the street," he said, almost gentle. "3rd floor, corner unit. You leave your blinds open when you change for bed. You really should stop that." I couldn't breathe. He pushed the knife in slow. The fabric split with a wet rip. It wasn't stuffed with cotton. It was packed with raw liver, blood-soaked sponges, and tubes of stage blood. When he dragged the blade upward, thick red gushed out over his hands and splattered across the freshly mopped floor. Chunks of meat hit the tile with wet slaps. The smell, copper and rot, punched me in the face. "See how easy you break," he laughed, stabbing again and again. Each thrust made the doll jerk like it was alive, blood spraying in arcs. Jess screamed and bolted for the kitchen. He didn't even look at her. He grabbed the doll by the yarn hair and sawed the head off. More blood poured down his arms. He lifted the severed head to his lips and kissed the button eyes. "My Riley," he whispered, like a prayer. That's when Derek burst through the swinging doors with a baseball bat, froze when he saw the scene. The guy turned, knife dripping, doll head in one hand, and smiled at the red and blue lights suddenly strobing through the rain-streaked windows. "They're gonna try and take you from me," he said, backing toward the exit. "But walls don't stop love, Riley. I waited 6 months. I can wait forever." Cops tackled him in the parking lot. He didn't fight, just kept clutching that bloody doll head to his chest, rocking it like a baby, repeating my name over and over while they cuffed him. Turns out his name was Caleb Morrow. Diagnosed schizophrenic, off his meds, living in the abandoned apartments across the street for months. Had photos of me pinned all over his walls, hundreds of them, some taken through my bedroom window with a telephoto lens. That was 11 months ago. I moved 3 states away. New name on the lease, new number, hair dyed black, day shifts only at a quiet little library now. But some nights I still wake up at 3:17 a.m. exactly, heart pounding, convinced I hear soft footsteps on the fire escape. Sometimes I find tiny scraps of red fabric tucked under my windshield wiper in the morning, and every time it rains, I swear I smell raw liver and hear that wet, loving whisper outside my window. "Found you again, Riley. I'm real good at waiting. They say he's locked up in max security psych, straight-jacketed, medicated to the gills. But last week someone mailed me a brand new doll. Same hazel button eyes. Same 3 freckles, same little sun-marked shirt, and stitched across its stomach in red thread. See you soon." My little brother Jack never spoke full sentences until the night he stared at an empty rainy street and laughed. "He's waving at me." 10 minutes later, he carried an extra dinner plate to the table and said, "William's starving." The neighbor's son William had been buried 3 days earlier, with the back of his skull smashed in. Word count from here. Exactly 800. I was 15. Jack was 11. Dad disappeared years ago. Mom cleaned offices at night, so the house belonged to us after 9 p.m. That Thursday the air smelled like metal before the storm. I was eating cereal on the couch when screams ripped through the walls next door. I ran outside barefoot. Red-blue lights painted the rain. Cops shouted. A stretcher rolled out carrying a black bag that was way too small for an adult. Behind it, Mr. Harlan, our drunk neighbor, was holding his bleeding head, crying that a masked robber did this. Everyone believed him. Everyone felt sorry. 4 nights later, Jack started giggling at the living room window. First sound he'd made in months. I asked, "What's so funny?" He pointed into the dark street. "William's doing cartwheels." Nothing was there except puddles and lightning. Dinner time. Mom was exhausted. Jack suddenly left the table, came back with an extra plate, and carefully placed a 4th fork. Mom smiled weakly. "Who's the plate for, sweetie?" Jack looked at the empty chair and whispered, "William's cold. He wants spaghetti." We forced laughs. Kids have imaginary friends, right? Wrong. Every night he saved the best pieces of chicken for William. Every night he asked William to pass the salt and then said thank you to nobody. Then came the night that broke me. 2:14 a.m. creaking stairs. Front door wide open, rain blowing in. I sprinted outside. Jack stood under the huge oak that grows exactly on the property line between our yard and Harlan's. He was soaked, arms out, spinning slowly, laughing like a maniac. "Jack, come inside." He stopped, turned. His eyes reflected the porch light, blood red. Voice not his own, low and cracked. "He never left. He's under here." Then he dropped like someone cut his strings. Fever hit 104 degrees. Doctors said viral. I knew better. I cornered the sheriff in our kitchen. What was the dead boy's full name again? William David Harlan. Why, my legs almost gave out. That same night Jack sat up in bed, burning hot, staring at the corner. I followed his eyes. For half a second the shadows moved, tall teenage shape, head dented wrong, something dark dripping from the hairline. It lifted an arm and pointed straight down at the floorboards. Jack stood like a sleepwalker, walked barefoot through the house, out the back door, and stopped under the oak. Rain hammered his face. He pressed both palms into the mud and screamed one word, "Dig." Mom called 911. Half the neighborhood watched with umbrellas while deputies sank shovels into the roots. 10 minutes in, metal clanged on metal. They pulled up a child's aluminum baseball bat wrapped in Harlan's bloody work shirt. Truth poured out like pus. Harlan murdered his own son in a blackout rage, smashed his own forehead with the same bat to fake the robbery, then buried the weapon in the one place no one would look, our yard, so he could sell the house and disappear. He almost got away with it. Jack woke up the next morning perfectly fine. First thing he did was take William's plate off the table and put it back in the cupboard without being asked. We cut the oak down last year. New grass grows there now, but every time it rains really hard, I still hear two little boys laughing under the ground where the tree used to be. If you think the dead only punish their killers, wait until a ghost mistakes you for the woman her husband buried alive 15 years ago. Imagine you're half drunk floating in your pool at midnight, parents out of town, when you notice a creepy old lady staring at you from an abandoned apartment window 3 stories up. You blink, she vanishes. 10 seconds later, she's standing right behind you, dripping wet, grabs your shoulder and whispers, "Isabel, run. He's coming back to bury you under that tree tonight." My name's not Isabel, but the skeleton they dug up under my tree 15 years ago. Yeah, that was Isabel. Summer 2024. Dad snagged our dream house at a bank auction for straight pennies. Massive backyard pool, yellow flowering tree that smells like candy. The vibe was immaculate. Only downside: a crusty old 3-story apartment building stairs straight into the yard like it's mad we moved in. Saturday night, parents in LA visiting my sick aunt. I'm 17, home alone, living my best life. Friends dip around 9, I'm tipsy, throw on some Travis Scott, slide into the pool with a white claw and just vibe on the raft. Wake up to splashing, look up a 3rd floor window, pitch black inside, but a frail old lady is just standing there. Eyes huge, unblinking, dead-ass staring into my soul. I laugh, wave like an idiot. She doesn't move. Next glance, window empty. Whatever, probably saw a curtain. Phone rings inside. I paddle to the edge and this raspy voice behind me goes, "Isabel, you're still here." I spin so fast I almost flip the raft. She's standing in the shallow end, water up to her knees, nightgown clinging like she's been underwater for decades. Skin gray, veins black, eyes milky white. She raises one bony finger and points at the yellow tree. "Run, child. He's coming back tonight to finish what he started." I scream, scramble out, slip, eat concrete, bolt inside, slam and lock every door. Call Dad, crying so hard I can't breathe. He calls 911 while I'm hiding in the pantry like a total baby. Cops show up. Landlord says 3rd floor's been condemned 15 years. An old lady died up there, abandoned by her family, staring out that exact window till she croaked. He found her slumped against the glass, still warm. Next morning I'm shaking, telling the female deputy everything. She thinks I had a panic attack plus too many claws. Then I remember the name. I ask Dad who owned this house before us. He shrugs. Bank said some couple. Wife vanished 15 years ago. Husband skipped town right after. Why? I beg them to dig under the tree. They think I'm unhinged, but the lady cop feels bad for me and brings a K-9 unit just in case. 40 minutes later they hit bone. Full female skeleton, wedding ring still on, skull cracked like an egg. Missing person file from 2009, Isabel Marie Carter. Husband filed the report, then disappeared the same week. Coroner says blunt force trauma, buried alive while she was still breathing. They pull up Isabel's old driver's license photo for identification. It's literally me. Same face, same freckles, same eyes. I'm her doppelganger. That old lady spent 15 years staring at my backyard from her deathbed window, watching Isabel get murdered and buried under that tree. and when someone who looked exactly like her moved in, she finally had someone who could hear her. We still live here. Cut the tree down, poured new concrete over the spot, got a priest, a medium, the whole tick-tock. But every July when those yellow flowers would have bloomed, the pool water turns freezing cold and smells like wet dirt, even when it's 105 degrees outside. And sometimes, when I'm swimming alone at night, I feel ice-cold fingers brush my ankle under the water, and a whisper that sounds almost relieved. Thank you for bringing me home, Isabel. If you think ghosts only come for the people who look like they're killers, wait till you hear why my neighbor's dog refused to leave my house the night its owner came back to silence the only witness to his wife's murder. Next video drops in 5 seconds. Don't pause, don't blink, and whatever you do, don't let the dog out. 2020 lockdown. Thunderstorm kills the power. Neighbor pounds on my door. My wife's sick. Please watch my dog while I get medicine. The second he tries to hand me the leash, the dog lunges and nearly rips his hand off. 10 minutes later, I watch that same man and his side chick drag his wife's freshly slit-throat body across the bedroom floor, and the dog knew the whole time. I'm 26, graphic designer, living alone in a quiet cul-de-sac because my boyfriend and I were supposed to move in together until the world shut down. Next door, a couple who fought so loud the walls shook. Every night she screamed, he roared, doors slammed. Everyone heard it. Nobody did anything. That Saturday the sky turned green, thunder so loud it rattled my teeth. Weirdly, the neighbors were dead silent all day. Then bang, bang, bang on my door. I open it a crack. The husband is soaked, shaking, eyes wild. Please, my wife's really sick. I need to get medicine. Can you watch Brutus for 20 minutes? I can't leave him alone with her. Brutus is their huge German shepherd, sweetest dog ever until tonight. The second his owner tries to pass the leash, Brutus snarls and snaps at the man's wrist like he wants to kill him. I take the leash anyway. Brutus practically drags me inside my house and sits facing the door, growling low the entire time. Power's out. Lightning is the only light. My bedroom window faces their bedroom window, 10 feet apart. In the flashes I see someone lying on their bed, completely still. I feed Brutus, try to work, but he won't stop growling at the front door. Around 10:30, the power snaps back on. Their bedroom lights up like a crime scene. The husband is back, but he's not alone. A woman I've never seen before is helping him carry a third person by the arms and legs. The third person is his wife, throat opened ear to ear, blood already dark and thick, dead for hours. Brutus goes insane, barking so hard the windows shake. The husband locks eyes with me across the gap. His face changes. He knows I know. 30 seconds later, he's pounding on my door again. Ma'am, open up. My friend's here to help take my wife to the hospital. Just give me my dog. His voice cracks with fake panic. I deadbolt every lock, dial 911 with shaking hands, whispering, he just killed his wife. He's trying to get in. He starts kicking the door, screaming, you're misunderstanding. Open the damn door or you're next. Car tires screech. I peek. He and the girlfriend jump in his truck and disappear into the storm. Cops arrive in 4 minutes. They find her exactly where I saw her, stone cold, throat cut, while the husband was supposedly getting medicine. Turns out the girlfriend was inside the house the whole time. They killed the wife hours earlier, wrapped her in sheets, and were waiting till midnight to move the body when fewer people would be looking out windows during lockdown. His genius plan. Use me as the perfect alibi. I was at the neighbor's getting medicine, ask her. Then later come get the dog and act shocked that his wife vanished. One tiny mistake. He loved that dog more than he hated loose ends. Brutus knew the second he smelled his owner's hands what had happened. Dogs don't lie. The couple's still on America's Most Wanted. Every thunderstorm, I keep Brutus's old collar on my nightstand. Sometimes it moves by itself, like he's still standing guard. and on the rare nights the power goes out again, I swear I hear wet paws padding across my roof, watching the street for the man who will never be brave enough to come back for him. If you think animals are the only ones who know when someone's a monster, wait till you hear what my little brother brought home from the grave. I was 8 years old the night 5 grown men decided my family should die. We lived in a rundown brick apartment complex on the south side of Chicago, the kind of place where sirens were lullabies and everybody kept their blinds half closed, even in daylight. Our unit was ground floor, right by the busted main door that anyone could kick in if they really wanted. That night, Mom was frying pork chops, Dad was half watching a Bulls reruns, my 10-year-old sister Layla was scrolling TikTok, and our baby brother Malik was asleep on my bottom bunk. Normal Tuesday, until the front glass door downstairs exploded like a gunshot. The sound punched the air out of the room. Pork chops hissed, TV froze. Then came the screaming outside, men's voices, drunk on rage or drugs or both, followed by boots stomping up the stairs. A second later, someone started pounding on our apartment door so hard the frame shook. My parents moved faster than I'd ever seen. Dad killed the lights. Mom snatched Malik out of bed and hissed, "Kitchen now, don't make a sound." We ran. I was the last one out of the bedroom, and that's when I saw them. The bedroom window was wide open to the October cold. We never locked it because the latch had been broken since we moved in, and 4 faces stared in at me from the darkness outside. Hoodies, skull masks pulled up like bandanas, eyes shining with streetlight. One already had his gloved hands on the sill, boosting himself up. I screamed. Layla screamed. Malik woke up screaming. The bunk bed was pushed right against that window, thank God, so the first guy slammed chest first into the metal frame and cursed loud enough for the whole block to hear. It bought us 10, maybe 15 seconds. We crouched behind the kitchen island while the pounding on the front door turned into full-body slams. I could hear wood splintering. Mom dialed 911 with shaking fingers. Layla took the phone when Mom started crying too hard to talk. I just hugged Malik and stared at the bedroom doorway, waiting for those masks to appear. It felt like hours. In reality, it was 8 minutes. 8 minutes of my heart trying to smash its way out of my ribs, while 5 strangers tried to murder us for whatever cash or jewelry my parents had. Sirens finally screamed close, red and blue lights painting the blinds. The pounding stopped. Boots ran. 2 of them were too slow or too high. Cops tackled them in the parking lot. They found zip ties, duct tape, 2 loaded guns, and a crowbar in their pockets. Attempted murder, armed robbery, home invasion. The news called it a random crime of opportunity. Random, like we were just the unlucky ones who didn't have bars on our windows yet. Dad testified. Layla and I went to therapy for 2 years. The complex finally installed real security doors and bulletproof glass after 5 men almost slaughtered a family with a baby in it. I'm 16 now. We moved to the suburbs the day those guys got parole. I still flinch when glass breaks. I still check every window twice before bed. And sometimes, when the house is quiet and the wind rattles the panes, I swear I hear gloved fingers scraping the sill again, looking for the little girl who got away. But here's the part nobody knows, not even my therapist. 3 weeks ago, I got an Instagram follow request from an account with no posts and a profile picture of a black skull mask. The username, Window55. He's out, and he remembers which window was mine. To be continued. You tell me if you want story 2, or if I should keep going with Aya's nightmare. I was 15 the night I learned that some predators don't need darkness. They just need an empty train car and a girl who's too tired to run. My name's Kaylani, but everybody calls me Kay. I tutor rich kids in Calabasas so I can help my mom pay rent on a 1-bedroom in South Central Los Angeles. The tutoring center closes at 9 on normal days, but senior year AP crunch meant I was pulling midnight shift. The Metro Blue Line at 11:47 p.m. is never a good idea, but it was the only way home without paying $40 for an Uber I couldn't afford. That night the platform at Imperial/Wilmington was almost deserted. Just rain hissing on the overhead wires and one homeless guy asleep under cardboard. I stood under the flickering light, earbuds in but no music, scrolling Instagram so I wouldn't look scared. Then I heard them. 5 guys, maybe 17 or 18, rolled down the far stairs like they owned the station. Black hoodies, silver chains, catching the light. The kind of walk that says I dare you to look at me wrong. One had a Bluetooth speaker already thumping drill music, lyrics about putting bodies in trunks. They saw me instantly. I felt it like cold fingers on the back of my neck. I pretended I didn't notice, eyes glued to my phone. But I could feel the stairs burning holes. One of them laughed, low and mean, and said something I couldn't catch. Then the whispers started. The train screeched in, half the lights inside dead. I picked the front car, closest to the driver, the one every girl learns is safest. I stepped on, heart hammering, praying they'd stay on the platform. They didn't. Every single one of them followed me into the same car. Doors closed. Train lurched forward into the tunnel. Just me, 5 wolves, and a driver locked behind bulletproof glass who probably couldn't hear a thing over the engine. They spread out, taking up space like they were posing for an album cover. The speaker got louder. One guy pulled out a knife, long, serrated, flashing it just long enough for me to see before sliding it back into his sleeve. Another locked eyes with me and mouthed, "You good, lil mama," while the rest laughed. I pressed myself against the window, clutching my phone like a grenade. 5 more stops until mine. 23 minutes. I texted my best friend Jaden in a panic. They followed me on the train. 5 guys, knife help, he wrote back instantly. Take a pic, send it to me. I'll call transit police. My hands shook so bad I could barely hold the phone steady. I pretended to check my hair in the reflection, angled the camera, and snapped one quick photo. The shutter sound. I forgot to silence it. The click echoed like a gunshot. Every head snapped toward me. The music cut off. The one with the knife stood up slow, smiling like Christmas came early. "You talkin' pictures, shorty?" I shoved the phone in my pocket. "No, sorry, He took a step. The others fanned out, blocking both exits of the car. The train rocked side to side, lights flickering. Knife guy tilted his head. "Delete it." I nodded way too fast. Okay, I'm deleting it right now." He lunged. I screamed and bolted toward the back door that connects the cars. They laughed like it was a game, chasing me through 2 empty cars, boots pounding metal. I slammed the connector door behind me, but there's no lock. Just a flimsy latch. Next stop, 103rd Street. 4 minutes. I could hear them on the other side of the door, banging, joking about what they were gonna do when they caught me. I kept running until I hit the very last car. Dead end. Only one door out, and it opens onto the platform in 3. 2 doors slid open. I flew out, hit the platform running, vaulted the turnstile without tapping my card. Alarms screaming behind me. I didn't look back, just ran up the stairs, across the street, into the 24-hour donut shop, glowing like heaven. I collapsed against the counter, gasping, tears and rain mixing on my face. The cashier, an older Korean lady, took one look at me and locked the door, phone already to her ear, calling 911. I thought it was over. But here's what the cops told me 2 days later, after I gave them the photo and the train car number. Those 5 boys, they're part of a gang that's been robbing, stabbing, and sexually assaulting lone female passengers on the Blue Line after 11 p.m. for 6 months. 3 victims in the hospital, one still in a coma. They never caught them that night. The photo was too dark, faces half covered, but last week Jaden sent me a news link. Another girl, same train line, same time, same 5 hoodies. This time they didn't let her get off the train. They found her body under the 110 overpass, and the article had one crystal clear still from station CCTV. Same guy, same knife. Same dead eyes staring straight into the camera like he knew we were watching. The caption underneath the photo said detectives are asking for the public's help identifying him. I still have the original picture I took that night. Sometimes at 11:47 p.m. when I'm lying in bed and the house is too quiet, my phone lights up with a new notification. Instagram request. No profile picture. Username. Blue line fiv. He found me. And tomorrow I have another late shift. My best friend Mia almost killed herself because of a dorm room at Northern Arizona University. I'm Sage. We were both freshmen in August 2022, assigned to Pine Ridge Hall, the oldest dorm on campus. Everyone calls it the Tomb because it looks like a prison and smells like mold and old radiator water. The university swears nothing bad ever happened there. Students know better. Mia got room 312. Third floor corner unit, single window facing the forest. The raw joke that it was haunted by good vibes only. Mia laughed. She always laughed at everything. That's what I loved about her. First week was normal. Then she stopped laughing. It started with whispers. She'd be on FaceTime with me at 2 a.m. studying for bio and suddenly freeze, eyes wide, staring at the corner behind her laptop. "You hear that?" she'd whisper. "Hear what?" Someone saying my name, like right in my ear. I told her it was the pipes, old building, wind, anything. Then came the shadow. She sent me a blurry photos, a tall, thin silhouette standing between her bed and the closet. Always in the same spot, always when the lights were off. She started sleeping with every lamp on, which made residential life write her up for excessive electricity usage. She paid the fine in cash the same day. By October she looked sick, eyes sunken, skin gray, nails bitten down to bleeding. She lost 15 pounds in a month. She told me she hadn't slept more than 20 minutes at a time in weeks because every time she closed her eyes, something sat on her chest and whispered every bad thing she'd ever done in her life. I finally drove up from Phoenix the weekend before Halloween to drag her home. When I walked into 312, the air felt wrong, heavy, like the room was underwater. Mia was curled on her bed in a hoodie, rocking, muttering. The corner was empty, but the wall had scratches, fresh ones, deep claw marks in the paint, 5 parallel lines, chest high, like something tall had raked its nails down the plaster again and again. That night we tried to leave. We packed her bags, called her mom, everything. At 11:47 p.m., the power in the whole building went out. Emergency lights kicked on red. Doors locked automatically. Old fire system glitch nobody ever fixed. We were trapped inside Pine Ridge until morning. Mia started crying, not normal crying, full body convulsing, speaking in a voice that wasn't hers, deep, wet, wrong. "She won't let me leave," Mia growled. "She's been waiting 73 years for someone who looks like me." I thought she'd lost it. Then the temperature dropped so fast our breath fogged. The overhead light, the one that was supposed to be dead, flickered once and turned on full blast. In the corner stood a girl, bare feet, white nightgown soaked in blood at the stomach, long black hair hanging over her face, arms too long, fingers dragging on the carpet. She raised her head. Her face was Mia's, exactly Mia's. Same freckles, same scar on the chin from 6th grade skateboard wipeout. But the eyes were black holes, and the smile was too wide, splitting past where a mouth should end. It spoke with Mia's mouth and the dead girl's voice at the same time. "You promised you'd stay." Then it lunged. I grabbed Mia and ran. We made it to the bathroom, locked ourselves in a stall, and I called campus police screaming. They found us 40 minutes later. Mia was unconscious, lips blue, temperature 94 degrees. No drugs, no alcohol, no medical explanation. They moved her to a new dorm the next day. She got better, slowly, stopped hearing the whispers, gained weight, smiled again. But here's the part NAU will never admit. In 1951, a junior named Evelyn Harper hanged herself in room 312. after her boyfriend dumped her for a girl who looked just like her but prettier. They found Evelyn 3 days later. The scratches on the wall were already there when maintenance went in to clean. They painted over them every year. The marks always bled through again by October. Mia graduated last May. She's okay now, mostly. Except 2 nights ago she texted me at 3:17 a.m. Sage, it's back same corner, but this time it's wearing your face. I haven't answered yet, because when I woke up this morning, there were 5 fresh scratches on my bedroom wall. Chest high, and my phone just lit up with a new Snapchat from an account with no name. The video is 10 seconds long. It's my room, my bed, my sleeping body under the covers. Standing in the corner staring at the camera with my own smiling face but black, empty eyes is me. The caption says, "Your turn to keep the promise." My dad never came home from a walk he took when he was 14. He's still alive. He's sitting in the living room right now watching a Lakers game with the volume too loud. But the boy who left the house that night in 1987 never made it back inside the same skin. This is the story he only told me once, the night I turned 14 myself. He made me swear on my life I'd never repeat it exactly, because some things need witnesses. San Juan County, Utah, 1987. Tiny town outside Bluff. Population barely 300, mostly Navajo and Mormon. No streetlights past the gas station. After dark, the desert swallows everything. Dad, his name's Tommy, and his 2 buddies, Ray and Darren, had just watched Return of the Living Dead on a bootleg Betamax at Ray's cousin's trailer. Movie let out around 8:15 p.m. They had a 20-minute walk home along Old Highway 666. Yeah, the actual road the feds renamed 491 because too many people kept dying on it. Halfway home the boys split. Ray peeled off toward the river, Darren toward the sheep camp. Dad kept walking alone on the shoulder, moon fat and orange, coyotes yipping somewhere far off. That's when he saw the old man. He was standing under the only working streetlight on that stretch ever had, right where the asphalt cracks into red dirt. Navajo elder, maybe 70, silver hair in a traditional bun, wearing a faded purple velvet shirt and jeans so worn they were white at the knees. He looked lost or waiting. Dad was raised polite. His mom drilled it into him. You always check on elders after dark, so he crossed the road. Yati Shichi, you okay? Need a ride or something? The old man didn't answer at first, just stared with eyes so dark they looked wet. Then he smiled, no teeth, gums black, and said in perfect English with no accent, "I'm waiting for my grandson. He's late." Dad relaxed a little. "I can wait with you if you want. My house is just up the hill." The old man tilted his head like he was listening to something Dad couldn't hear. Then he nodded. They stood there maybe 5 minutes. Crickets, wind, nothing else. Dad glanced back down the highway. Empty. When he turned around again, the old man was 20 feet closer than he should have been, without taking a single step. Dad's stomach flipped. He muttered something about needing to get home for dinner and started walking fast. He didn't run yet. Running from elders is the worst kind of disrespect. But every time he looked over his shoulder, the old man was closer. Same calm pace, same soft smile, but covering distance like the road was shrinking under his feet. Dad started jogging. The old man matched him. Dad broke into a full sprint. The old man dropped to all fours, body twisted completely backward, head facing forward between his own shoulder blades, and came crawling after him like a broken spider, fast, way too fast. Knees and palms slapping asphalt without sound. Dad says the last thing he saw in the streetlight was the old man's face upside down under his own crotch, still smiling, mouth opening wider than any human mouth can, black tongue flicking like a snake tasting air. Dad hit our front door at full speed, shoulder first, splintered the frame getting inside. Mom screamed. He slammed it shut, threw the deadbolt and collapsed. Right when the bolt clicked, Something hit the door hard enough to rattle every window in the house. Once, then silence. Mom wanted to call the sheriff. Dad begged her not to open the door, just don't open it. They sat up all night with the shotgun across their laps and every light in the house burning. Morning came. No footprints. No blood, nothing. Just a single purple velvet thread caught in the splintered wood where the doorframe cracked. Dad never walked that road at night again. He finished high school, joined the Marines, met my mom in Oceanside, had me. Normal life, except one thing. Every few years, wherever we live, Utah, California, now here in Vegas, Dad wakes up screaming the same exact time. 3:33 a.m. He says he dreams he's still running on 666. And when he looks back, the old man is wearing Dad's own grown-up face now, crawling after him, whispering in Dad's own voice. You promised you'd wait with me, grandson. Last month we had to move again. New house, new city, same nightmare. 2 nights ago I woke up to pee at 3:15 a.m. and heard the front door creak open downstairs. Slow, like someone testing if it was locked. I froze on the landing. Footsteps, bare feet on tile, soft, patient. I crept down far enough to see into the living room. Dad was standing in the open doorway, barefoot in his boxers, staring out at the streetlight glow. Not moving, just standing there like he was waiting for someone. I whispered, Dad. He didn't turn around, just answered in a voice that wasn't completely his, too calm, too old. He's here. My grandson finally came back. I looked past him. On the edge of the lawn, under the streetlight, stood an old Navajo man in a purple velvet shirt, smiling. He raised one hand and waved, slow, like he'd been waiting 38 years for this exact moment. Dad took one step forward onto the porch. I screamed his name. He stopped, blinked, looked back at me like he'd just woken up. Then the old man was gone, just gone. Dad slammed the door, locked it, and hasn't slept since. This morning I found a single purple thread caught in the door jamb, and my phone just pinged with a new text from an unknown number. Highway still open, grandson. I'll wait under the light. Bring your father this time. He's late again. People think the worst motels are the ones with blood on the sheets or needles in the toilet. They're wrong. The worst ones are the quiet ones where nothing looks wrong until you realize you're never leaving. My name is Lucas Reed, 29, traveling salesman. I sell industrial HVAC parts to casinos and prisons across the Southwest. October 17, 2023, I was dead tired after driving a Minus 10 from Tucson to Quartzsite, Arizona. The only place with a vacancy sign still glowing was the Starlight Motor Court, 12 units in a U-shape around a gravel lot, neon cactus flickering pink and green. The clerk was ancient, skin like cracked leather, name tag just said Earl. He slid the key across the counter without asking for ID or credit card. Room 107, end unit. Quietest one we got. His smile never reached his eyes. Long drive, huh? You look like you could sleep forever. Room 107 smelled like old cigarettes and something coppery underneath. The art on the walls was worse than cheap. Hand-drawn charcoal sketches of winged things with too many joints crouched on rooftops, staring in windows. I laughed it off, took the hottest shower I could stand, and passed out in my clothes. I woke up at 3:07 a.m. to the sound of someone standing outside my door. Not knocking, not walking, just standing. I could see the shadow of 2 boots in the gap under the door, motionless for minute after minute. I called the front desk. Earl picked up on the first ring, voice calm as a graveyard. Yeah, that's just the guest from 106. He does that sometimes. Don't open the door. Click. I didn't sleep again. Morning came gray and cold. I threw my bag in the truck, ready to peel out and never look back. Earl was waiting at the office door, sipping coffee from a stained mug. Sleep okay. I told him about the guy standing outside my room all night. Earl just nodded like I'd mentioned the weather. Oh, him. He checks out every morning, but he always comes back. Says he's waiting for someone to let him finish what he started. He leaned closer. Last night he was thinking about breaking the person in 107's shoulder blades with a tire iron. Real specific, the way he described it. Said the crack sounds like music. I laughed, because what else do you do? Earl didn't. He left an hour ago. You probably passed him on the highway. I got in my truck and floored it. 80 miles later I stopped for gas outside Phoenix and realized I still had the key to 107 in my pocket. Heavy brass, old-fashioned, number stamped deep. I meant to mail it back. Never did. 3 months later I was in Vegas for a trade show. Stayed at the MGM Grand, 32nd floor, city lights glittering like broken glass. I woke up at 3:07 a.m. again. Same standing shadow under the door, same 2 boots. I flew home to Denver the next day. New locks, security system, the works. 3:07 a.m. the following week. Shadow under my apartment door. I moved twice after that. Same thing. Every place I sleep, 3:07 a.m. he's there, waiting. I started digging. Starlight Motor Court was built in 1959 on land where, in 1957, a drifter named Calvin Lee Whitaker murdered 6 people across 3 states, always in motel rooms, always crushing their shoulder blades with whatever tool was handy so they couldn't crawl away. His last victim was a night clerk named Earl Grayson, beaten to death with a cash drawer. Whitaker was cornered at the half-finished Starlight site. Cops shot him 17 times. Body dumped in an unmarked grave somewhere out back. Room 107 was the only unit finished at the time. They found Whitaker's bloody tire iron inside the walls when they poured the foundation. The motel's been sold 4 times. Every single owner kept the same night clerk. An old man named Earl who never ages, never takes a day off, and always gives room 107 to lone travelers who look tired enough to sleep forever. I haven't slept more than 2 hours straight in 2 years. Last week I cracked. I drove back to Quartzsite, pulled into the Starlight lot at 2:47 a.m. Neon cactus still flickering. Earl was behind the counter, same mug, same dead smile. Took you long enough, he said. He's been waiting. I asked for room 107. Earl slid the key across. Same brass key I still carry. Checkouts whenever you're ready, he whispered. No rush. I walked to the room. Door was already ajar. Inside, the sketches on the walls had changed. Every single one was me. Me sleeping, me showering, me screaming, drawn in charcoal and something dark that smelled like pennies. He was sitting on the bed. Same clothes he died in, purple flannel gone black with old blood, face half blown off from the 17 bullets, but still smiling. He stood up slow, tire iron dangling from one hand. I just need to finish, he rasped. Then we can both check out. I didn't run. I was so tired. I laid down on the bed and closed my eyes. The first crack was my left shoulder blade. Sounds exactly like music. They found my truck in the lot 3 days later. Engine cold, keys in the ignition, my bag still in the passenger seat. Room 107 was empty, freshly cleaned, sheets folded perfect. Earl told the sheriff I never checked in, but if you drive past the Starlight Motor Court tonight, pull into the lot and look at room 107's window. You'll see a new charcoal sketch taped to the glass from the inside. It's you, reading this right now. Earl's saving the room for you. He says you look tired. And check out. There is no checkout, not anymore. Here's another one, same desert nightmare vibe, short and sharp. My name is Daniel Cole, 34, long-haul trucker. I run dry goods from Albuquerque to Barstow and back, mostly at night when the roads are empty and the CB stays quiet. March 9, 2025. 2:13 a.m. somewhere west of Flagstaff. Rained so hard the wipers couldn't keep up. A single vacancy sign glowed through the downpour. Desert Bloom Motel, color TV, clean SHETS, 11 units, peeling turquoise paint, one buzzing bulb over the office door. The clerk was a woman, maybe 70, hair like white cotton candy, name tag just read Marge. She didn't look up from her crossword when I walked in so. Room 8, she said, sliding a real key across the counter. No card, no ID, no questions. It's the quiet one. Nobody ever complains. Room 8 smelled like rose water and bleach. The bedspread was that thick 1970s orange. On the nightstand sat a little ceramic dish of hard candies wrapped in strawberry print cellophane. I took one out of politeness, then crashed without even kicking off my boots. Woke up at 3:33 a.m. exactly, heart hammering for no reason. The room was silent except for a soft rustle like someone turning pages. I sat up. The ceramic candy dish was now full of teeth, small ones. Children's teeth, some still pink at the root. I spat the candy I'd eaten onto the carpet. It wasn't candy. It was a fingernail painted faded pink. I grabbed my keys and ran for the door. It wouldn't open. The deadbolt turned, but the door itself refused to move, like it was welded shut. Through the peephole I saw the parking lot empty except for my truck, and every light in every room was on, curtains open, but nobody inside any of them. I called the office. Marge answered before the first ring finished. Everything all right, sugar? The door won't open. A soft laugh. That's because you haven't paid yet. I left cash on the dresser. No, honey, not that kind of payment. Click. At 3:37 the lights in my room went out. Pitch black. Then the rose bleach smell got stronger, wet, like someone poured a whole bottle right outside the door. I heard the soft rustle again, closer, fingernails dragging across wallpaper. I backed up until my legs hit the bed and something grabbed my wrist. Cold, small fingers, too many joints. A little girl's voice, right by my ear. You ate my candy. Now you keep me company forever. I screamed, yanked free, and threw myself at the door. It flew open like it had never been locked. I ran through the rain to my truck, slipped twice in the mud, didn't look back. Made it to the cab, locked the doors, and floored it out of there. In the rearview I saw every curtain in the motel close at once, neat as a theater curtain falling. 300 miles later, dawn breaking over the Mojave, I stopped at a travel plaza to piss and breathe. When I came out there was a strawberry print candy on my driver's seat. I still find them. Dashboard, glove box, under the mattress in my sleeper berth. Sometimes a fingernail, sometimes a baby tooth. I haven't stopped driving in 8 months. If you're ever on a -40 around mile marker 82 and see a turquoise motel with a flickering Desert Bloom sign, keep going. No matter how bad the storm is, no matter how tired you are, because room 8 is always empty. Marge is saving it for you. She says you look like someone who could use a little company, and the candy's fresh.